And we are jamming. So we are at 0 kilometers an hour now.
Yeah.
You want to say hi?
Hi.
Hi. We're just doing our live stream charity for American Foundation of Suicide Prevention, and we'll do some fun stuff. We'll watch some silly videos, and I'll juggle a whole lot, and yeah, we'll keep an eye on the chat and say hi. Also got super chats going. Any super chats that are delivered, I'll deliver to the donation. But if you can use the donation link in the description, that would be great.
We've got people coming in on the chat, so hi everyone. I've just said hello.
Howdy, howdy.
Hello everybody who's coming in on the chat.
Looking through clear. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in a bit, we'll look at Grover and the Blue Guy, or Mr. Johnson as he's known. Because and basically what we're going to do is we're going to debate a lot in this. Whose fault is this?
Whose fault is this?
And yeah, I absolutely took the idea from Double Toasted. Full credit to them for that. I saw them do that and I was like, this is the funniest freaking thing. I don't know, I just always thought it was a kind of fun idea. So we'll debate that and such. But
it looks like we've got a super chat here.
Oh, thank you. And who's it from?
Ryan Wilkins. Is that a super chat, darling? When it comes up in the big green.
Yes, that's right. And so you can see there, you can read out, and you can also read out the amount donated.
Yep, so $5 donated, which is awesome. Thank you.
Who's that from?
That was from Ryan Wilkins, Double D, and Eddie. $5. Can you drop a top 5 best and worst Gary episodes from SpongeBob? Is what they've said.
You know, I'd love to go back to doing those specific character ones. Mrs. Puffs and Gary were kind of the main ones I was thinking of, because we've done Mr. Krabs ages back. Yes, no, we've done Sandy, so it was a matter of coming up with the characters to do. Oh, you know, the one I really wanted to do, and I actually suggested in polls a couple of times, was Pearls.
Yeah.
I thought Pearl would be fun because she's actually one of my favorite characters with my favorite voice actor, so I thought that one would be a lot of fun, but yeah, there's less demand for SpongeBob nowadays. I would gladly keep making SpongeBob. As you saw, I did the season 1. There's a little bit of demand for that, but there was a lot of work doing all the season 1. It was about 41, 42 episodes and ended up about an hour and a half, which took me and my amazing team. Oop. Now, this is going to happen a lot. I will drop them occasionally. And I will be picking them up. And I couldn't get it quite perfect in terms of like occasionally dropping them, but I was like, you know what? It's going to happen. It's just going to happen. Just go at it.
Just got to say hi to Buff Lightborn on a super chat. Did you know Finland has started to put barcodes on the side of their naval ships? That way they can scan the Navy in.
No, that's an interesting idea. I know they still actually hit the Navy ships with a drink when I think it's like not a whiskey, a beer or something like that to signify the opening of a ship.
Yeah, we've got
barcodes.
Got another one from Zoe. Hey, it's Zoe. Josh, hi, Josh and Nin. Hi, Zoe. How are you?
Hi. Don't forget the donation link is in the description.
Yep.
We might actually put that up on the.
Yeah, go for it, Dom.
Donation link in the description. Donation link in description.
Yep.
And Grover versus Blue Guy. All right.
We need to pull that up a little bit.
Versus
Yeah.
Blue Guy. I'll just move that up very
Sorry,
slightly.
guys. We're just tweaking as we go here.
There we go. That looking great. Okay. Let's get to it. Oh yeah, you can get rid of that. Sorry about that. Minor malfunction. I will actually be up and down anyway as we go. As Nin might take a break and walk on the treadie a bit too.
Yeah.
She was.
Just want to say hi to Afterlife as well. Hi Strider. Hope you and Nin are doing well. We are doing very well.
Indeed.
Ross Johnston as well has said.
What was their name? Sorry.
Ross Johnstone has also said hi.
Hi,
just
Ross.
hope things are going well. These are all super chats, by the way, guys. Thanks for sending those in. Ryan Wilkins has said also back in your 2020 cartoons list, you actually missed a couple like Animaniacs 2020, Rosie's Rules, Chibursaries, and so much more part 2. Is there going to be a part 2, they say? Potentially, I guess.
Animaniacs 2020 I personally would have put on the list as well because I'm such a big fan. In terms of like people's response was lukewarm. I really enjoyed it, but I will admit by the second season I tuned out a little bit, but it was just so good to see the main characters back and the voice actors back, and I had a really good time with it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Have we gotten any sort of from the donation box?
Just going to have a quick squiz at that.
Let's press F5.
Okay.
Oh, nothing yet.
So nothing yet, so that's okay. That's okay. Oh, you're dropping them again? You and Nin really changed my life. Same thing with my brother. Oh, thanks, guys.
Can you read out what they said?
Yeah, so there's a lot of comments coming through,
Oh.
you know, people saying that we've changed your lives and everything like that, which is beautiful. Thank you, guys. Lots of little things going on in the chat. A lot of people saying hello.
I feel very lucky I can still be here.
Hello, Strider and Nin. Glad to see you're still doing charity live shows. Do you have Sign Our logo? What's that? I don't know what a Sign Our logo, C-I-N-A-R. Do you know what that is, darling?
What is it called?
C-I-N-A-R logo. Do you have Sign Our logo?
I don't know what that is.
I
Sorry.
don't know what that is. I'm watching you for like 4 years. I'm glad you guys are still doing well. That's from Muffin.
Don't forget, if you just want to donate $2, something like that, when the charity link in the description, just to get things started, that'd make a huge difference. And Nin will do bubbles, and I'll jump about anytime that we get a little donation. But thank you for the super chats. I will put them all towards the donation. But if you can do donations through the actual description, that'd be really helpful. And yeah, basically we'll do chat shortly. Once we reach our first score, we want to start debating Grove and the Blue Guy. But if donations are slow, we may start it anyway.
Yeah.
And just do that early. Why don't you play the panda ad?
Here we go. Here's a panda ad. It's so funny.
Just you know why. Now you know why I'm so.
This panda's so weird looking. It's just staring at him. Like, look at all these people. They're just going, what? Oh my god. And he ruins everything. Look at him.
Everyone just sort of just stands there in absolute
like,
silent shock.
It's like, what the hell is going on here? Panda.
Det eller häste. So just one sec, just pause it there. And we'll jump into that in a second.
Oh dear.
Maybe if we
do you like Mario Galaxy?
Yeah, I sure do. I finished the original game. I finished with both Mario and Luigi.
Panda stare into your soul. I totally agree, therapist Kyle. He just sort of stands there.
They always play this song with it, like, just you know why.
Oh dear.
We are at 500 meters, about 600 meters so far.
600 meters?
Don't worry about it updating it. Love you, just focus on the other stuff. Let me know if you're having any problems.
Yeah, we're doing well. Hi Josh and Nin, hope you're both good. Yep, we are doing fantastic. Worst animated movie remake.
I'm thinking about it. It's actually the, was it the top goal of originally the Patron goal? Obviously the Patron goal has dropped down now, but originally that was what I was thinking of doing, is a worst animated remake, worst animated movies remake. I don't know what I'd include nowadays. There's a lot of potential options, because since then we've had Asylum Studios, so there has been a few changes since then. But honestly, I actually feel Asylum Studios is better than Video Brinquedo. Oh.
Just want to say thanks to Cameron B, and he says howdy there. What are your thoughts on Spider-Verse?
Spider-Verse. Do you mean like Into the Spider-Verse, the movie?
I would presume so. Yeah.
Have you seen that one, Love?
I don't believe I have. I don't know, have I? Because like the ones that I've seen are the ones I've seen with you.
Yeah, actually, yeah, in that case, I've seen it originally. We saw what was it? No Way Home, which I loved.
That was
absolutely
a good one.
loved.
That was a good one. I think we
fantastic.
both cried in that one. Hey.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I loved that movie. Into the Spider-Verse, I think, is really artistic. It's got beautiful colors, beautiful design. Like everyone else, I think it's very artistic and gorgeous. I don't have a lot of real strong thoughts on it because the problem with me is I really need to connect with the character, and I couldn't connect with that character's world, that Peter Parker. I much more connect with the original Peter Parker, who is played by Toby O'Brien. Like, that's kind of my Peter Parker, because he's awkward, he's uncomfortable, he's everything I was growing up. Awkward, unpleasant, uncomfortable. Like, he just feels very selfish at times. I totally relate to that. It's like, and I think a lot of people did as well, and it's part of, as well as being the original, it's part of what makes him such a relatable, understandable Peter Parker. Any messages, Del, we should know about?
So just want to call out to Yin Yang. They've said, love your video.
How much did they donate?
This is a super chat, so they're just saying, love your videos, Josh. Hope you and Nin are doing wonderful. We've raised $22 so far, so just give me a second. I'll give a bit of a shout out.
So we got our first donation.
Yeah, we've got a couple here. So we've got one from Summer, $5. Thank you, Summer. We've got one from Thermo Master of Gaming for $2. Thank you.
Thank you. Do they have any messages?
No, so I'm getting to that, darling. We've got an anonymous donation for $10. And the comment from them is, love this awareness. I've lost family and friends due to suicide. Your friend Zoe. Thank you, Zoe. And another anonymous donation for $5. And there's a lot of bubbles there happening. Lots of celebrations.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. That's so fantastic so far.
I'm so sorry you've lost someone. I actually, when I opened up talking about this, that was one of the first things people said. My Patron community decided on, because they're hosting this, my Patron community said 50% said they wanted to do American Foundation Suicide Prevention, and there were actually a few comments of saying it affected people personally.
Yeah.
And we will, as we go through, particularly, and I'll be right back. We'll do you want to bring that up just for half a second?
Yeah, they'll be right back. Yeah.
Yeah, and basically we'll bring up this chat here every now and then, just as a reminder, and then you can read that out now.
Yeah, so basically if you're feeling vulnerable and would like to talk to someone or know someone who would, for anyone in America, the 988 helpline is available 24/7 and is free and confidential. The 988lifeline.org is a crisis hotline available to all Americans and has a text to chat option. If you are LGBTQIA as well, there is of course the Trevor Project, which has counsellors available 24/7. You can reach a trained counsellor by calling 678-678, by calling 1-866-488-7386, or via chat on the trevorchat.org website. The link is in the description.
Yeah.
If you're not in America or Canada, Help Guide is an excellent source for finding
I've tested
a
Help
line or
Guide
hotline
myself.
in a few clicks. Sorry, what was that? Sorry, sweetie?
Jump back to the mainstream.
Yeah.
But we'll just mention that every now and then just as a reminder. But I've put all the chats in the description, and I've tested out Help Guide myself based on being in Australia, and it works really well for finding a service if that is something or someone you care about is looking for that service. So yeah, that's really good.
We've got
So just bring it back up.
Got a few.
There we go.
Few super chats here. Lila Gonzalez for $9.99. Love your content.
Thank you.
Happy belated New Year's. Thank you, Lila. And Demonic6340.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's. For $5. Here's a video idea. Most controversial 2020s movies, any genre. One that comes to mind would be Terrifier 3, but it would be a fun video. Have you ever heard of that one?
Still plenty controversial. Yeah. Terrifier.
Yeah, Terrifier.
No. It's something I've thought of a couple of times, doing controversial movies, like banned movies and that sort of thing. But I just never felt it quite fit the spirit of the channel because controversial animated movies, like, you can kind of have fun with animated movies. I feel like there's room for that. But when it comes to actual controversial movies, it can get quite unpleasant. And I was just like, and you sort of, real people get involved. That's the other problem. And I'm like, yeah, nah, shy away from it a little bit. But good on you for making a video on your channel and sort of checking out the topic. Braver than me. Whoop, lost one.
Oh, lost one. Nerd from Colorado sent a super chat, 1999. Hi Strider, what are your thoughts on Atlantis, The Lost Empire and Treasure Planet if you've watched them?
1 kilometer love.
1 kilometer? Yep.
Atlantis, The Lost Empire. You know, to be honest, it's one of the Disney movies I never watched. Like, I've heard so much about it and that it's a bit of a cult classic. I remember Doug reviewed that one, but the little I watched, I enjoyed. The characters fine. I thought it was such a unique concept of heading down to Atlantis, and it hasn't been done since. I believe, if I remember right, it was a bit of a sleeper hit because at the time they released it and it didn't do very well. But later on they released a direct-to-DVD sequel.
We've got a donation of $5 from Anonymous with a little love heart emoji. Thank you, Anonymous.
Thank you so much. Is that a charity link donation?
Yep. And we've got another one from Anthony Gamer UK who said, keep up the good work and keep going. And they've donated $20. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you. Really
got
appreciate
some bubbles going for that one. Not the bubbles.
Yeah.
Thanks again, guys, for the donations. We really appreciate that.
Absolutely. Oh, that's fantastic. You know, we've only been going a little while and already a donation. Just wonderful.
Oh, this one's a really interesting little comment here from Katarina Black. She's asked,
Hey, Katarina.
I'm curious, if you saw an episode from your childhood that traumatized you and it still haunts you as an adult, how would you cope with that?
How do you
For
cope
me,
with it?
Wormy from SpongeBob.
You know, interestingly, in psychology, I would go the route of exposure therapy. If you have something that really upsets you or bothers you, look at it in a controlled environment again when you're older and more mature and have more calming methods. Watch it as you take a deep breath, watch it with a friend and maybe laugh about it, maybe deconstruct it. I think half the beauty of what I'm able to do on the channel is I am able to look at difficult, dark things like what is it, darkest adult cartoons, for example, and we're able to deconstruct it and talk about it together. And I do believe one of the greatest, most scary parts of anything is the unknown. And when we can basically look at that and understand it, that takes away a good percentage of the fear of it. A lot of what we fear isn't those things itself, but the unknown of it. What could happen and what could be. So I think there's, a lot of value in that in a random tangent.
Yeah. A lot of interesting comments here, but I'll just go back to those in a sec because I think we've got a few more donations here.
Oh my goodness, thank you.
So...
Just press the F5 button, darling.
Yeah, it still does the same thing, I think. Benjamin Fenty has commented, hope
Thanks,
this
Ben.
helps save a life, keep up the great work, and they've given $20. Thank
my
you
goodness,
so
thank
much,
you.
Ben.
Cheers, Ben.
There we
do
go,
some-
there's some bubbles there and some skippy skips.
Yeah.
Make him skip as much as possible, guys. This is hilarious. Maybe we'll get him juggling soon, doing the skips.
That's a tough
Oh,
one.
no, yeah, give it a go. We'll give you some bubbles too. Just give it a practice. Be careful, don't fall through the wall though.
We've got the wall right behind, so if I do slap into the
It's
back,
okay,
you'll
I'm
be able
trained
to
in
see it.
first aid, guys. Oh, thank you, Caleb. Caleb's just congratulated us on getting married, and he's been a
thank you,
fan since
Caleb.
2016. So thank you, Caleb.
Oh, it was
That's
a lovely
fantastic.
day.
Yeah,
Oh,
that was one of my favourite days of my life. Well, actually, the favourite day. It was the best day of my life, marrying him.
My favourite day too. We had a lovely day. Now, half of our fun of actually getting married and having a photographer, that sort of thing, we thought about it a lot. We were in a difficult time at the time, but we're glad we did get a photographer because we got these lovely photos. Ironically, the one I posted on social media is just a selfie after we just got married of me doing no, just being able to look back on it and say, gee, that was a great day. And giving Nin a special day was so important for me, and giving my mum a special day just for her to feel beautiful and just to say, this is your day. Real value to me in that.
Absolutely. We've got a comment.
Yeah.
Someone's asking, it was Matsu Boy, has asked when you've been in contact with Jem last. Jem reviews.
Jem.
Yeah.
Oh, Jem's a good guy.
Yeah.
Actually.
Hi, Jem, just by the way.
I chatted with Jem recently, actually. He's just sort of walked away from it completely and started his own full-time... He's got his full-time job and that sort of thing. And honestly, I respect him for walking away with dignity. I was going to have to sort of walk away with dignity as well and start a full-time job. And he did it quietly and well. And I've often asked him on the show on certain... particularly SpongeBob, but generally he prefers to stay out of the limelight now, which is perfectly fair. But it is always nice, a bit like Dennis, to see they've still got, fans out there who miss them because... Yeah, I always have a special place in my heart for particularly Dennis and Jem, but all my friends, Yeah.
Yeah. Got a super chat from Cameron B.
Oh, thank you.
$1.99. Do you prefer Wii or Switch library of games?
Gee, that's a tough one because I grew up with the Wii library when I was younger. I loved Smash Brothers Brawl and No More Heroes. That's when I learned about No More Heroes. But there was a lot of shovelware on the Wii. Overall, I think I prefer the innovation of the Wii because although we got a lot of crap and a lot of gimmicky controls, there was a lot of fun to be had too. Things like Wii Fit and even this sword game I got and Wii Sports. We had a hell of a time with that back in the day. So, I don't know, I've got a special place in my heart for the Wii, but the graphics haven't really stood up the test of time. That resolution is really low and the power of it is... I do really miss the Wii, though. I'd say I prefer the Wii library.
Yeah.
A bit more innovation. Like, I really jumped at some of the games. And the fact that you can get, basically just Wii Sports and have a fun time with your friends, that's all you need, and you just get it with the system, I think that's really cool. Yeah. What number are we at in terms of donations, love?
We're at $87 so far, so thank
great.
you. Thank you so much.
At 100, we'll start talking about Grover and the Blue Guy. I know we said 200, but things are a bit slow, so we'll just jump in at 100. And a bit further in, we'll do a scathing critique of Peppa Pig.
So we've got a question here from Boom, Joe Quiet. Sorry, I can't say your name properly, Joe Quieter. They're saying, "What's your favourite Pokemon?"
I have a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Probably Gardevoir. I know that's a bit of a cliche choice, but I really think it's a beautiful Pokemon because it's extremely loyal and kind to its trainer. I feel like as a lonely teenager and a lonely child, Gardevoir, I was like, oh, he or she would be my friend, would be good friends. I think I love fairy Pokemon. Fairy Pokemon are probably my favorite. We didn't, as a kid, we didn't have fairy Pokemon. I started when I was 10 with Pokemon Blue and Red, and I think I like Ghost and Psychic Pokemon. I used to love Mew and Mewtwo, basically all the legendaries, because I just like to be a spoil sport and use the most overpowered Pokemon. Ghost and Psychic at first, but as I got older, I started to really like Fairy. Lapras is probably another of my big favorites, but definitely one I use the most. Yeah.
So we've got a few different questions that I've seen popping up a few times. A lot of people are asking what your thoughts are on Transformers.
Transformers? Do they probably mean the movies?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I think there's one of the worst cinema experiences I've ever had. I went to see Age of Extinction, I think it was, with a friend about 10-15 years ago, and it was one of my worst cinema experiences in history. The flickering lights, the constant slow motion, it was so boring, it was so dull. Like, I've seen a lot of movies, and that is one I wished desperately I could walk out on. Because I was with a friend, and I was like, are you enjoying this? He's like, yeah. I'm like, I'm not, this is awful. And if it was you and me now, we would have walked out within...
Oh, absolutely. We've got no problem with walking out.
Slow motion, explosions.
Oh, the TV shows of Transformers, darling.
Oh, I never watched that. Sorry, I wouldn't be much. But I've heard it's got a lot of fans of the original. Basically, It's part of why a lot of people felt betrayed when they saw Michael Bay's version of the Transformers.
So I've got a question asking if this is live, and yes, it is actually live.
Yep,
so
you're on live stream.
you are on live stream right now.
You should be able to see yourself in the chat there.
Should be able to see yourself in the chat coming up,
I think it's like
down.
a 5-second delay.
Yeah. Venom 1 wants to know if you like 60s and 70s rock like the Who, Led Zeppelin, and Jimi Hendrix. Do you know much about those artists?
I'm sorry, I'm mostly a fan of 90s gal music nowadays. Like, never really got into the 60s and 70s stuff. How about you, love?
So, you know, like I do like a bit of the older sort of rock stuff. I don't know too much about what relates to the Who and Jimi Hendrix and everything like that, but when I do listen to older music, I do enjoy it. You know, growing up with my father, he listened to things like Deep Purple and Pink Floyd and things like that, so I grew up listening to that kind of thing. So yeah,
I think my mum listened to a bit of that.
Yeah.
We went to Aqua's concert recently. You asked me about Spice Girls or Aqua or Bewitched.
Anything 90s is something that
Will
Strata
enjoy.
would know.
By the way, if you're curious about the music for this one, I've basically used all Sonic music because they're basically the only people who don't copyright strike me in freaking charities. Oh, I bet you feel good about yourself. Let's
happy
monetize
birthday, Julia Lolito.
Oh,
She's
happy
just saying it's
birthday.
her birthday. Happy birthday. I'm just going to check on this because we've actually reached just over $100 in donations just a little while ago. So Galaxy Astra, aka the No Ice Gal, has commented.
No Ice Gal. I know you from Discord.
Yep, has commented, I really appreciate you doing these events for such a good cause. Your videos have been such a comfort for me through the years, and I've met some truly amazing people through the community. Let's raise as much as we can tonight to help others in need. And they've donated $5. So thank you so much. We'll give you some bubbles for that.
Yeah.
Yay, juggling and skipping.
I'm getting better at it as I go.
Getting better at it.
Oh, that's great. And yeah, just a $2. I know it sets up a stupidly high bar there, but just a $2 donation in custom makes a huge difference. If you set one, it can encourage other people to donate, and together we can just raise that little bit for a great cause. American Foundation of Suicide Prevention.
Absolutely.
They do some great things. They've got some great programs going to raise awareness in schools, in businesses, just a fantastic organization. And I check them on Charity Watch. I've raised money for them a bunch of times, and almost all the money goes straight towards helping those in need. So yeah, great cause.
We've got another couple that I wanted to shout out. So Turt has donated $5.
Hey,
yeah,
thank you.
And given us a little heart emoji kind of thing in the comments. So
Thanks,
thank you. And
Give him some
Miguel has also donated $5
Hey, Miguel.
and has said, "Hey Strider and Nin, keep up the good work. I've struggled with suicide myself, but never did it. I'm still here. Keep moving forward."
We're so
Thank
glad
you
you're
so
still
much,
here,
Miguel,
Miguel.
and
Appreciate
we are so glad you're still here.
Absolutely.
This is why we do this, guys, because, you know, for this particular reason, you know, we just want to see everybody okay.
Absolutely. So glad to have you here, Miguel.
Yeah.
And remember, if anyone is looking for someone to talk to, got all the links in the description available, whether you be in America.
That up for us. So these are all the links for us here. I'll just say if you're feeling vulnerable and would like to talk to someone, please see the helplines below. For anyone in America, the 988 helpline is available 24/7, and the 988lifeline.org is a crisis hotline available to all Americans and has a text-to-chat option as well.
Yep.
So we've got the Trevor project for the LGBTQIA community as well.
Yep.
And the link is also in the description. For America and Canada, Help Guide is an excellent source for finding warm line or hotline in a few clicks.
Yep,
and
I've tried it myself.
Those links are also in the description.
Yep. No, I've tried a Help Guide myself and it works.
Yeah.
Drop one. That'll happen.
That was just as he come back up too.
Just as it come back up.
We've got a super chat from Veronica Ferguson at $5. Thank you both for your kindness and positivity in a harsh world. I wish you both all the happiness you deserve. Thank you so much,
you
Veronica.
as well, Veronica. Hey, darling, we probably raised enough now.
Yeah,
we could
let's
go ahead and do a Grover and
let's
Blue
do a
Guy
Grover
skit.
and Blue
Let me
Guy.
just quickly boot.
Want to bring it up?
Yeah, I'll just make sure the playlist is on my phone.
Yep.
Grover and Blue Guy.
Thomas is a tank engine.
Thomas the Tank.
Thomas is a tank engine. That's a great comment.
So I'm ready to go when you are, Dal. We'll do
Alrighty.
Grover's fast food restaurant.
Alrighty, let's go.
So the reason I've done this one first is just to demonstrate in this one, clearly the fault is Grover's. Like, he is just causing all sorts of issue. Have you got the captions on there, darling?
Oh no, I don't. But,
So just quickly pop, it should be a CC in the corner there.
oh,
Just
yeah, there
now
it
let
is.
us know if any of it is too loud and you can't hear us over it. We had a big problem last time where it
Yeah.
was too loud. So yeah, basically the blue guy here, or aka Mr. Johnson, is basically just asking for a meal, and Grover is asking what he wants and that sort of thing. And now it's fast food. Now he points out here, it better be fast. That's very important there.
It's very, very fast.
It's very fast food, and I think if people got this fast food at fast food joints really, and didn't have to wait like 15 minutes for an ice cream, they'd be very happy. And not even... See, that is like, better be fast. And again, thank you to Double Toasted for this idea.
Oh, I know, right? One all fish, one all salad, and one all rye.
Oh, milk. So, this is clearly Grover's fault,
Yeah.
this one. Like, just pop it in the chat, love. Whose fault is this? Blue Guy's or Grover's? Because he asked for his meal, but Blue Guy was a bit rude about it. He goes, it better be fast. Bopping his head as he does it. So, but at the same time, Grover is being polite. He's giving good customer service. So, I don't know, technically at this point, I would say personally, I think it's Grover's fault, because he didn't know, Blue Guy didn't know that the food was going to come out that fast. Secondly, like, what sort of system is it where you immediately crash, like, their food into the wall
Yeah.
or onto the floor? It's probably a huge mess on the floor. It's like, there you go, there's your meal. You can see that Blue Guy's not too happy.
Yep. Someone's saying both are at fault.
How are both at fault?
That's Afterlife. Thanks for that comment, Afterlife.
Oh, hey, Afterlife.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Afterlife is a patron.
Yes,
They
yes.
made a huge difference in the last
Yes, they
donation.
have,
No
yeah.
pressure on you. You're
No,
sponsoring
no.
this already. Thank you so much. As is.
I've just got a comment from Smash1999 saying that the video is too quiet. How do I change that, sweetie?
Okay, so what you can do, just very slightly increase the music audio output capture
Okay.
to about that. So
Alright.
now he's brought out a turtle to get the order.
Hi, Rishi Coyote.
Hey, Rishi. He's going to Charlie's. Unfortunately, as we'll soon discover, this is the other place Grover is constantly working. Is at Charlie's. So he's going...
He's off. He's got to Charlie's just to annoy Blue Guy even more.
You've got to admire Grover, because clearly he's working 2 jobs at once. He's always doing...
Isn't he working more than 2 guys?
There's going to be a bunch of different jobs he works. So if you hit the next button, love.
Oh, I just paused. Do you
Oh,
want me to go
again,
next?
for
Do
one.
you want me to go next or pause?
Oh, you go next. So this is from the Frame store. So not only does Grover work in the fast food shop and Charlie's restaurant, at this point you'll see it feels a little bit like Grover's fault, because he's clearly incompetent at his job in this one. Because what they're trying to do for the kids is establish the difference between square and circle, and why you'd want to not put a picture in a circular frame, as we'll see here. But yeah, I always admire his good customer service. He's very enthusiastic in his job. Now, let me know if that's too loud, everyone. If you can. Let me know if we get any donations, love.
Still looking okay at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he takes a picture, old-timey picture. Actually looks pretty good in this one. So What's up?
Just the blue guy's reaction is just like,
Oh.
it's just like, Grover is trying even when it never ends well. He does, and that's a really good point. He always does try.
He always does try. There's a couple of times I do feel he was basically saying "F you, blue guy," because there's a reason he would have a vendetta against him when we look at the early ones. So what I've done, so he took a picture of his foot, basically. It's a lovely picture of his foot.
That's a charming foot.
It's a charming foot, but it's not really what Blue Guy was looking for. I would blame this one on Grover, because clearly he doesn't know his job very well.
No.
Oh, 2.8 kilometers, darling, if you want to update that.
Yeah.
I knew it when I woke up. It was raining this morning. This day was gonna be trouble.
So what's he going to take a picture of now?
Look at his face. Grover is always a scatterbrain from Shadow R.
That's the thing is, like, he does teach us, though, you know, the basics of this. When you take a picture, don't take a picture of their foot. And
Yeah.
who knows, he's probably going to somehow have taken a picture of his hand this time. I can't remember what he takes a picture of next.
This is my finest work. I'm so proud of this, sir. All right, sir.
Oh, great. So he does take a
It's
picture
his
of his hand.
hand.
And they're fine pictures. They're good
They're
quality
good pictures of his hand and foot, but you know, maybe a picture of his face next time. What is going on?
There's definitely an audience that would appreciate these pictures on the internet, but it's just not what Blue Guy is looking for. Have you got that poll up or whose fault it is? You can...
61% Grover.
Yeah, okay, that's perfectly fair. So 61% of our community
I'd
says...
have to agree. Yeah.
I love that there's a 41% or 39% there that say, no, I'm Blue Guy's fault. He's done the wrong thing. He's expected too much of Grover. Which is, you know... and that's the thing, it's your opinion on what you decide, and that's, I think, what's fun about these, is seeing, what do people think of these two? And you'll see that's a common thing, is he tends to faint after, one of them will faint. It's not always... Now, these are, not trunk monkeys, these are, these guys will just show up, this gorilla. I've used Gorilla Glue before, it's really good.
I just love that gorilla. It's hilarious.
We got a super chat, love.
Yep, Cameron B for $1.99. Would you prefer Simpsons Hit and Run or or remake?
Simpsons Hit and Run or I would like a remake of the original. I was playing through a bit of Simpsons Hit and Run the other day, and it's basically lost media now, which is very unfortunate because I think due to licensing issues, and it's a good game. It's a legitimately good game, and it's nice to have a child-friendly alternative to Grand Theft Auto, because that's basically what it's aping. So basically what's happening here, this is the very first Grover and Blue Guy short. And basically they're saying like, well, he's asked for a soup and a sandwich. And so, you know, Grover is doing everything right here. Could we start a new poll? Can you close that old poll? If you can. And it better be fast. So he said, okay, I'll take the sandwich first. Got a lovely sandwich there. But now he's decided, no, I want the soup first. Or have I got that reversed? No, that's the sandwich.
So what am I doing in the poll, sweetie?
Oh, whose fault is this skit? Grover or Blue Guy's?
Good, thank you.
All right, now. You like that, kid? Charlie, the X-Gun Dad reversed the order.
I'm blaming this one on Blue Guy, actually, because
Good. Maybe I'll have that.
basically he said, I've changed my mind. I want to go with the soup first. But then he's about to say again, I've changed my mind. I want to go with the sandwich first. But at the same time, you could also say, and I think Double Toast made this argument well, that, well, maybe he's OCD. Maybe this guy has a bit of a mental illness or something. You know, maybe Grover should be catering to him. Because Grover clearly says here, Charlie, we've got a weirdo. And so he realizes this guy's got a bit of a personal challenge. And as someone with OCD, I can understand that. I would never do this to a waiter. So he's brought the sandwich back out, and he says, yeah, I've changed my mind.
Change my mind.
And this is basically the first blue guy skit we get. So I feel like Grover has a bit of a vendetta against him. But obviously it's also a little bit Grover's fault, because he could have just left the soup out there and gone and got the sandwich and let him decide for himself.
Which
Because
one he wanted first,
the
yeah.
sandwich won't get cold or anything like that. So once again, he's changed his mind.
Waiter, I've changed my mind.
But fortunately, Grover has done what we suggested and brought the soup and the sandwich out. Oh, 3.2 kilometers down.
3.2?
Whatever your strange heart desires.
3.2.
Well, no, you'll have to take it back anyway. Yeah, I've changed my mind. I've decided I want a cup of
And of
coffee
course, this time
before
Grover's the
I
one to pass out, because, honestly, I would be very flustered as well. So because of this, I feel like this is why they've got a vendetta, he's got a vendetta against him, and just makes his life difficult. Now, these aren't actual commercials, well, they are commercials, but I just put them in because they're funny. Basically,
Good old Gorilla Glue.
someone has a problem and just needs some glue, so this gorilla will randomly come in and give them glue.
Really good glue, by the way.
I can't remember this one. Let me just put on closed captions on the. Oh, there's no closed captions on this one. So this is actually a compilation of them. We can skip ahead if we've seen them or that sort of thing. And basically, yeah, I just want to see whose fault some of these early ones are. I would actually argue on these early ones, it's Blue Guy's fault.
What's the matter with him today?
Is this the soup one? Yeah, so he brings
Yeah.
out basically alphabet soup. And Blue Guy says, well, there's a problem with this soup. It doesn't contain all the letters of the alphabet. So he legitimately counts every single soup. And obviously this is meant to teach the kids the alphabet. Can you imagine having a customer like this? For some reason I can picture this one perfectly. I'm working at the server or something and like, I'm sorry, my coffee doesn't have, this J isn't perfectly right that I asked in my coffee. And just the expressions Jim Henson and the Sesame Street community can get of just Grover, somehow he looks at the camera in a way where you can feel his just disbelief that this guy is saying, I'm sorry, it's missing the O.
Well, no, you'll have to take it.
No donations, love?
No, not.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Don't forget just a $2 donation towards the cause to encourage others. We'll throw some bubbles and do some jumping, and you'll see me jumper.
Jumping and
Jumper.
jumping and juggling and jumping and juggling.
Just that little bit to a great cause can make a big difference. And encourages us too, you know. I'm doing 25 kilometers on here, so
Yeah.
I need all the encouragement I can towards a good cause. But, yeah, and this one is a bit of a longer one of kind of the same shtick.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I kind of wanted to cover it just to show this is why Grover and Blue Guy kind of have this vendetta. You can see at the start here, he's just caused all sorts of grief for Grover. Look, and I gotta say though, this one is on Grover because that is legitimately gross. I would actually at least use gloves. Just get some gloves on if you're gonna bring out each individual letter into his alphabet soup. Did you ever have alphabet soup as a kid?
No, I didn't.
Really? Oh, that was such a thing for me and my family. Like, get all the letters you can. Have them in tomato sauce.
What's your favourite food, darling? We've got a question from Anthony Anderson on that.
What's my favorite food? Well, what do I have in a day? One sec, I've dropped all my balls. I'm going to say my favorite ice cream is chocolate sorbet. I really like a good chocolate. What's your favorite ice cream, love?
Oh, that's a good question. Do you
have any
I don't
favourites?
Know. I like.
What do you get when you
I generally get like a cookies and cream if I like it. Yeah.
Cookies and cream.
Cookies and cream or a hazelnut sort of hazelnut one. Afterlife likes cookies and cream as well.
Oh yeah, it's actually the most popular choice in America, I believe.
Yeah.
Cookies and cream. You go cookies and cream, and it's a pretty safe bet. It's a bit like the Reese's chocolate on Halloween. It's the most popular choice. But yeah, I'd say of ice creams, probably chocolate sorbet, but just a straight up chocolate or caramel. Caramel's really good as well. Love myself a good caramel sundae or something like that. In terms of food, I tend to have I love in the morning having oats with berries. You put some berries and a bit of sweetener in with it, and it's just delicious. So
Got some other people saying that they like bubblegum ice cream and cotton candy ice cream. There's peanut butter ice cream, which I also like peanut butter ice cream.
I love peanut
mint
butter.
chocolate ice cream, which is also lovely. There's a lot of different ones. Tastes like...
Oh, I love this skit here. So basically, Grover has said, I'm going to make you a sandwich that looks like this. And Blue Guy said, this is a sandwich I want that looks like this. And I'm not really sure what they were trying to teach the kids here, that if you have an order, make sure it looks like what's on the actual picture, which of course you go to any fast food place, that will never happen. You're never going to get that. There'll be this giant, perfectly photoshopped picture of made like fiberglass of their freaking, you know, people spent thousands of dollars on making. And, you know, then he's like, no, that doesn't look like... Can you imagine if you went into a place? So I'm blaming this one on Blue Guy. I don't know, what do you think, darling? Would you blame this on Blue Guy?
Yeah, I would. I would too, to be honest.
Don't forget, guys, if you want to make any donations, just a $2 donation makes a huge difference, and it encourages others towards the American Foundation of Suicide Prevention. Makes a huge difference, and we'll read you out, obviously. Oh, we got a donation?
Yeah, we've got a couple of donations here to read out. Thank you to
great.
Ben Weasley for donating $5.
Thank you,
Ben
Ben.
has said, hi from Norwich, England. I'm a long time watcher. It's great what you're doing. Good luck. What are your top 4 favourite films, and have you ever been to England? So I'm actually going to start answering this one because I'm actually English, and I have been to England.
Thank you, Ben.
I went there in 2016, and I did 2 consecutive Kentucky tours through the UK, Ireland and Europe. So I really, 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 really enjoyed that because I've got English heritage, Scottish heritage and Irish heritage in my bloodstream. So
I've been to England too.
yeah, so I'm, you know, I would love to take Josh back there at some point and do a bit more, especially around London and England, because that's where my dad was from. So yeah, really, really roundabout way of saying that. But have you ever been to England, Darren?
I've been to Bindon and the 100 Acre Wood.
So we got a donation from Brian,
Thank
Brian
you, Brian.
SH56, and he said, happy to support such a good cause.
Oh my
And
goodness,
thank you so much, Brian, who has donated $20.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
I
you,
appreciate
Brian.
that. We really appreciate the encouragement. It makes helps keep our energy up too.
It does, yeah.
3.86 kilometers.
3.86 kilometres. Oh, we've got, I'll update that in a sec. Ice Queen, XJ Ice Queen has donated $20. Thank you.
Thank you, XJ.
And they've said, Strider, I heard you like Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. What's your favourite episode? Mine's Space Adventure, as that episode was the first time I truly experienced empathy for a fictional character.
I think that was the beauty of. Oh, he lost his crap because he had to. Sorry, I had to point that out. It's like that one was clearly Blue Guy's fault. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. I don't remember specifically many episodes, but I remember whenever I watched it, people recommended it for like worst kid show. I was like, no, this is good. This is a really quality show, and like it's not too much. I never found it too syrupy sweet, like a lot of the Australian.
Just showing, I had a
Oh,
comment
good
of someone
donation.
saying who's holding the bubble gun, and it's me. It is me.
Nin's holding the bubble gun. I think in an hour we'll let her go for a bit and let her walk on so you can get a bit of the beautiful lady. We just got a donation, I believe, love.
Oh, we did, yeah.
did we?
So I'm just going to update everyone. We're sitting at $154 in donations so far.
Wonderful.
So I'm just going to refresh that.
We'll do at 200. We'll do a scathing review of a Peppa Pig episode. So what's happening here is, oh jeez, what is this part?
Do you want me to just read these out first?
Oh
Darling?
yes, please, Dar. It's much more important.
Sorry, I'm gonna stumble over this name. Arturorman or something like that. Sorry, guys. Sorry if it's low. I'm kind of broke right now. That's okay. $3 is a fantastic donation. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Anything is just really appreciated.
Also, we've got an anonymous donation of $4.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. Then they've said thank you so much for caring so much about people. Not only do your videos bring people comfort and joy with your passion, creativity, positivity and inclusivity, these events show you mean what you say and your hearts are warm. By the way, you've helped me feel proud to be autistic. Thank you so much, and that is beautiful to hear. I'm just going to give you a bit more bubbles for that.
Absolutely. My absolute pleasure. Thank you for being there. Just supporting us by being here, you know, just and helping remind people, you know, just that they're wanted here and that we've got a community where you're always welcome.
We just got another one come in from Not Normal for $20. Thank you so much.
Oh, Not Normal, how you doing? Not Normal has been a patron for ages, or a member for 8. Lost them. I'm going to do that a few times during this. But
it's quite funny, isn't it, guys?
Well, I think it, you know, signifies I've been practicing all week, but at the same time I knew I'd drop them. So thank you so much, Not Normal. Appreciate that.
We just got another one come through from Trenton, another $20 donation. Thank you so much, Trenton. Trenton said, this is really cool that you are doing this fundraiser. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone run while bubbles are flying around, but now I kind of want to do that myself. Oh, that's so inspiring.
Oh, bit of practice.
Honestly, he's been practicing every day for about, you know, half an hour to an hour every day for the last couple of weeks. So yeah.
I still drop them every 5 minutes though. So by the way, basically what happened in this previous one is Grover forgot everything, like his spoon and that sort of thing. Oh, this one, I love this one. So basically, this is his regular sized burger. And he says, well, this wouldn't feed a flea. So he says, okay, well, I'll get you the big burger then. Well, are you sure you want the big burger? He says, I'll get you 5 regular sized burgers. He says, ah. And I noticed, the one thing I noticed they do shy away from here is that I'm going to argue this one is kind of both their fault. I don't know why he has it on the menu, because like clearly they don't want to serve it. And clearly it is an occupational hazard, this larger burger. And Blue Guy's going, I don't care. One, he's yelling at him, which they shy away from in later Sesame Street skits, because one, people don't really hear, particularly if you're on the spectrum, because he's yelling at him here. And you don't really hear the message as well when the characters are yelling, particularly for the autistic community. But yeah, so clearly it's both their fault in this one, I think, because look at this. One sec, I'll show it in a sec. There's a bit of a build up here.
So I just want to say I'm so sorry if I've missed some super chats. I'll just read a couple of them out that I know that have come through. From Dewey Rapso, sorry, I'm terrible with names. They've given $10 on a super chat.
Dewey Rapso?
Yeah. Hey Strider and Nin, thanks for hosting this charity stream. Have you heard of the new PBS show, Carl the Collector? It stars an autistic raccoon with collection special interests and his friends.
I haven't heard that, but I love that concept. An autistic raccoon, was it?
Yeah.
It's great to see a more autism representation than when, even 5-6 years ago. Like, it's certainly trickled more in. When I did a video to my Patron community basically talking about the autistic cartoon characters, there was a lot more characters we had dripping in than we had, say, 10 years ago. So yeah, I would argue, just to finish with that it's both their fault, because that sandwich, that burger destroyed half the shop, so clearly their fault. Oh, thank you for all the donations, everyone. That's really motivating that we can raise money for a good cause like that and just get those helpful messages, you know.
I'm just going to shout out to Nikita Harris at $1.99 on Super Chat. Love your
you,
content,
Nikita.
man. Have an amazing day. Thank you,
That's
Nikita.
wonderful. Thank you, Nikita.
Okay, so I'm just going to go back to here. I've got a couple more donations in. So we've got an anonymous donation for $20. Thank you so much, Anonymous.
Thank you, Anonymous.
And I just want to say a very warm welcome to Monique Starr, who has just donated $20. Thank you, Monique.
Oh, thank you, Monique. Monique's like my most...
Yeah.
we always see Monique in the Patreon community, and she's so active in her comments and stuff, and
Yeah.
always encourages me. So thank you so much, Monique. It's so good to see you.
Yeah,
But
so-
you're already sponsoring this, so this isn't aimed at patrons.
I just want to read out her
Thank
comment.
you.
Appreciate you guys providing a boost to help out. Also, random fact, there is a band called Citizen Soldier that feels fitting. Haven't heard of those ones. Citizen
Vaguely of the
Soldier?
name, but yeah.
Yeah, Citizen Soldier. That's cool.
By the way, how does it sound in terms of like, is Grover competing too much with us? Are we coming through clearly? What's the volume on Grover and Blue Guy there, darling?
It's at about... How do I tell exactly?
Should
what
it say
is?
minus 22 decibels or something like that? Or?
Is it like minus 30, I guess?
Okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
Let us know if Grover and Blue Guy are too loud.
They say it's a bit quiet, so I'll pop it up a little
Oh, no,
bit.
no, leave it there, that's fine. Just a little, because we're talking over it, so I don't want it to be too loud. Maybe 29 or something like that. But,
There's a lot of people saying it could be a little bit louder on
yeah,
Grover.
okay, just a little louder then.
Just a little bit. Alright, let us know how that is, guys. I've just popped it up very, very slightly.
So we'll actually jump ahead a little bit on this one, darling, because I believe this is the one where
So what do you want me to
actually,
do?
no, leave it as is, because this is a different one. I thought this was the change mind one, but it's actually this one basically tries to demonstrate to the kids. He says, "There's a fly in my soup," and Grover says, "Okay, I'll look inside your soup." And he doesn't look inside his soup, he looks around the soup, on the side of the soup, on top of the soup, and it basically very cleverly establishes to the kids what's inside something, what's outside something.
Just want to shout out to Kitsune Fox for
thank
$1
you,
for
Kitsune.
99 cents on, and it's their first ever donation on a super chat on a live stream. So thank you.
Thank you, Kitsune. Any donations on Super Chat will be given to the actual cause. I'll do that after the live stream. But if you can donate through the link in the description, if you do decide to donate, that's really appreciated because that comes up on the little
Yeah.
bar and that sees we're nearing our goal.
Yes, sir. Is there something else I can do for you?
Yes, there's something else you can do.
You can see there's an early one because Blue Guy's still looking a little bit awkward.
There, you can coach it.
What's with the chicken? Or is
He
that-
does look a bit chickeny, doesn't he?
Why not?
Wait, why is there a chicken there?
Well, no. Why is there a chicken?
Okay.
Are you looking at the same thing, or am
Clearly
I?
we're looking at a different skit then.
What distance are you at, sweetie?
We are at 4.7 kilometers. What you got on there? 2? 3? Oh, probably. Where'd you get a chicken? Clearly I need to... What's
Got a super chat for $1.99. I appreciate you guys and what you're doing.
Thank
Celebrate
you.
their 5th super chat on a live stream. Thank you, Carly.
I appreciate that, Carly.
Yeah.
We'll donate it all to... donate it all to... I'm going to drop him a fair bit.
Charlie's restaurant begins.
Sorry, what's timestamp are you at on that, darling? It will just require you to open the interact. What is the...
I don't know. Do you want to just come down?
Yeah,
here?
you
I'll-
come over and
You
take
bring
a
your
walk.
phone. You sync us up. and
Yeah,
I'll-
yeah, for sure.
on the treadmill for a minute.
Are you okay to step onto that,
I'll
darling?
be right.
You get my lovely lady in.
I don't juggle, guys. I'm sorry.
Hello. Let's see. I am at 1803. Where'd you get over to 14 here? I've been narrating the wrong thing.
Thanks, Charlie. Yes,
Oh, hey, Dashi, good to see you. What are your thoughts on the PBS show Nature Cat? It's a cartoon that stars a cat named Nature Cat, a dog named Hal, and a mouse named Squeaks, and a rabbit named Daisy. I'm sorry, I haven't seen the PBS show called Nature Cat. I'm very used to the old PBS. Oh my goodness, we just got a donation from Kevin Prophet, as my lovely lady goes. And let's see what the Kevin says. If Kevin says something, oh, we got a donation from Abby. I'm still getting used to how to do this. Nin's much better at this. I said Kevin, didn't I? Abby gave a donation of $2. Thank you so much, Abby.
Thanks, Abby. Give me some
I'm
bubbles.
to give us some bubbles. Yeah, that's it. Just sort of do a little bit of a yay. And next we have actually a donation from Kevin Prophet 2, who donated $20. Neither leave a
Oh,
message.
thank you.
But thank you so much, Kevin. Really appreciate that, Kevin and Abby, towards a great cause with the AFSP. Really appreciate it. Oh, Monique, you're very naughty. We really appreciate you, but we want you. We really appreciate you.
We love you,
but,
Monique.
but please don't, give more than you can. It's tough times. Thank you so much, though. Oh, message to Nin. If you're dealing with multiple responsibilities at once, then I guess you do juggle. Nin is so much better at.
Woo!
Thank you so much for $20 donation. And what distance are you at, beautiful?
4.94.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you.
So we're nearly at 5Ks, guys. Nearly at 5K.
4.95. I've changed my mind, says Blue Guy. Oh, and we have a super chat from Sakura Pedal Dance. Thank you so much, Sakura. They've just given a lovely sort of emoji, little gif. Thank you so much, Up Down Jess, who's given $13.99 Canadian dollars in super chat. Really appreciate that. As I said, I will put all the super chats towards the donations at the end, but if you are able to donate through a description, this is really motivating to us. We are currently at $296, so nearly hit that 300 mark. So just a $1 donation, that sort of thing, makes a huge difference. Really appreciate that. And yes, what is Blue Guy doing right now? Blue Guy is he's waiting for something. Oh, that's right, we're doing the soup. Oh no, wait, sorry, we're doing the alphabet soup. No, we're doing the sandwich here. The soup and the sandwich. We'll move ahead a little bit to because we've seen the alphabet soup. They gave the best quality ones here, so I wanted to move it ahead a bit. Mr. Johnson, says Keegan in the comments. Let's make sure I'm all up to date. Message to Nin. Responsibilities. She juggles much. Oh my goodness, we got another donation from America. Heck yeah. That's their name. Literal name. Appreciate you sacrificing your legs for a good cause. And the Trevor Project, shout out. I've got several LGBTQIA plus friends who have benefited a ton from it. Lots of support from America. Thank you so much. That's a $20 donation. Really appreciate that.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's just wonderful. Really appreciate you. Thank you, America. Thank you, America.
Thank you, America.
It's the Blue Guy, Strider. I guess you're never really too old to enjoy classic Sesame Street. You know, that was what I was thinking as I was making this Wing Weaver. I put up originally I had a bunch of different stuff on my playlist, and I was like, I quite enjoy just sort of doing Blue Guy and Grover. Oh, and what is your distance at, darling?
5.15.
Wonderful. We'll just update. We've hit the 5K mark. Doing great. Oh, thank you, Rally. Love your vids. Exactly, Wing. Let's see. Book Lover says, so I know from some of your videos you're somewhat of a gamer. Have you played Until Dawn? If so, did you watch the movie trailer that came out Thursday? What did you think? Which movie trailer are we talking about? And I've played To Dawn loads of times, Book. I'd love to say I haven't, but I have. I'm a gamer. Oh, I love this one. So basically, Grover's bringing in. Let me bring this up for you in case you want to take a look, Dal. Sorry, I was meant to sync these, and I got so caught up in.
You got distracted, didn't you?
You're better at multitasking than me.
This is why I do the computer, you guys.
This is why she does it, because she's better at it than me. I'm almost there. So basically, he's given him a grapefruit, which to this day I think looks really good. I don't want a grapefruit. For some reason, that grapefruit has always looked really delicious to me.
Look at his face. I saw a comment on in the chat like ages and ages ago about the Muppets' facial expressions, and I'm just like, I have to agree because like I said to Josh the other day, you know, like I just noticed that whenever they talk or you know try to reaffirm something, they just sort of shake their head and nod.
Better be fast.
Better be fast. It's just hilarious.
1 second, beautiful.
Oh, good. So am I.
There we go.
That is my unlimited job. Let us go together and I shall serve you.
And he's going off to work at Charlie's, obviously. There's a couple of repeats in here, sorry, that I really wanted to... Oh, and we've got a super chat from Bryden Gedney. Thank you very much for Canada $5. Do you watch animation more than live action, or is that just what you've built your channel around? What is your favorite movie show? Well, I will say that I probably watch live action a bit more. I actually tend to watch YouTube the most, where I'll watch like my favorite channels and that sort of thing, just my friends or my retrospectives, that sort of thing, at night. But I will say, what touches me more than anything is animation. Animation has a way of making me cry. I literally had real life events that make other people cry, but it doesn't make me cry. But what does make me cry is basically cartoons. I still cry at the end of Avengers Endgame every time.
Yeah.
I still cry at the end of Harry Potter. I'm just weird like that. So I will say animation touches me the most. I'm just going to double check. And props off to Nin, who's there keeping the distance going. She's doing really great.
5.4 kilometres so far.
Doing fantastic. 5.4 kilometres.
Yep.
Did you want me to take over for a bit, darling?
No, you're good.
You doing good? Okay,
Yeah,
great.
for a bit longer. You have some fun over there.
Yeah. Thanks for all the chat, Sky, and just keeping the love going. Now, this one is absolutely, definitely not Blue Guy's fault. 53% said the last few were Blue Guy's fault. I'm going to say this one, though, is absolutely Grover's fault because he's...
So what's going on in this one, darling?
So have you got Grover and Blue Guy? Yeah, you've got them there. He's pointing at the map. Basically, Blue Guy's late for a flight. And look at there, his flight is going now, and Grover's in his way, stalling him. And look, he's literally running. This one is the most his fault. He's literally getting in his way. So I always actually skip. This is the only one I actually skip because it's so Grover's fault. And I have missed a flight before.
Oh.
And I literally...
I've nearly missed a flight before.
I have literally had nightmares of... Well, I don't know if that really clarifies as a nightmare when you miss your flight, but I still miss my flight in my dreams to this day, and miss races.
Presume the flight's taking off there.
Yeah, it is. So he asked him, well, would you like a meal now? And yeah, I'd probably need a steady meal after that, yeah. And to get to see if I can get a replacement flight. Often they do that. They were really nice when I missed my flight.
Just love how they faint at the end of every one of these skits.
Yeah, every single one they
Hilarious.
faint. They kind of move away from it eventually, but for the first, 20 or so, they're always fainting. Can't remember what this one was. Oh, we got a Juzan made a donation of $5.40. Thank you so much, Juzan. Not an actual donation, but like a super chat. Really appreciate it. It's my turn to make a contribution. Glad to get a chance to support a great cause with Nin the Strider. Wahoo! Thanks so much. We'll do a little bit of bubbles just to say thank you for all the super chats. I will donate them towards the cause, but it's really helpful if you can put them through the link in the description. That's really helpful. Thanks, love. Lots of bubbles. What do you think will be the launch titles for the Switch 2? Already teased Mario Kart. That was from Book Lover. I'm honestly not sure. Oh my goodness. What? Has he got corn on the plate for you too?
Oh yeah, yep.
What kind of
Looks like it's
sandwich
corn
is-
on toast or something.
Corn on toast. I feel like
And you know, it's not like the corn off the cob on toast. It's actually corn on the cob on toast. Because you can obviously eat a corn cob, right?
I feel like in some ways it's Blue Guy. So, no, see, now he's bringing in the actual corn stalk. He says, well, you want it nice and fresh? Here you go. You can pick it yourself. But I'm just wondering, why does he keep coming back to Charlie's? What makes him think on his lunch break? He's generally clearly a hard-working guy because he's always
Wearing
like,
a suit and all
you're wearing
that.
a suit. He's always like, oh, I've only got 5 minutes. One time he literally walks out. And now he's getting completely fresh straight out of the, just freshly...
Oh, corn kernels, and he's dumping it all on the table. Why
all
not?
on the table.
Why not?
Oh, and now he's bringing out the chicken, of course. Yeah.
He looks. Oh yeah, that's why there's a chicken.
Now we understand. He asked for fresh
I get it now.
food. This is a good point, Wingweaver. He is their only customer. Miss Piggy would smack Grover silly. You know, this is most certainly true, Monique. Like,
You fool! This isn't what he was asking for. Let me do it myself.
Oh my god! And now he's got an egg in his hand. What the?
well, he wanted it fresh.
It's very fresh
Chicken's
that
eating
way. The only way it could be fresher if he just, held it straight from the chicken's bot.
This is a really good skit. I've missed this one of Grover and Blue Guy, and I've watched a lot of these.
Me on a piece of
Where the chicken is just like going at the corn.
What distance are you, beautiful? 5.5?
5.7. Oh, nearly 5.8.
Oh, that's great. Oh, we get the faint. Grover, also a superhero. Yeah, that's true. We have Super Grover as well,
Yeah.
who always crashes without fail.
Now what's going on here?
Oh, we got a donation, $5 from Autumn. Thank you so
Yay.
much, Autumn. Yay! You're making Nin dance and jump. Thank you so much, Autumn. You haven't left a message, but really
Thank
appreciate
you.
that donation. Thank you so much towards a great cause. So far, we've raised $296. That's
That
fantastic.
is awesome.
Oh, just wonderful. We're so happy to have raised some money towards this great cause.
Yeah.
We're so happy you have raised some money
Yes.
towards this great cause. And even if it's just $2 or $1, just a tiny donation makes such a difference towards the American Foundation of Suicide Prevention.
cheeseburger.
It's corn. That's just Piggy. What's happening in this one? Find out soon, I'm sure. Bring him something out.
Yeah.
The only thing I didn't calculate with this is, by the way, when we get to 300, I'll critique a Peppa Pig episode. Okay, chat wall's looking good. Thanks. Yeah, I set up and changed the chat wall around so it looks nice. Lots of corn emojis. Jenna asks the thoughts on Tom and Jerry's current state. I think it's I'm meh on it. I think I look at the new Tom and Jerry movie, which we legitimately walked out on. We
We did,
disliked
yeah.
it so much. So I'm not a big fan of the direction it's gone. Tom and Jerry Willy Wonka wasn't that far ago, and that was a really bad movie. But we have a donation from, Awesome Jacket Dude of $11.50. Thank you so much. I'm liking your comment too. Money for the suicide charity. Thank you so much, Awesome Chat Dude. Look, let's give some bubbles for that. I really appreciate that. Oh, that's wonderful. Towards a great cause. Awesome Jacket Dude. Ah. And popcorn, still corn emojis coming in. I gotta say, it's one of my favorite skits. He's like, it's gotta be fresh. It better be fresh.
Want it extremely fresh. Fresh from the garden.
And now he's dancing with the cleaners or something. It's one of those dancing skits.
We're at 6 kilometers, darling.
Oh, it's wonderful. Thank you. I'll just update that. 6 kilometers in, team.
Yep.
You're doing fantastic.
Oh.
Let me know if you get tired, beautiful, and
I'm all
I'll
good.
take over for you.
I'm all good.
Oh, so in this one, he actually gets a replacement waiter.
Oh.
So,
Who
Blue
is this guy?
Mr. Johnson is so happy because finally, despite the fact that he keeps coming into this restaurant for Jeebus knows why, and Grover's like, no, I'm going to take over this person. I serve Mr. Johnson. He is a regular customer here. So what they do is they decide, okay, let's both serve him. And, you know, a Blue guy, of course,
Because
is
what
like...
can possibly go wrong with 2 servings, right?
I don't know how they messed this up, seriously. You will not believe. Technically, they almost kind of sort of get this order right. But because you'll see in a second. Shy2 says, come down today and try some corn or we will redacted one of the funniest videos on YouTube. H the Lions, I'm from Michigan. How do you currently feel about Dragon Ball? Oh, I love the series. Watched the original Dragon Ball, watched Dragon Ball Z, watched Dragon Ball GT. I'm a big secret fan of Dragon Ball GT. So as you can see here, darling, have you got to the point where they're bringing out 2 orders?
Yeah. So one's got fish and Grover's got something else.
So they're bringing out basically everything. They're bringing out everything and not waiting to see what he actually wants. They're doing kind of the skit again. A second.
It's like they're competing with each other to find out what he actually wants, and now he's got a steak and something else from Grover, which I can't exactly see. Looks like a cake or something.
He brings about everything but what they want, so in some ways
He
they
doesn't wait until he's, you know, said what he wants. You can see Blue Guy's going, what the hell?
And they bring about... in this situation, this is the only time I feel like Blue Guy almost gets what he wants, because he could have gone, okay, well, I guess I'll pick this. Because there's one time Grover's like, we're out of everything. And so he says, like, we have milk. He says, okay, I'll have a glass of milk. He's willing to cater to a lot and deal with a lot. Charlie's clearly like, he's next door to Charlie's or something from his work. He's like, I know I get bad service here, but you know...
But it's so close,
it's so
convenient.
I feel like we've all been in that position before, where we're really close to a place, and, you know...
Kind of reminds me of going to Macca's.
Yeah, it's like Macca's. And
We all go there.
oh my goodness, we just got a donation. We got a donation for $20 from A-Rod. Thank you so much, A-Rod. Let's just do some bubbles. Hell yeah! How do you get the bubbles to not like to actually fly on the screen? There we go. Oh, that's great. Thank you so much for that, A-Rod. The Willy Wonka talk, they said, made me think of the musical our school's doing. I'm trying my hardest not to do the Peter Griffin hurt knee gag. You remember that, doll? I feel like you remember it. Also, I wonder if you have any...
on the table of...
What was that?
Shit on the table.
Look at all the crap they put on there. Wonder if you have anything to say about the Boondocks, because I've seen some footage of it in your videos. You know, I've never watched it, A-Rod. I've heard so many good things about it, but I just feel like I'm not the best person to cover that. I feel like, what's his name? Oh, there's another cartoon critiquer who does a much better job. He comes on Real Gym shows quite often and does a really good job, but I feel like a lot of the other cartoon community, I feel, would cover Boondocks better. So yeah, they're completely out of food here with Blue Guy.
Look at his face, he's just like, oh. Really?
I got everything I wanted, though.
I wonder if this guy ever actually eats anything. He just gets all this crap that he doesn't want.
Well, look at this. He gets spaghetti here, so he's got like a good bowl of spaghetti. Everything's technically gone okay at this one.
But does he want the spaghetti?
Good news, we've raised a total of $325 from the link in description.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think it's time we cover
Bit of Peppa Pig or something?
Peppa Pig. But first, you just skip ahead.
Sync it all up, darling.
Yep. So, hello. A beautiful lady here.
Ooh.
So here we'll see a little bit of the panda. Panda. This is my lovely lady. She's currently walking around.
Doing the trots.
With my 25Ks for the AFSP.
We're nearly at 6.5 kilometres, by the way, just so we know.
I probably haven't put enough juggling in here. We've just got Panda commercials at the moment.
What this panda's doing is just dumping all this crap all over the bench.
You know he's going to screw everything up.
Just waiting for him to go, oh yeah. Look at his face!
I feel like if they reacted in any way, it would take away from the fun of it.
Face. عامل لك معايا سندوتش جبنه؟
Look at his face! He's just standing there.
Yeah, no, I agree. That one was Blue Guy's fun. Have you seen this? Is a super chat from Cameron. Thank you so much, Cameron. Of $2. Have you seen the show My Name Is Earl? Yeah, I think it's an interesting one because it's a very simple premise. Panda. This is only one time where I feel like Panda goes. Well, I think he goes too far in many of them, but particularly too far in this one. My Name Earl, I think, is interesting because it's such a simple premise of just this guy trying to knock off his to-do list of people he's wronged and trying to pay them back. Totally ruins his TV here. Jeevers, he's going to take his drip feed. To answer some people asking about Nintendo Switch 2, I actually haven't seen the trailer yet. I'm going to be such a...
I actually have.
You have?
Yeah.
How did you see it?
Andrew showed it to me.
Andrew, of course Andrew showed it to you.
Yeah, no, I did see it. I don't know, like it looks interesting. I don't really know too much about gaming consoles, so to me it kind of looks the same, but
That's
not
the thing.
the same.
I'm getting that feeling as well from what I've heard. People are like, well, it looks the same but different. And I think it's because partially, one, Nintendo doesn't have to innovate anymore because they're so stupidly high.
Just jumping on it.
Jumping on it there. They're selling so well, but I also feel it's a safe move because the Switch sold so well, even better than the Wii at this point. So that's part of why they've done that, I think. And look, he's legitimately threatening him
Yeah,
here. He's just
he's just
looking at him like, you know you need that cheese.
You need more.
You get that cheese, or you'll pay. Can I juggle for a bit, love?
Yeah.
Awesome.
ميت اللهجة.
You okay? Yeah. Just thought I should give what I promised in the thumbnail.
Oh,
Gonna get my
all
legs
right.
moving
So
again.
I've actually seen this comment come up a few times, darling. People are asking, have you seen Sonic 3?
I'm so sorry. I haven't actually seen it. Originally, I was going to see it with one of Mum's support clients, but
Oh, dropped it.
I'm off to a great start, aren't I? I guess the thing, I've been thinking about this a lot, because I've said this to Nin a couple of times. Why don't I want to see this? Why aren't I as excited? I have been a Sonic fan my whole life. Ever since I was like 5. I still remember on my birthday going, I'm 6, as I was playing Sonic on the Sega Master System. And I realize it's partially because, like, it's very different to the Sonic I grew up with. The Sonic I grew up with has been around for, 30 freaking years, and the only one I find nowadays that represents that is basically the Sonic, arguably in the games sometimes, but also the Sonic in IDW, the comics. That's kind of my Sonic. And I feel like that Sonic, the Sonic in the movies is just a kid, and they're constantly calling him a kid. He's like, I'm happy, but I'm lonely, and I'm excitable, and that's not my Sonic, I guess. And so I'm really happy for all the joy the movies are bringing. I'm so happy to see my hero on the screen, but I just don't get as excited about this movie Sonic as everyone else. But I will say, every time we go to the store now, there's more merchandise. So basically going like, yay!
You got some merchandise for Christmas, actually.
I
Got
did.
got a water bottle and a lunchbox.
I got a Sonic lunchbox, which has been so nice. And now I just have all this lovely Sonic merchandise around my desk.
Yep.
And I'm just like, it just inspires me. And that's all I need. I just need to see Sonic to say, you know, yeah, I'm here. So I've actually got some skits in here of Grover and not Grover, Bert and Ernie, where basically, which one is this one? Let's see if we can pop on captions. Why are there
They
not
got
captions?
socks and crap everywhere in this one.
So basically in this one, Ernie is saying, imagine what it'd be like with oh God, he's made such a crap hole of the place. I think Ernie's basically like, oh, what would it be like if I didn't have Bert around? How would life be? And basically says, well, I wouldn't have to clean up after myself. But then it's a really good one for the kids to sort of think, well, at the same time though, I'd be lonely without Bert, you know? So there's pluses and minuses to not having the people you love around, you know? Like, yeah, there's less responsibility, but you also don't get to see your friend, you know? And I know while I was doing this, it kind of made me think about you and I and how much I'd miss you, but even then, like, I don't know, it's not a big deal to me to clean up after myself. Like, I clean up after myself anyway.
Yeah.
You know, you and I do the dishes immediately.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I saw that. And I don't know, I think it's a nice message for the kids, though.
Well, I'd be all alone at night.
I think we've got some people asking if you see Mufasa as well.
My mum saw it before me, actually. I guess I was so... Around the point of Beauty and the Beast live action, I stopped tuning in for the live action remakes, and I've heard Mufasa is a lot better than the Lion King remake, because I didn't even see the Lion King remake though, but it made so much money, I was like, I'm gonna try and... I'm gonna try and speak with the only weapon I have, my wallet. But with Mufasa, I do like that they're doing an original story there, and apparently the eyes are much more expressive on the animals, which is great, because the original one looked like something out of the live action remake, looked like something out of the Discovery Channel. Aha, we've got Peppa Pig.
Yep, we've got some Peppa
night.
Pig. We've just had some people asking about when Peppa Pig was coming up, so we got some
It's
Peppa
coming
Pig.
up right now. So basically this is movie night, where the poor adults are going to try and do Bacon Gal and get her movie night set up with all her friends, because who doesn't want to do a movie night with like 25-year-olds or 6-year-olds? Just a terrible, terrible night is planned, no doubt. And it is very much well covered. I honestly like Peppa Pig nowadays. Do you want to put the captions on, darling?
I can see them down here.
Okay, great, yeah. But I like nowadays that it is very self-aware show. I legitimately enjoy this show now, and that's kind of the thing I have said before many times. It's part of why I've done like 7 of these. You know, cataclysmically abysmal Peppa Pig episodes. And this potato guy is like the best hero. Like, take a look at this. So this is legitimately what you'd expect in a movie night. Kids are fidgeting and moving around everywhere, then everyone's suddenly like, oh, I need to use the bathroom. We all need to use the bathroom.
Will soon be arriving in America.
Going to America.
So we've gotten like 20 seconds into the movie so far. Oh wait, no, now they've got to stop because they want popcorn. Because, you know, what movie night is fine without popcorn? That's perfectly fair, you know. I can see the adults being like, pause it, we do popcorn.
It's been ages since Phantom Strider has talked about Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig is now wacky.
Oh, it's so good now. I legitimately enjoy these, and I will actually legitimately laugh at these. I mean, it was reaching that point when I was just getting out of them because people weren't watching them as much, me doing these reviews. But Potato Guy, for example, here, they're so invested in Potato Guy. But he's just doing things like, you know, catting a cat from a tree. No, I think it's even more boring a choice than that of what he does. Like, he lost... the carrot thing lost its hat. What will he do? Now everyone's talking over each other, so again... You know, I think they're managing it pretty well, though, so far. Like, they've gotten through, like, 20 seconds of the movie. Imagine having a giant potato flying around in the sky, just like, oh, can I help you, citizen? So now they've got to pause the movie again, because now they all need to use the toilet.
Yeah, because why not? So we've got a donation.
Oh, thank you very much.
So from Zach, who has donated $35.30.
Oh my
Thank you
goodness,
so much.
Thank you, Zach. Oh, that's such a big amount towards a cause. Thank you.
So Zach said, as a pre-everything trans male, I'm still around partially because of organisations like this. It's my turn to contribute back to those
Oh, Zach, thank
families and beyond, those beyond family and friends. Thanks for doing this. No, thank you. Thank you for coming on, and thank you for just being there for this cause as well. It's
you.
very
You're always
important
welcome
to
and
us.
wanted here, and thank you so much just
Absolutely.
for being here, just for showing up and saying hi. And so, in terms of basically her lunchbox is stuck. But don't worry, Super Potato is here to unstick it. It's like, I have my jar stuck. Like, this is their deeply invested movie. They've all come together to sit down and watch in the dark with popcorn. I feel like Avengers Endgame was a little higher investment than this.
Oh, we've got a super chat for $1.99 from Cameron.
Oh, thank you, Cameron.
I know horror isn't for you, but thoughts on Gremlins?
You know, I feel like such a joke. I've never watched it. I know about the scene with the gremlin in the microwave. I know that was really gruesome. I know it's a big favourite and sort of a cult classic in the community. I think the CG on what I've seen of them was quite... No, actually, no. I think they used actual, like, little puppets characters back then. It was so clever back in the day what they could do with basically using live action puppetry and stuff, and how much they had to sort of work around it when we didn't just have green screens and computers. Because a lot of us can still see with our brains, like when something is CG, and I just think there's something so authentic and beautiful to what the people like Spielberg could come up with back in the day. Like if a bridge had to break, they would legitimately break the bridge and have one shot to do it. And, you know, it's an extreme example, but it's amazing what they can do. Now, this in Peppa Pig, I feel so much for this this mother, because basically it's the most passive-aggressive episode of Peppa Pig I've ever seen, where the mother's like, yes, Granny's going to come live with us. And it's just like, yep, this is what's happening, and she's got all this stuff. And as someone who understands having a family of people who have way too much stuff, and your family just randomly saying, I'm going to move in now. Because basically the sheep was going, oh, we've got an extra room.
Just got another donation of $20 from Alec R. Borden.
Thank you so much.
They said, here you go, Phantom Strider. Thank you so much, Alec. Gonna get him, skippies and jugglies and...
Getting a little better at it. It's trying not to.
Giving him little challenges every single time we do one of
Every
these.
little challenge. Just give a quick drink. But I feel for with them moving all this stuff, I'm just like, it's almost just passive-aggressive, the episode.
We've got a question from Venom. Hey Phantom Strider, do you have the ability to sing? Can you sing, darling?
Let's see, what can I sing? What's a song? I don't know, what do people sing? Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. If you see a crocodile, don't forget to scream. Ah! No, so to answer your question, I can't sing. I was in the Australian Youth Choir when I was younger, but then puberty happened, so you know.
Oh dear.
Row,
Also,
row,
I
row
can't
your
really sing either. You don't want to hear me sing. I'm
To
thinking
be fair, she tries. She'll have this thing where she'll sing in Monica's voice. What unusual voice, and I don't know, sing Angel of Mine. Nice, not too loud.
Angel of mine. From I first saw you, I already knew.
Angel of Mine.
Angel of mine.
At first it was like a joke that she put this accent on, but I was like, you project so much better when we put this voice on.
Oh dear. Oh, my cheeks hurt.
now the sheep grandma's asking for a crafts room.
Oh,
And
dear.
just look at that exasperated expression on Mama Sheep's face. She's like, why me? Fortunately, they do have an attic.
What's this?
There are some fans here to see Hash Brown.
I feel for them in this episode.
Miss Rabbit. Miss Rabbit.
Like there's, and that's kind of what I like about these new Peppa Pig episodes. There's always something going on under the surface. It's very British that way, where they've got like, oh, I'm going to carry on with this and continue on, but not 100% on this. So they're still trying to be polite, but
You're too kind.
There's a lot of rabbits. Yes, there is.
a lot of rabbits.
Save the universe.
And why are they dressed as broccoli?
Wow.
Sure thing.
What
That's
are we on the
weird.
same episode?
We love
I don't know.
Oh no, we're looking at the wrong episode.
Probably.
How do we keep doing this?
for me.
I don't know.
I've been looking at the sheep episode. You guys should have told me.
Are we looking at the different list?
That's the home cinema. I'm at 39.
Did it.
How do you get to 39? It's like you're skipping ahead or something.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm not skipping anything though. I haven't touched it.
Yeah, okay, well, whatever. I'll skip ahead to 39 minutes. I have no idea why they're dressed as broccoli here. I guess we'll soon discover.
Here's a fun fact from Muppets Retro Fan. Did you
Yeah.
know that carrots are actually bad for rabbits?
Yes,
I didn't know that.
Apparently they have really high sugar. So they, I actually discovered this just the other day. So, rabbits can have them, but it's a surprisingly high amount of sugar because for us humans, because we're such big creatures. Oh no, it's all the way over there. Sorry.
Oh dear. Off he goes. See ya.
Hey, boy.
Yeah, I thought that rabbits enjoyed carrots too, Shadow, but you know, don't give it to them.
Yeah, and you know, obviously Bugs Bunny taught us. And oh, fun fact. Fun fact on.
He's getting frustrated, guys. This is hilarious.
Mel Blanc actually originally wouldn't actually eat carrots because he didn't get that good crunch out of them. I think he ate capsicum instead, which gave a much better crunch.
I mean, capsicum is pretty crunchy and yummy. I do like capsicum. Just saying.
I've got Mrs. Carrot. Help.
So, are they watching the potato movie here, darling? They go to the potato cinema?
I don't know. They've got yes, they are. Yes. There's a potato cinema for whatever reason.
Because we just didn't have enough of the giant potato on the screen.
Yeah.
I like that they've legitimately brought along little potatoes and carrots to the cinema. Like these represent our favorite character. There's an element of innovation here. I do appreciate this potato.
Oh god. I have to comment on the animation style of this. It looks so childish. I just don't like it.
And like, I love the fact when they're watching a movie within a movie, the animation
Yeah.
gets even worse.
Yeah.
Where we're literally just watching like little dots and drawings and circles.
The projector.
No.
Say projector.
Imagine if we watched a movie within a movie within a movie. Oh, look at it. And this is kind of the fun thing about Potato Head, is like he's constantly doing these things which are so trivial.
Times a day.
And it's like everyone just reacts with such, oh my goodness, look what he did.
Superhero to us, Miss Rabbit.
Oh, we are just about at 8 kilometers
Oh,
down.
okay. Let's
Making
update
good
that.
progress. What were we at?
We were at 6, but now we're going to go to 8.
Yeah.
Save that.
It's about to be rescued again.
Just coming up to 100 minutes. We've done well.
Super potato.
Did someone say my name? I am on my way.
Why are they watching a movie about a potato?
Got stuck in the mud.
By the power of vegetables.
I just had a horrible feeling.
Yeah.
Am I looking at the actual calories burned, or am I looking at the actual distance? No, keep going. Oh my goodness, it stopped. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there we go. Okay, I've
He's
got it
having a
going
break,
again.
guys. He's having a break.
No, I'm not.
Remember to eat your 5.
There we go.
You see what the original Mr. Potato Head toy looks like. It's horrifying. Have you seen it, darling? I haven't seen it.
The original Potato Head toy.
Yeah.
You know, I remember back in the day when Toy Story was a thing. That was the only reason I looked it up. I was like,
Potato Man could solo Thanos.
What was that?
Barbara Brummel says Potato Man could solo Thanos.
Totally. Oh my goodness! And like Potato Guy actually shows up. That would be legitimately cool to see on the screen if like Potato Man or like a character you're watching just shows up in front. Like whoa. Well, I guess, you know, Potato Man probably wasn't hugely expensive to get to come down to the cinema. He's a freaking potato. And apparently can fly.
This movie just makes me want to eat the heroes.
I will say that, it does legitimately
It does, yeah.
make me hungry for potato.
Oh, man.
Let me see if I can get the actual...
Get a side of bacon.
465. Where's the actual distance? Oh, okay. Love, what distance did I say we've done?
8 kilometers?
I'm wrong.
Why?
I'm wrong. We've done 11.4 kilometers.
Okay. Ooh,
So we're actually doing really well, guys.
way more. 11.4?
Yeah, I was looking at the calorie. God, I had to screw it up some way, didn't I?
That's okay. We got there. We got there. Have you ever seen the puppet show Thunderbirds, darling? This is from Muppets Retro Fan.
So many years ago, Muppets Retro, did I see Thunderbirds when I was like 7. They used to show it in shorts, but that takes us way back. Do you ever see Thunderbirds, love?
I did actually, and
Thunderbirds are gold.
it always creeped me out for
Yeah,
some reason. Like
me
it was
too.
just legitimately creepy.
Oh, those faces.
Yeah, just really, really uncanny and just weird. And
Uncanny
but I guess
Valley.
that was how it was then, you know.
Well, that's it. Is it's so old? 1950s, 60s. It's a fascinating. I find it very interesting in how unique and creative it is. But like, it very much is something that's. It's a bit like doll faces. Dolls were such a collection item. You look at old dolls back now, and you're like, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
that thing's gonna be the star of the next horror movie. And they often are now. Like the killer doll is such a cliche because they look so creepy.
Yeah, we've got a super chat here from Vivian at $4.99, and Vivian said she'll donate more to the link if you watch Food Fight. America, heck yeah!
I don't know, do we have Food Fight on there?
I don't know.
I'll worry about it later because if I
Yeah.
take a breather and you do the walking for a bit, I'll take a look.
Yeah, got another super chat from Robbie Lugos at $1.99. Heard of
We'll
cat?
get copyright hit though.
Huh?
We'll get copyright hit though, I just realised if I
Yeah.
do put Food Fight on.
Heard of Cactus Malpractice? Favorite weird song?
What was their name, sir?
Robbie Lugos.
Thank you so much, Robbie. Cactus Malpractice.
I've not heard of that.
Is that a
one.
movie or?
No.
No one knows.
No.
That's what makes the game.
What is that? What is Cactus Malpractice? Is that a movie? I'm gonna have a look it up. I'm curious. Curious on that.
You can't look inside the parcel. That's cheating.
Okay, I'll unwrap it using super strength. So, do I win?
Oh, we're doing well for distance, guys.
Yeah.
Can't use X-ray eyes or super strength.
That reminds.
I'm a superhero.
Okay.
Want to stay at the party? You'll have
He's
to
getting upset, guys.
Ah!
Okay, I promise not to use my super.
Josh beat Potato Man.
now. It's time for the
That's from Jade Synth.
Well, I guess I get like a spud grinder or something. I turn him into mashed potato.
Don't worry, George. Here's another one.
What's the worst piece of media you've seen, honey? No matter what it is, film, TV, show, music,
Worst
books.
piece of media. Gee, that's a tough one. Oh, it's too vague. I'd have to say, what's the worst piece of television I've seen? Obviously, you know my worst anime is shoujo. Worst cartoon. Ren Seeks Help is still pretty bad. I talked about that one in animated worst cartoons and sort of fixing them, how I'd improve them. I'd say that's still one of the worst. Gee, yeah, that's a tough one.
Hello, Carlos Fox.
Hey,
to both you
Carlos.
and your mum. Hello, hello.
Can I take a toilet break, darling?
Yeah.
Thanks very much. be right back. Just taking a quick toilet break.
Laser eyes to pop the
Oh, so what do we got? Potato guy here. Never breaks a promise, apparently.
I know.
So, just trying to catch up on what's happening on Peppa Pig here. We got Rabbit is flying up for some reason with a helium balloon by the looks, and the potato guy is going to catch him. So, I don't know the names of these guys on this show. I don't watch it. I think that this show is absolutely redonkulous, to be honest. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't like the animation style. It's way too childish for me. It's way up, way after my way before my time, I should say, because I'm 38 years old. I, didn't watch much animation even as a kid, to be honest, but this kind of stuff, I just wouldn't have watched anyway. It just seems too childish for me, but that's just my opinion though. I don't know. Now they're ruffling, darling. Yeah, they literally fell on the floor and rolled on the floor laughing. Rolling on the floor laughing. Now they're on a cruise ship. It's a different episode. They're on a cruise ship.
Dinosaur breakfast eggs have spots on them.
I think we should have some breakfast. Ooh, a dinosaur breakfast. Ooh. Can you imagine that? That's kind of like These dinosaurs. It's a dinosaur. Oh dear.
Why not just my beautiful lady jump up for a sec?
Yeah.
And I'll just have a drink. Where are we at? Can you what can you see on yours? What do you see on yours? Oh yeah, I see where you are. That's right.
Where does it say the distance on this now, darling? Oh, 11.4.
Oh yeah, I think that's it. Wait, does it still say 11.4?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Well, I'll fix that in a sec. I just want to say thank you so much because we've just reached $400 in money we've raised for AFSP. That is just wonderful. Have I missed any donations there? Alec we've got a donation again from Monique. Thank you so much, Monique. But again, just we really appreciate it. But please, you're already a patron, and I so much appreciate you. You're already funding me and Nin taking the time to do this, and I so appreciate that. But Monique says, Potato Man's ultimate weakness is somewhere between a friar or an Irish person. Oh yeah, the Irish back in the day used to have so many potatoes.
Can you do some bubbles, darling?
Thank you so much, Monique. Thanks for reminding me, darling.
Yay! Bubbles! 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 It's the bubbles! I like your bubbles!
Thanks, darling. I think they're on a cruise ship here.
Yeah, they are. They're on a cruise ship. So how do we figure out what the kilometerage is on this? Because this is like static. Right, it's like not doing anything.
It's not moving. It's worrying me.
I think it was right before, to be honest.
I don't know because technically, actually, you might be right
because that's creeping up. I think that's correct.
8.7. Yeah. I thought it was calories.
No.
Because that's probably calories right there. Okay, so it's probably 8.7.
So you're probably gonna have to change that back.
Well, that's I'm sorry, I screwed up. We're doing well though.
You suck at this. No.
Yeah, I really do. We're just going to say 9 kilometers. We're very close to 9 kilometers, so we're doing really well. Run, Strider, run.
Run, Strider, run.
I'm going to have a quick yogurt, then I'll jump back on and start juggling again.
This needs to take a break, apparently.
Blood sugar is just dropping in my head, isn't it?
Not coping.
What's your name?
Oh, thank you.
Shadow's got the right idea over here.
Yeah, Shadow's snoozing on the couch. Oh, thank you, Cameron. Thoughts on Deadpool and Wolverine movie? I didn't see it. I'm not a big fan of Deadpool. I don't think Nin's a big fan. You're not a big fan?
No.
You ever seen it? Or...
Oh, look, I've seen bits and pieces of Deadpool. I quite like humorous movies and everything like that, and really weird sort of interludes in whatever it is that they're doing. But I don't know, like I feel like sometimes with Deadpool it does take it a little bit too far.
Yeah, I guess that's why it's an R-rated movie.
Yeah.
I feel
But
like
I
we're a
mean,
bit
you know,
too
like
old for the humor.
if you like that, then that's
Yeah, if
fantastic.
you like that,
like
it's good.
but it's just not my cup of tea.
Oh my goodness, they named this episode Hippies. Are you watching the Hippies episode?
No. Oh, I'm still watching a cruise ship
My little ones.
over here.
I'll just move mine back slightly.
Granny is playing another little
There.
Hippies. Now it's starting.
Hippies.
Hippies,
Okay,
yeah.
we're right on now.
Pepper and George have come to
Okay, I'm gonna let Nin switch over. I'm gonna do my job.
Hello, Pepper and George.
Hello, my little ones.
Okay. I'm all good, love.
Is playing
So,
another little
we've got the Hippies episode here, so... Whoa! Goodness, I'm on to a terrible start.
Reenactment of an ancient time.
But you just pick them up and you keep going.
So, I'm dressed as a
I'm dressed as a hippie. I'm surprised they are... This feels like such an odd thing for them to address.
Hippies loved colourful
Hippies wear colourful clothes. There's something else they do which they are very very carefully avoiding mentioning. There's a bit more to the hippie movement than colourful clothes. They also have free friendship, let's say. Free very physical friendship. Oh, that's right. They're actually legitimately saying hippies call people square. So clearly, Peppa's grandparents are boomers, or hippie boomers, or maybe around that period. That seems about accurate for Peppa's age, baby boomers.
my velvet bell-bottom trousers.
In their beautiful, colourful clothes.
Fun after all.
Clearly, I needed a bit of blood sugar because my head's just in the right space again. Sorry, we'll have Nin back at the chat in a sec. She's just taking a breather. Take your time, darling. No, take your time. Just have some beans. We're doing this live stream on canned beans and yogurt.
Oh, yeah. All right, so we're back in here. Oh, I don't know what the total was when you were last sitting here, darling, but we've reached $420.50
Wonderful. We must
in
have had a new
donations.
donation.
So we must have had some new donations. So
Yeah.
the last one was from Monique, and I'll just
Find out the next
refresh
person.
this.
Yes, hippies did play music.
Yeah,
Very loudly.
so we did get a new donation from Zach
Oh,
at
Zach, thank you.
$20. So hey, look, I found some more change. Also, have you heard of a cartoon called Invader Zim? That
Oh, you
show is
bet I've
my
heard of Zim.
lifeblood.
Hey, Zach, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Oh, that's great. Really helps towards the cause. Yeah, I watched Zim back in the day. I actually put it as my best Nickelodeon movie back in the day. I don't know if I'd put it as my favorite now. I'd probably put Legend of Korra as my favorite Nickelodeon show now. But Zim was very much a something of the times of the 2000s, kind of edgy sort of time and movement, but at the same time, it was very much the product of a specific creator. It feels very, it's not very corporate feeling. It feels like it was kind of always pushing the edges, and because of that, it did give us some really creative episodes. And the other thing is, Zim is just such a character, and his voice actor has such a unique voice. You'll recognize his voice actor in Hell of a Boss if you watch that web show. No, huge fan of Dib, Gaz, Zim, obviously. But certain episodes I was like, yeah, I could have done without you taking the brain out of that kid or taking their head off or something like that. Sometimes I felt it pushed it a little too far, but at the same time, like, it was a cult classic and still is, you know, for a reason. Legitimately fantastic show. The animation was beautiful. The use of CG was beautiful. Basically, if you haven't seen it, Zim is an alien who comes to Earth and has a mighty need to do everything. He has a very strong way of speaking and is very memorable, but honestly has no way to... just can't quite figure out how to take over Earth. He's just too incompetent. He gets close a few times.
Hippies love jumping up
Got a
and
question
down.
from Muppets Retro Fan. Have you ever
Muppets.
seen NG Benji? It's such a cute and chaotic show.
NG Benji. No, we watched Benji when we were kids. Do you remember Benji? No,
Yeah.
wait, that was Milo and Otis.
Oh yeah, Milo and Otis, yeah.
It was so bad rewatching it. Haven't seen NG Benji though, sorry.
National Day. When we celebrate
Gillian Felix has asked, have you ever watched KIF before?
What was it called?
KIF.
Kip.
KIF, as in K-I-F-F. KIF.
George
K-I-F-F.
K-I-F-F.
is
Not heard of it?
I haven't heard of that one.
Haven't
so
heard of
gee,
that one,
quite a
sorry,
disappointment.
Japan.
I Shy 2, have you ever seen Moral Oral?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, from what
Actually,
I hear.
one of my editors, Shade X, did a full
Yeah.
coverage of the series, and basically talked about it. As you know, I'm a secular humanist, so I find it very interesting. I find it a little bit triggering, as at times I did grow up in a very religious Catholic environment, to see it because it is so heavily intense, and I've seen the effect on communities, particularly in America, that heavily religious upbringing can bring, and it feels like indoctrination to me. Sorry, that's just me. As someone who grew up with it and decided to become atheist and secular humanist, it was tough, and so I find it a very difficult watch, but I do try and keep a nice... and I think Moral is a respectable character. I mean, Oral is a respectable character because he's this kid with all these very strongly traditional people around him, often in an abusive environment, but it's a beautiful final episode because he doesn't create that environment. He sticks to what he believes, what they believe, and his interpretation is. And I love episodes like the Buddhism episode where he essentially kind of converts to Buddhism but still pretends to believe, and I think that was really interesting. So yeah, I think it's got a lot to say, Moral Oral, and it's one of my favorite of the Adult Swim shows because it did have so much to say, but it's a tough watch at times, a really tough watch. It's in clay, but somehow that makes it even more intense than if it was in animation. There's things they can do that feel so much more gruesome than if it was in animation, so yeah.
I've seen a lot of people asking, what are your thoughts on Sonic Prime?
Sonic Prime, I watched the first season, and I thought it was really good. I was quite a fan, actually. Oh, you know what we should totally do? I just realized we should watch a bit of Sonic Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog on what do you call it? Wild Brain. Just a couple of episodes. No, I like Sonic Prime. It was fine. It's a good watch. There's nothing wrong with it. Sonic feels in character. It feels very safe, but very in character. I love the incorporation of Shadow. I like how he's still clearly an ally with Sonic, but at the same time he's still very frustrated at the situation. He feels very true to the character we get nowadays, and yeah. No, and I love the different settings as well. I love the pirate setting with Knuckles. I love the forest setting. The way the show relatively seamlessly jumps through dimensions into all these different settings. I will say I'm not that keen on having like 7 different Robotniks of different types and like all of them sort of being a pain in Sonic's rear. I would have been fine with one Robotnik. You know, I find like 5 different Robotniks looks pretty freaking stupid. So I will say that's my least favorite part of it. I really like the element though of Sonic going to different dimensions. I think that's really cool.
Monique has given a super chat here for $5. Thank you, Monique. Monique has said, did you see Penguins of Madagascar when it was still on Nickelodeon?
Oh, it's been so long. I'm sorry. It's been so many years. I remember them being quite obnoxious penguins.
Wonderful display of togetherness.
But yeah, what we might do is we might switch to Sonic, as I don't know, there's not a ton I can say on these Peppa Pig episodes. So if you switch over for half a second, darling, I'll
Do you want to come over here?
yeah.
Children, next week there won't
There's a couple of super chats there if you want to
Yeah, for
shout
sure.
them out too.
Chomanda. Oh, hey, Chomanda. I believe actually Charmander is one of my patrons. Thank you so much for donation, and thank you for sponsoring this. Wouldn't be able to do this if not for you. The Peppa Pig needs more MLG edits, they say, but so far pretty interesting. Also, opinion on Sonic 3, the movie, not the games. I'm sorry, Charmander, I actually have skipped the Sonic 3 movie so far because I was meant to see it with one of my clients, my support worker clients, but I haven't actually ended up seeing it with them yet. Again, I really love the fact that the Sonic movies are happening, but it's just not the Sonic I grew up with. As someone who's been with Sonic and been a huge fan of Sonic for pretty much his whole life, 33 years or whatever it is. And it's just the IDW Sonic, the one we get in the comics, is the Sonic I know and the Sonic I recognize. And it just feels like a very different Sonic, the one we have now. So I struggle with that a little bit. See if I can get up. So let's see what we've got next on here. Let's get a quick commercial from Trunk Monkey. I mean, the
Gorilla Super
the Gorilla.
Brush for edge-to-edge coverage and nozzle for precise application all in one. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Let's get Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. How you feeling, beautiful?
I'm doing alright.
Now, let me know if that's too loud for you. We're starting, of course, with... I've basically watched all of these, so should be interesting to see how my opinions changed on them. I watched these religiously growing up. Now, let me know if the audio output is too loud. I'm going to put it at a minus 25, because I feel like it's probably going to be quite loud. And alright, I'll just put this on my phone. Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. And you are at 47 seconds. There we go, 55. There we go.
You're all good?
You got Sonic there. Alright, let me get my juggling balls. Thank you. Oh, and do we want to update our distance? We're just about at 10 kilometers. So this is actually the first episode of Sonic the Hedgehog. We're basically introducing Sonic and Tails. This is basically the first Sonic cartoon we ever had. Voiced by Jaleel White, and Tails, I'm not sure of their voice actor, but they did a good job. At this point, this might be very different to the Sonic you recognize, but this is Sonic I grew up with, and as I said, this was Sonic as a kid to me, and Sonic's kind of grown up now into the IDW comic Sonic. This was Scratch and Grounder. These two were basically the bumbling fools who constantly try to capture Sonic, but of course can't. So he tells them a story about how they first met. Oh, and darling,
Yeah.
I was going to say, do we want to just mention the numbers in the Be Right Back?
Yep. So basically the numbers that you see there are basically if you're feeling vulnerable and would like to talk to someone or know someone who would like to talk to someone, these helplines are available at any time.
Audio, yep, that's good.
For anyone in America, the 988 helpline is available 24/7 and is free and confidential. The 988lifeline.org is the crisis hotline available to all Americans and has a text chat option as well. If you are LGBTQIA+, there is also the Trevor Project with counsellors online available 24/7, and you can reach a counsellor by calling 678-678 or by calling 1-866-488-7386 or via chat at the trevorchat.org. The link is all in the description. For those not in America or Canada, Help Guide is also an excellent source for finding warm line or hotline in a few clicks. Helpguide.org is in the description as well.
Absolutely. I've tried the help guide myself, and it works really well. It can, even from Australia, I was able to find some helplines available to me. So if at any time you are feeling uncomfortable or vulnerable, or know someone who is, there's something available for you in the description. And as Doug says, he literally tattoos hate into his teeth. He hates Sonic so much. This is one of my favorite skits with Sonic, because he's literally in the audience saying, "Oh yeah, screw this guy." You got something to say, what?
Just have to shout out to Cell. Cell has donated $50. Thank you so much.
Sal. Appreciate you. Oh, that's great.
Do some good skipping there, darling, if you can. Just don't fall through the wall. Yeah. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Cell. We really appreciate that. We did have some super chats as well. The Mage Maniac has given $2. What was something that you loved to do as a child, they've asked?
Something I love to do as a child. I love to go bike riding in the forest or in the backyard. I love to play in the playground. I loved games. I love to play 3D Movie Maker. As you might have seen from me recently doing those stupid Caillou videos, I've actually made a couple more of those. I enjoyed them so much. I just haven't released them yet because I don't want people thinking, "What is he just doing stupid Caillou shorts now? What the hell? I'm unsubscribing or watching even less." So I loved doing games as a kid. I remember Abe's Odyssey was one of my favorite games. So I have a lot of good memories of that series. I loved. Bicycling was really fun. I loved running around. I was a boring kid. Liked my Lego as well. Liked playing with Lego as a kid too, setting up little buildings and stuff. I had a Lego sort of feudal kits were really popular back then, like castles and stuff. Now this is half the fun, I've got to say, with these Sonic skits is you'll never see anything like it, because Sonic never actually solves anything with violence. Despite him having a giant buzzsaw, he mostly just uses it for sawing through, like, inanimate objects. But, like, he'll tell them, hey, he'll dress up like a clown and say, hey, come through here for a super show, and send them off a cliff. So he's still being violent, technically, setting them off a cliff.
Just giving Starblaze some bubbles, just so that you know that the bubbles are still here.
Thank you, Starblaze. Sorry, Starblaze, we forgot. But it's actually quite unique and creative animation. You really have no idea. Like, the background looks like absolute crap, but like you just have no idea what's going to happen in these cartoons. And I've watched all the Sonic cartoons, and like I grew up with Sonic Saturn, and as a kid I thought, oh, these are the best thing in the world, because they were so serious and took Sonic so seriously. Made by the same company, Geek Animation, but at the same time I come back as an adult and I'm like, I like these, because I really have just no idea what to expect. Look, now he's William Tell. Why is he William Tell? Mm-hmm. This is so creative. He dresses up like William Tell and puts an apple on his head, so he can go after the apple and knock over the tree, which inadvertently causes the robot to get a tree on top of it, and gets an apple slice out of it, and advertises that apples are healthy eating at the same time. So, like, there's so much done there, like, that you just never would see in any other Sonic cartoon. Like, I really like, for example, the Sonic, in Sonic Boom. I think that's a great Sonic. I think some of the dialogue in that is really clever and really funny, and it's its own unique thing. And in the same way, this Sonic Wild Brain is really creative and unique. Also, let us know if that's too loud with Sonic. If that's sort of taking over the microphone.
Haven't seen any comments about it, darling.
Okay,
so
cool.
Should be pretty good.
So basically, at this point, Robotnik is trying to basically make Scratch and Grounder, and this is his little machine. He's tossing in all sorts of horrible things, except to make them smart, which definitely doesn't work out. Sorry, drop my balls.
Dropping his balls, guys.
Yeah. And yeah, this is a little machine to make them, and somehow the books just didn't help. They're not bright. These are the stupidest robots you'll ever see. The robots Eggman has now are so much smarter. Geez, I can't even remember their names. His two main robots. We are at 10.5, by the way.
Ooh,
Doing well.
10.5. So there is a super chat here, darling,
Oh, thank
from
you very much.
Nutter the Butler for $1.99, and they are asking about what your thoughts are on Mr. Enter. I'm not sure.
I don't know, what can I say? I haven't watched him in years.
Yeah.
I guess at first I was very motivated when I started on YouTube 10 years ago. Basically not by Mr. Enter making good videos, but by the fact that he gave such a sort of angry opinion. I don't like the fact that he doesn't talk to his fans very much. I understand he's on the spectrum, and that's part of why I wanted to show people on the spectrum can be friendly, can be kind. The cartoon community can be represented as more than this. We can be a friendly, fun bunch. We can have strong opinions, but at the same time we can be friendly to fans, and that's why to this day, a bit like, it's part of why I'm inspired by Tom Kenny. He legitimately says, like, I won't be able to do a sort of like a panel this year because I want to spend my time individually with each person, and I try to individually respond to comments, make sure we can do things like this, and show that just because we're on the spectrum doesn't mean we have to be really opinionated and kind of sometimes very abrasive. And if you enjoy that strong way he talks, that's okay. As long as you're friendly to other people and kind to other people still, I think that's really important. And I wasn't a fan of, there was a period where he was saying some very bad misinformation, misusing his personal platform, and I didn't like that, but he said he's gone back on a lot of that, and people have said that's not a thing anymore. So if you're curious of my opinion on Enter, I think he's fine. Obviously I worked with him in the past when we were much earlier stages before the misinformation stuff, but I have nothing against him personally. I wish him all the best. No, nothing against him at all. Just, yeah. And I hear he's doing good cartoon reviews. I don't personally watch him. I don't watch much of the cartoon community. So I tend to watch, you know, the only cartoon community I can think of that I watch is Real Jims and Lydia. Occasionally I tune into Johnny Ticello's. He does really good work. I really like his reviews, and I drop my balls again. That sounds so bad whenever I say it. But yeah, no, in general, that's my opinion on that. Yeah. So what's happening here is we've also been introduced to Coconuts, who is basically how do you describe Coconuts? He's always in second place. He's always like a second fiddle, and is always like doing cleaning duty and that sort of thing, trying to improve his lot in life, but he can just never get ahead. But he comes up with some of the most creative plans, and is very much a self-made person, and that's what I really like about him. He gets all the stuff together, and you'll find he doesn't just use Robotnik's tools. He'll find his own tools he puts together. Look at this, he's got a chili dog stand here, which secretly is a giant robot, which he basically pulls out himself and gets. Look at it, it literally pulls the ground apart.
Oh, we just got a super chat here from Chomander123 Gaming for $5.
Oh, thank you again, Chomander.
Yeah.
I think you're already if you are my patron, I think you're already sponsoring this, so thank you so much. Just you being here and saying hi means so much already. Thank you so much, though, Chomander.
Yep, so Chomander has asked, for a fun and simple question, do you prefer pancakes or waffles?
I'm going to say pancakes. I really like pancakes. Even the picture is going that. I really like pancakes, but it's really special when you go to like a waffle stand and get some with maple syrup. Which do you prefer, Del?
I personally like both, but I will always go for a pancake over a waffle. Just simply because, I don't know, pancakes, cake, I love cake,
Yeah.
It's in the name.
True.
But yeah, like I do enjoy both, and you can dress them up however you want to. You can make them with berries and ice cream, I guess, and whatnot. And
Oh, yeah,
they
ice
just
cream and
taste so
pancakes.
good. Tremander also asked in the same super chat,
Yep.
can you juggle 4 balls?
I can, but I knew I dropped them 1,000,001 different times. In fact, Charlie, my animator who did the picture on this, they originally put in 4 balls, but I was like, yeah, but I feel like that's lying if I do that, because I'll probably be doing 3, because you can see how much I'm dropping 3 while walking, yet alone 4. And it's partially because I am concentrating on other things like the video in front of me and trying to chat and that sort of thing, and I'm a horrible multitasker. As you can see by Min, who's much better behind the console, who's an exceptional multitasker. I'm better at just juggling and watching the vid and chatting and commentating and answering questions. Coconuts tried, but not much luck. We're doing well, love. We are at 11 kilometers.
Ooh,
and we've been going 2 hours and 13 minutes.
11 kilometers. Let's go save on that.
Just a reminder, guys, if you do want to make a donation, do so in the description if you can. Any donations will at the end be put towards, by me, that will super chat, towards the cause, but it's much more convenient if you can put them in the description, even if it's just $2 or something like that. We'll read you out, we'll do bubbles and that sort of thing. It means so much to us. But if you are here just to say hi, that's okay too. You know, just good to have you just here, say hi and talk to us and keep us company as we get through 25k.
So we've got a question here from Doothan Spy Dragon. They've been trying to ask, what do you think of the HTTYD, the 9 realms?
HTTYD, how to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah.
See, I've seen up to the New World. I'm not as big a fan of the New World as a lot of other people. I know a lot of Rotten Tomatoes users gave it like 90-ish%. It was really popular. I went and saw it and I was okay. I prefer the originals a lot more because we kind of have the new concept there, but I would say of all the DreamWorks movies, I actually mentioned this in my worst and best DreamWorks movies, How to Train Your Dragon is probably my favorite because it's all about, I just love the main character, I think he's called Hiccup, because he's got this like arm that he's literally severed his arm and he's had to be, he's all about sacrifice, and I really like that about, like, say, a movie like Shrek or something like that, where it's not about having a perfect ending, it's about compromise. And I talked about this a little bit in Worst and Best Shrek movie, is that's something that DreamWorks has been doing way more years than, much more adult messages than Disney in some ways, in that you look at something like Wish, it's a real extreme example, you know, but they just don't do the level of compromise. Like, Fiona and Shrek won't both become perfect looking humans. They'll both decide to be ogres. And that they don't really care if they look beautiful or not to the rest of the world. What matters is they love each other. And I think that's a really beautiful message. And with How to Train Your Dragon, even though he's lost his arm, he still loves his dragons, because I think he lost his arm to a dragon, but he still loves his dragons, and he's a diplomat, and I think that's really cool. He's always trying to find a peaceful solution, and often has to make sacrifices and sometimes can't. So yeah, I think How You Train Your Dragon, as well as looking really pretty, freaking pretty, it's just a fantastic series from DreamWorks, one of my favorite. Really captures what I love about the DreamWorks.
Yeah. Just going to read out a couple of super chats for you. So we've
thank
got one from Cameron B for $1.99 and one from Kismet E for $4.99. And Cameron's actually asked, have you seen the movies Cats Don't Dance?
Oh, years ago, I can barely remember it. I remember the villain girl is actually one of the most interesting characters in it, though.
Just because.
Yeah. I wish I wasn't so busy because I would put the donations towards that, but it's really helpful if you can do the donations through description. Just $2 or whatever, it makes such a difference. Because super chats I'll have to put through later, but thank you anyway. I really do appreciate any donations towards American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, AFSP.
And Kismet has asked, have you checked out Nor the Trails? It's a cute Muppets nature show.
Nor the Trails.
Yeah, so Nor the Trails.
I haven't heard of that one. Is that like a new animated movie or a new
It's a
cartoon?
Muppets nature show, apparently.
A Muppets nature show?
Yeah.
You know, I've just been watching the
Interesting sounding.
Muppets
Yeah, you did,
recently.
didn't you?
I've just been watching the new Muppets movie, series recently, Muppets Live, and I got through about 2 episodes and I was like, this isn't quite working for me. It's weirdly awkward. I don't know what it is. I know Muppets in general is a very awkward series, but it's just, I guess that is like the new audience though, because I don't really enjoy the awkwardness of some of the new characters in the Muppets, Muppets Now, I think it's called, on Disney+. So I ended up going over to Muppets in Treasure Island. I was like, damn, this is a good movie. Like, the sets are so pretty. It's all set like Treasure Island on boats and stuff, and there's a little bit more of an edge to it, and it kind of reminded me how much I missed that Muppet edge. There's bones and dead characters and dead Muppets and that sort of thing. I was like, this is really cool.
Oh, we got another super chat from Monique.
Thanks, Monique.
$5. Imagine cats don't dance AMV with the song I Don't Dance from High School Musical too. It's lost in the chat here somewhere, but I did actually see a very interesting question for you, honey. Someone was asking whether or not you do another video about banned books, because they found that really interesting. We'll get to that.
Sorry. What was that about? What was that about banned books?
So we had a question, I can't remember who it was, I'm so sorry, but it's kind of lost in the chat now, but I did see it come up. They were asking whether or not you would do another video about banned books.
Oh, okay.
Or talk about banned books again.
I'd gladly talk about banned books again. It's probably one of my most
Musical
disliked
Mer it
videos,
was. Thank you, Musical Mer.
I thought it was a very interesting subject, but very heavy and difficult. I really didn't enjoy talking about Mein Kampf or researching it or reading some of it. It was just very unpleasant. And the one on basically how to set, weapons and all that sort of thing, very unpleasant. And just the pure, it was very disheartening for my picture of America, and I felt like it was too distressing and unpleasant, but I also really did like all the feedback and comments and how much this got people thinking. I like what we resulted in, what we had as the result when we talked about it, but getting there and seeing some of the very anti-LGBTQIA+, from just talking about a freaking book about penguins, it was tough. Some of it was very unpleasant, and yeah, I don't know. I don't know which I'd cover. It certainly gave me a different opinion of Florida. I will definitely say that. I certainly learned a lot more than I'd like to about Florida. So I feel like I'd have less positive to say, and I feel like I'm still a bit raw and sensitive about everything going on in America right now. And I think that is interesting, but I'd have to figure out which banned books to talk about, because I got a lot of the really interesting ones. But there are a lot more. Like there was one on an Indian character at a reserve that I actually fully wrote, but I was just the video was getting too long. So yeah, no, I think it's a really interesting subject to talk about.
I think so too. That's why I wanted to make sure that one
I
got
guess
up.
you could do like 7 more banned books or something like that. Yeah, potentially. Might be interesting.
Doof and Spyro Dragon also had a question that got lost in the chat there somewhere. They wanted to know, what do you think of Phineas and Ferb getting a revival, and are you going to review or watch it when it comes out?
I'd be very happy to see a revival of the show, just because of the... once again, it was one of the better, more solid animations out there. Disney in general, Disney Plus cartoons are really solid. We got stuff nowadays like Owl House, Amphibia. I think those are two really good examples. And I can imagine it being in sort of that category of being very solid and giving us sort of a different concept every episode. I think it's going to be great. I probably will watch it. Doing basically exactly what I'm doing now, during a workout. I'll probably pop it on. I was watching a bit of Owl House as I was doing the recent video to kind of catch up on everything going on. I was really glad to get Geek Tunes on that one because I felt like I didn't really capture the heart of it, but just in hearing a fan who really adored it, I feel like there's so much affection behind that show and it's touched so many hearts. I really wanted that on the show.
We've got another one here. Caden Decker has asked, have you read To Kill a Mockingbird?
Yes, I've read the first 2 chapters. That was another one I believe I did cover. It was certainly interesting because nowadays what they're talking about is quite tame, but back in the day it's just had so much controversy, but nowadays it's almost like a standard in American schools to give it a read, but nowadays it's considered, I do sadly have to reference back to South Park there, that you look at the boys' reaction saying, this book isn't controversial, I was expecting something really controversial, so they legitimately write a controversial book that actually was controversial to try and make something that's actually worth saying, oh, this is going to be disgusting. So yeah, I think there's absolutely value, and I've heard people, a friend of mine says like this really captures how it feels being a kid or being a teenager, and that anger and frustration, and I think it gets that across well.
So I'll just mention this super chat here as well from Kenji Ryu, who's donated $5 through super chat. Their question was basically whether or not you'd seen Sonic 3.
Thank you, Kenji.
We did cover this earlier, and then Pundit Al Fan has actually said no, we haven't seen that one yet. So, but just wanted to make sure that we mentioned that super chat, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Kenji. Appreciate it. What was that saying discussing?
Sorry?
What were they asking? What was the
Oh,
question?
they were asking about Sonic 3.
Oh yes, Sonic 3.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I wish I'd seen it so far. You and I should probably see it.
We should probably go see it, I think, because
So,
I think that people are, they're really recommending it.
well, this is the thing. I've heard it's the best. I
Yeah.
follow a lot of Sonic fans, like Game Apologist and Channel Pop, and they're saying it's the best one yet. So I was just like, oh, it's so good to see all this positive feedback behind Sonic, and outselling Mufasa. I will always be happy about that. My hero Sonic managed to outsell a Disney movie in 2024. What world is this? So basically this Sonic episode, by the way, they're going underground, and I can't even remember what they're looking for. But they meet this little gopher called Speedlunk. Sort of gold miner sort of thing.
We've also had a donation from Noel Scornhorst.
Thank you, Noel.
Noel's donated $20. Thank you so
thank
much,
you.
Noel.
That's
And he said hi.
fantastic.
He said hi. Thanks for doing this. You're great.
Oh.
Thank you so much, Noel. And he's dropped his balls again.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you. It's so motivating to get another donation to AFSP. Really appreciate that.
Our raised total at the moment is at $490.50 for those who are wondering. So thank you guys
goodness,
so
we're nearly
much.
At the 500
yeah,
mark.
we're nearly
That
at the
is
500 mark.
fantastic. Well, that'll be a great thing to set if we can raise that much. It'd be just fantastic. It'd be nice to hit that nice solid target, but oh no, really appreciate that. Thank you so much, guys, for helping us raise for a good cause and just being here, saying hi.
Yeah.
If you're curious, we are at 12 kilometers so far.
12 kilometres, we'll update that.
This is Speedlunk, by the way. Says, you got any last requests before I let you have it? And this is the only time Sonic actually addresses himself in this cartoon as a freedom fighter. So they basically started the freedom fighter thing. This is the group they are. They are freedom fighters. There's only Sonic and Tails at this point. But this is basically where the original freedom fighters started. Again, really creative animation here. It's a part when I was a kid I legitimately thought was kind of upsetting and worrying, because they're about to be trapped in a cage. Trapped in a cage.
They're about to be crapped in a cage.
Which will like fall from under them. It's very cool and very creepy. And it's pure Diamondius the cage is made of, so not even Sonic can break it. And ever since then I always thought Diamondius is the strongest material in the world. Nothing can break Diamondius. A black hole could hit Diamondius, and not even Diamondius could be destroyed by a black hole. There's nothing stronger than Diamondius.
Got a question from Muppets Retro Fan again. Favourite food mascots, especially if they promote healthy foods, like Green Giant and California Raisins. What do you think, darling?
I was actually thinking of, made me think of Lazy Town, and thinking I really like Sporticus because he really promotes heavy eating. I know that's not what you're talking about with a cereal mascot, but I'm actually trying to think. I've been wanting to do a video on this for a long time, actually, where basically I talk about why cereal mascots slowly disappeared. Because you don't get the commercials anymore with like the Cocoa Pops monkey, you know, in some silly skit or something like that, being chased by pirates or something, or what was the name of that one that eats the? Oh, jeez. There's been so many. Like there was even like the Yogo gorilla in Australia, who promoted, you know, that horrible gooey chocolate. Did you ever like that stuff?
No.
That's horrible, isn't it? Why does Yogo still exist? It doesn't taste like real chocolate. It just tastes like...
tastes like goop.
It tastes like goop. That's the best thing. That's the best description there. So basically, Sonic's got to run again. He's got to run away from this guy. He was like, what can I do to stop them so these gorillas, so these tortoises don't get run over? So he puts a little crossing here. Again, really creative. And Speedlunk's like, yeah, alright, I'll wait it out. You know, he could have just plowed through Sonic, but he's like, alright, let's wait it out. And, you know, lovely tortoises, they literally wait and wave and say thank you. It's just like, and it says to the kids, yeah, when there's a stop sign, you stop. Again, I think it's really cute. Because this was basically my moral foundation as a child. This is what all I watched at 6. It was Sonic. I had to watch it.
Just got a donation for $50 from
my goodness.
Double Devello.
Oh, Devello.
Thank you,
Thank
Devello.
you,
Devello. Double Devello has said, how have you been doing, Strider? I'm sorry for showing up to this late.
Oh, Devello,
I've been having a bit of a
fine.
busy week and I forgot about it until now. Hope you're having a good run. 25 kilometres is a lot.
Oh,
yeah, it is.
Oh, Devello, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Devello.
Devello actually, I believe, helped with moderation. Devello's a moderator. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do some jumping. Whee! Oh, that's a huge amount too. Thank you so much,
Thank
Devello.
you so much, and don't stress about coming in late. Everyone's
you're
busy
fine.
these days, so
Everyone's
we're just
busy
glad that
and-
you're here. That's
Everyone's
it.
busy, and a lot of people are struggling financially. You know, I'm still so lucky I can be on here. You know, just alone, just having people show up is so nice. You know, times are really tough, so I just appreciate people being here. And thank you for those who were able to donate a little bit, and whether you do or don't, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, he's put them in the Diamondius cage here. Basically, like the strongest material in the world. Not even Sonic's spin can break them out. And to make this situation even worse, he actually starts to drop them through the floor in a second. At this point, though, like, he's not actually going to kill them because, you know, it's a kid's cartoon. So he's just going to leave them there for the rest of their lives.
This is a really funny question. Sorry, darling, I
No,
don't
go for
interrupt
it.
you. But Samuel Lloyd has asked, since you're Australian, what's your thoughts on Steve Irwin?
Well, we just went to Australia Zoo recently. Nothing against Steve Irwin himself. I think he was a good man and a kind man and did a lot of things for good causes. I think his kids are lovely. They still help promote a lot of wildlife stuff. Why don't you give your opinion, Dal? I'd love to hear what you think.
Oh, look, I just find this a very, very funny question because I've known a lot of people who, you know, they do the impression of Steve Irwin, and it's really,
crikey.
really, really funny. And
G'day, mate, crikey.
He was such a
Crocodile
bombastic Australian representation.
It's croc saving time.
And let me just say, like, Australians don't really talk like that.
No.
He's just over the top Australian, which is hilarious. But I actually don't mind that kind of representation because I feel like it's so much fun. So yeah, I quite liked Steve Irwin, and I like the representation that he sort of gave.
It makes
but
us Australians look badass.
Yeah,
and I
it
respect
makes us
that.
look fun.
It makes us look fun, and makes us look like, you know, we have our kangaroos deliver the post, and that, you know, we pick up snakes on the side of the road and go, oh, look at this fella. Yeah, I know he's venomous and can kill me in a single bite, but look at this fella. You know, and oh dear. Oh, I tell you, I've been seeing a lot of poisonous snakes lately. A freaking brown right in the park right near me, and I'm just like, why I see so many poisonous snakes where humans are. I think it's because it's been so wet and there's ponds around. They like to eat the frogs. Not cane toads, unfortunately. Just the frogs, the pretty ones.
Just the pretty ones.
No, it's interesting though, because Nan and I went to Australia Zoo, and although we like Steve Irwin and his family and stuff, Australia Zoo itself is so ridiculously commercialized and big and popular that it's great for tourism, but if you go there, it's like being a sardine. There are so many people, it's so expensive, you don't... Oh, we felt really bad for the kangaroos when we went there, because we love hanging out with kangaroos, as you might have seen in pictures, but the kangaroos there almost felt exploited. They just had kids running all over them. It's terrible.
I just have to read out this comment from Scorn Force. Wait, kangaroos don't deliver your post?
Oh yeah, they do. Kangaroos deliver the post. Yes, they do. Yeah, mate.
Yeah, mate, yeah.
It's been Australia Post. We've got our kangaroos coming in from all sides and sending them out there. They handle the sun well. You know, put them in their joey pouch. You know, it's a good day.
I've got another really interesting question here from Spacebug EXE.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on big companies using AI?
I've got a strict no AI policy on all my videos as a very, very small company. It just hires a couple of people. I personally have a strict no AI, like any AI pictures, AI music. I don't use AI scripts ever. I know some people who've started using AI script, even with Google, which adds in AI auto searches. I make sure to look at the sources of every single one, because Google's AI is experimental and can give the wrong information. So it's important to look at the sources. It is quite handy for bringing up sources, and I will admit I've looked at the sources Google AI can bring up, but me personally, I'm a strict no AI wherever I can do so. Sometimes I don't know, I don't have control. I don't know what goes on in a Google search, for example, but yeah, in terms of, I've got a relatively skeptical view that I think it's just going to make the rich richer and the poor poorer. I think that's the reality of it, sadly. I would love to see it bring in more jobs and make people's lives easier. That would be really nice, but I don't know. I can't know the future, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope my skeptical views are wrong, and we see universal basic income that can't be taxed for people, so everyone has a certain standard of living. I'd love to see people not living in their cars. And I know this is sounding a bit political, but this is what all comes in when you talk about something like AI, because it affects the whole world. It's like the invention of the internet. Maybe not to quite that extent, but no, I don't know, what do you think of AI, Dal?
Oh, look, in certain circumstances, I think that it's okay to use AI, but I think it really does depend on what you're using it for.
Yes, that's a good way
I think
of putting
in
it.
big companies, AI can sort of become a little bit essential, especially if you're working in big companies and working in bulk sort of environments. But when you're talking about a smaller company like ours, like Phantom Strider itself, that's why we don't use it, because it's a much more personal level that you're trying to progress. And, you know, you talk about using AI for your script writing, you would never be able to, you know, show who you are if you were using AI to write your script.
Well, that's it.
Do you know what I mean? Like, that's my personal opinion, but for your bigger companies and mass productions and stuff like that, fair enough, you know.
It's not true to the people listening.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so I definitely don't want to see it being used in that creative space as much. I think that's quite dangerous. Like, AI art looks so fucking ugly anyway. Anytime, on the rare occasions, one of my team members has edited and had an AI picture, I'll say, that's an AI, don't have that. Only one time did I let an AI picture get through and I blurred it. I felt so stupid for missing that. I still kick myself for missing that. But yeah. So yeah, I think in a creative context, I think there are good uses for it. In terms of AI art, I think it's interesting seeing... Doug had a really good use. When he was sick with COVID, he actually used AI art as sort of a way to type in an image, and he would visually look at it and say, this is really refreshing to look at. And I think as a therapeutic source, it's helpful, but yeah, definitely it's not a matter of saying all AI is bad, obviously. AI can be used in medical to help lives, to literally save lives.
Absolutely.
So I certainly wouldn't say no AI, strictly no AI. It's just a matter of using it right. Yeah. Long story long.
Long story long.
Again, Sonic here is using a creative method. He's taken Speedlunk's clothes, which are made of Diamondius, and used it to stop the wrecking balls, and re-knitted his shirt. That's really creative. Oh, and we are at 13 kilometers.
13 kilometers.
13.
Okay, let's update that.
Yeah, they're trying to get all the gold now.
Oh, we've got a question here. Have you ever watched Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Oh,
this is from
yeah.
Samuel Lloyd. I think Whose Line Is It Anyway? There's so many different versions of that show. British, American, and all that sort of thing. And I think I've watched, sort of every single version. Not every episode, mind, but every single version, and I've liked it. What do you think of it, darling?
What's your favourite, British or American?
I think I like the American version with Drew Carey.
Same way. I'm a little.
Yeah.
I'm kind of. I like the one with Drew Carey. I think he. They all give good performances, and some of the most clever actors I've ever seen to this day. Some of the stuff they will generate. I'm like, are all actors this smart? I don't know how they do it. I'm just like, I could never come up with all this stuff. It blows my mind every time I watch it. Just some of the stuff they come up with. It can get a bit awkward and silly, but when you're coming up with random stuff on the spot, of course that's going to happen. No, I really like I got so many laughs out of that show. I remember some of my old friends are really big fans, and I watch it with them. So many laughs.
So we've got a super chat here from Monique at $5, and she just wants to know. She just wants to know also, do the super chat help the profits for the for the cause? And they absolutely do. I'm just going to give a few bubbles here, and I'll let Strider explain this.
Sorry, I dropped my ball.
He dropped his balls again, guys. It's okay. So yeah, we'll explain how the super chat works, darling.
So basically, the super chat is donations that go to my YouTube, but all the super chats at the end of this live stream, I will give towards the donation. Like, nothing goes to me, all of it goes to... I don't even monetize this, obviously. YouTube keeps telling me to monetize, it's really freaking annoying. Yeah, all of that will go to this, but it's really helpful if people can give donations. And just make it like $2 to $1 donations from now on. Monique, you've given so much, and we're so appreciative. Really appreciate it. But yeah. But yeah, I'll donate all the super chats at the end of the stream. But it really is helpful if people can use the description, if they are able to give. Just $2, $5, whatever we are able to give is so helpful, as we directly see that, and it contributes to that little bar there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got a question from Matthew Kelly.
Hello, Matthew.
What are your thoughts on Blue Sky now that multiple people have left X?
Multiple people of what?
Left X or Twitter?
Oh.
What's your opinion on Blue Sky?
I use it.
Yeah.
I actually have quite a complicated thought on Blue Sky, because I've been trying to basically switch over for the last 2 months, 3 months. I have tried to post specifically on Blue Sky and not on Twitter. The problem I keep running into is that only about maybe 300, 400 people followed me over. And I'm lucky enough to get even people. A couple of us in the community, for example, Game Apologist, Movie Bob, we're all following each other back, but we're not getting the same momentum. We aren't. For example, if I want to get your opinion on what are the best and worst modern cartoons, I can post it on Blue Sky and I don't get any responses. Might get one response and maybe 4 likes. If I post it on Twitter, I get 500 likes over a few days if I'm lucky. It's normally, cartoons are a big subject, but more importantly, I get like 50 responses, and that's so helpful. So it's so frustrating because I hate Twitter so much. I really dislike Twitter. I dislike the people who run it. I just dislike what it's doing to the world. I just do not like Twitter. But it's the only way for me to contact my audience quickly and get a varied opinion and a picture of the community. So I'm kind of being forced to go back and forth right now because people aren't following me to a new service, and they aren't following many people. Some people who get a lot more followers can do it. I personally can't because I don't have enough people who really have an interest. Which, yeah, I love the site though. I love going through the feed as well. Personally, my personal experience is nowadays I try to scroll through Blue Sky, if at all. And Blue Sky is such a more pleasant experience.
Just want to give a shout out to Afterlife, who's donated $20 to
thank
the
you,
cause
Afterlife.
as well. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Let's do a little bubble for
great.
you. Whee! So many bubbles.
Yay. I love Sick Sonic. This is probably the most famous episode of the show. My head's spinning a bit, so I'm just going to take a quick breather from the juggling. Oh yeah, just for 5. Let's get a quick drink. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all for the donations. Yes, she is a beauty, isn't she, Musical Ma? Beautiful lady. What's our distance, beautiful?
13.7.
13.7, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Shadow's been asleep this whole time. Can you believe it?
Next. Yeah. A whole time? It's not unusual for him to just not move.
I know, he just sits there all day.
Nations. What? There we go. So basically what's happening in this episode is Robotnik's pretending to have this lady Sonic, lady version of Sonic captured, but it's actually his secret agent who secretly, is meant to infiltrate Sonic and basically figure out what he's doing. And of course Sonic is in yet another silly get-up, who this time he's dressed as a photographer. One question from Caden here, and we can both answer this. Sorry if I'm bothering you much. You're fine, Caden. I'm just slow and not as good as my sister. My sitter. I was thinking of that Simpsons episode. My beautiful wife answering questions. Sorry, my blood sugar's low. But asking, do we like the Wiggles, and do I have a favorite Wiggles song? Yeah, Fruit Salad. Fruit salad. That's what I should have sung. Yummy, yummy.
Yummy, yummy.
Fruit salad. I don't know. I really like the Wiggles. You can probably tell from my my shirt. I think those colorful shirts are really fantastic. You'll never see Sonic this love-struck, by the way, ever again. He's been around Princess Sally for years, and Amy and all these. No one gets him this lovesick as Breezy gets him. That's the name of this robot, please. Breezy. What do you think of the Wiggles, darling?
Oh, look, I don't mind the Wiggles. I think it's a really lovely, lovely little thing for kids to have like a little band that follows them throughout their lives kind of thing, and they change it up every so often and give different representation, and they've had women in there and, you know, all sorts of things, and it's really, really quite cool to see that evolution of the Wiggles. They don't keep it the same, they just sort of evolve it, and it's, you know, it's a nice feeling to see that they've evolved it with the times as well. So yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. It's nice to see that representation.
It's such a good picture of Australia and some of the things I'm proud of Australia for, and kind of the good kind of Australian entertainment. Let's see. Shadow says, every time my family sings the fruit salad song from the Wiggles, I also always like to sing the song a cappella. And Buck O'Brien says hello from Patreon. Hello, Buck.
Hi.
Thanks for sponsoring this. Really appreciate it. We're so happy. I love doing these charity causes because it just feels like we can all together do some good in the world, and all my patrons said this is what they like me to do, even if it takes a little bit of time away from videos. Made me very happy.
We're at 14 kilometres, by the way, darling.
Oh, fantastic. We just hit the 14-kilometre goal, so we're doing fantastic.
So what's happening in this episode, darling? We got crocodiles by the look? I don't know.
Oh, this is very clever. So basically, Breezy is sending Sonic around the world to get flowers in this bit. Sonic's willing to go around the world and get really tired and run into giant pythons and stuff. And of course, the python has forgot that he's just eaten a hedgehog that has a lot of quills. Oh, and Robert just sent a super chat. Thank you so much, Robert. $10. Let's get some bubbles.
Woo!
Hell yeah. Yay!
You get a little joggy for that.
Yeah, get a jog from Nin.
More joggy.
Well done, Doc. Robert says, having lost a friend to suicide... I'm liking that too. Having lost a friend to suicide, I just wanted to say thank you for your uplifting way of fundraising. Great work, and much love to everyone in the comments too. Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
I really appreciate that, Robert. Oh, that's great. Love and prayers, so have I. I'm so sorry to hear about the people who've lost their friends to self-harm. It's absolutely tragic when we hear about it in the news too. Or I've had people in my family and my friends, I should say, where that sort of thing has happened. In my extended family, I've seen. It's just, oh yeah, actually, you forget how much it does affect you. And just a reminder, I'm going to be right back. If you are feeling vulnerable at any time, would like to talk to someone, or you know someone who would, there are some helplines available to you at any time. As you can see, Spongy there's calling the phone. For anyone in America, the 988 helpline is available 24/7 and is free and confidential. They also have a crisis hotline available on the website, and it has a text and chat option too if you don't feel like talking to people directly. You can text MHA to 741-741. I've got the link in the description, and if you are LGBTQIA+, there is of course the Trevor Project with counsellors available 24/7. You can reach a trained counsellor by calling 678-678 or by calling 1-866-488-7386 or via chat at trevorchat.org. And the link for that as well is in the description. But whether you've been in America or Canada or anyone or anywhere, Help Guide is an excellent source of finding a warm line. I've called it Wham Line. I'm so sorry about that. I just realized my stupid mistake. Or hotline in a few clicks. I've used it myself. Works really well. Helpline.org is in the description, as well as warmline.org, which also works really well. So those are in the description anytime if you want to talk to someone. On with our silly videos. At this point, basically the dragon is trying to fry Sonic, but of course Sonic moves faster than the speed of sound, so he's basically says here, think you're hot stuff, eh? Toast your tootsies with this. I always remember my brother loved this bit because he thinks the music is really cool. when we were 7 or 8, he'd be like, "Oh, this music is so cool," and he got his stupid flowers, and of course, the dragon puts his hot toe in the water, which of course has alligators in it, so minor problem. Percy Fan asks thoughts on Thomas the Tank Engine. What do you think of Thomas the Tank Engine, darling? What do you think? What's your thoughts on Thomas the Tank Engine?
See, I don't know. Like, I certainly haven't sort of watched a lot of the modern episodes of Thomas the Tank Engine. I was definitely a classic Thomas the Tank Engine girl back in the day. Like, you know, the old British version that, you know, just had that I don't know, like I liked that classic version when I was growing up.
Yeah, me too. The model version was my
the model
favourite.
train version where the trains actually kind of looked
They had an attitude too,
had
I remember.
yeah.
Like they would call them the Fat Controller back in the day, and like now he's Top and Hat, which is fine. I'm not going to make any comment on what I think is the right or wrong thing to say there. I just think it's interesting because Thomas was kind of a jerk at times too. Which
they
I found
all were.
really interesting.
They were all jerks at some point.
They were all jerks to each other at times.
Yeah.
It felt very human, which I appreciated. And I apologise, I've actually missed a couple of, shouting out a couple of donations here. So the first donation we have is from the description, Anonymous, for $2. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And of course, someone who helped so much in the last donation, who's also a patron and has, been so helpful, is Afterlife. Who,
Thank you, Afterlife.
Thank you so much again, who donated $20. Really appreciate you. And really appreciate you helping towards such a good cause and just making this all possible, just really appreciate you. Times are tough and we appreciate it. What do you think about VHS tapes? Someone asks. Also, what other time and what other Sonic episode are you going to see Robotnik in like a corset? What other Sonic are you going to see Robotnik in a corset? VHS tapes are something Nin and I grew up with. You grew up with VHS tapes, didn't you?
Absolutely. I just remember, I just remember being a child and being a kid growing up with VHS tapes. Like, my mum was a nurse and she did night duty, so especially like on school holidays, my brother and I would pretty much spend the days looking after ourselves and watching a lot of movies. Like, we used to go down to the video store, hire out a bunch of movies for the week, and that's what we'd do.
Too.
So we'd take all of these, like, we'd get like 10 movies or something like that, bring them home, and we'd sit down with those and watch them all week. And I just remember, that little nostalgic feeling where you'd put the tape in, you'd watch the thing, and you'd rewind it, watch the next one, put it in, rewind it, all of that kind of thing, but then you'd go back and then watch it again, and then you'd have to rewind it before you took it back to the store.
Goodness,
do you remember that?
There was a rewind fee if you didn't rewind your tapes.
I know, how stupid.
That was such a thing. And they actually had someone who had to go in there and manually rewind all the tapes. And my dad's VHS was so bad. This is Punda Latel Fam, where that "no" comes from. So many GIFs and memes come from this Sonic cartoon. Look at that expression. But yeah, no, I have a lot of memories with VHS tapes as well. We had a Blockbuster Video that we would go down every weekend on Friday night to pick up some tapes for the weekend. Some old crappy spaghetti western videos of like Terrence, what was his name? Anyway, lots of old silly movies, I think it's how I saw a lot of the mediocre stuff that Doug's reviewed over the years, like Money Bin, I remember was one. No, not Money Bin, it's Blank Check, that was it, yeah. Lots of just mediocre movies. You never know what you're going to get. Then there was the expensive pile, where you get the ones you can only get for 2 days. It was like a really cool episode of Winnie the Pooh with a colourful front and all that sort of thing. Oh dear. Promotion. Yes, Long John Baldry gave one of the most amazing performances as Robotnik here. He just did an incredible job. Oh my goodness, we've got another donation of $5.27 from the King of Electricity.
Yay!
Thank you so much, King.
Thank you.
They say, Phantom Strider, huge fan. Would you consider doing a TV show rankings such as Gravity Falls best and worst episodes or Sonic? I don't know which TV show, not a Sonic fan. TV show best and worst. I guess would you cover TV show animation? Because there's so much in TV shows you could cover. You know, like you could go crazy just trying to cover the sitcoms. I remember George did a sitcoms iceberg once, years ago, and I actually found it really interesting. Yeah, again, I just don't cover animation as much as I used to. I'm just not as good at it. I covered best and worst modern cartoons last time, and it was interesting, but it was a lot of work, and I don't feel it was as... I just feel other people can do it better nowadays. I don't feel as big a part of the cartoon community. Like, if people ask me to go back to Lego tomorrow, I'd gladly rejoin the Lego community and talk about that and probably have a hell of a time. But we'll find something fun. I always ask the opinion of patrons and get them to vote in polls on what video comes next, and they basically decide now, as they're the main reason I'm still here. And yes, it turns out here Breezy is a bit of a jerk. Throws tails into the water. Do you need a drink, darling?
Do you want to jump up?
Oh yeah, I'll jump on
what
up.
do you want to
Yeah,
do?
no, for sure. Thank you so much.
Alright.
Oh, this is the tree trap. They actually come up with 3 different traps here to try and mess with Sonic, see if they can get him. Oh, we are just about at 15 kilometers.
So I think that your phone is not synced up properly with this again.
Oh, sorry. So I am at 1546.
There we go.
Yeah, that's about right. Close enough.
So you said that we were at 15.
Yep. Turns out they discover Breezy is a robot. This was actually the most popular Sonic episode. Partially because it's just such a novelty to see Sonic so heavily in love. Like, they actually have a rule. Japan has a Sonic rule where he can't fall in love nowadays, which is such a shame because Nick from Game Apologist would back me up on this, and I imagine Pup probably would too. But it was really interesting seeing Sonic actually in love with Sally and having someone who will actually second guess him and actually hold him to account for what he does. And I still think that's a really good element that I miss from the Archie comics. There's a lot I don't like about the Archie comics as growing up with them, and I hate what Ken Penders did and that sort of thing, but yeah, I did grow up with those comics and really liked the Freedom Fighters.
So I just want to shout out to Super Noah, who has done his first super chat for us for $5. And
thank you, Super Noah.
And Super Noah's asked, where did you learn to juggle?
One sec. I learnt to juggle from Pendulette, actually, on Penn and Teller. When I was about 13, 14, I saw Penn and Teller, Penn was juggling, and I was like, gee, I want to learn that. And yeah, I saw how he did and how confident he was, and even a little bit of my delivery itself comes from Penn and Teller. Oh my goodness, yeah, we just got a actual donation, that's great. In the description, thank you so much. But yeah, I learned from him when I was about 15, while I was watching Penn and Teller BS. And I actually recently saw, well, didn't recently, it was a few years ago, but I saw Penn and Teller live at in Brisbane. It was just such a special day, and I actually went up on stage with them, which was just so special. It's a moment that was so special it felt unreal. Nin was there, and she took a picture of me, luckily.
Yeah.
I still get pissed off at myself because I didn't say everything perfectly. I was nice and clear, though. Yeah.
You would have been nervous as hell though, because that was your childhood sort of hero.
Very nervous.
Yeah, but it
Sometimes-
was pretty cool. Like I kind of knew, I had a feeling that they would
Yeah.
get you up there. And Josh was like, "Oh, they're not going to get me up there." I'm like, "Well, you never know."
Statistical chances are pretty insignificant.
But he was wearing his Strider shirt and all this sort
Yeah.
of stuff, so it was bright as hell, like in the crowd, and you know,
Ken's like, what about that guy in the orange shirt? You come up here.
and the confidence on you with your arm up in the air was just, you know, I reckon they had you pinned from
Oh,
the
yeah,
I reckon.
yeah.
So yeah,
Stood
but
out a
anyway,
little bit. I was very honoured. And I even got a special coin,
Yeah,
which
you
I
did.
still keep by my desk,
yeah.
from their trick. And Penn says to me, "Now you go and waste that in Vegas." And I was like, "This is never leaving my desk, Penn. What are you talking about?"
what do you want about?
I keep it in a special plastic casing so it doesn't get wrecked or anything.
I just
Yeah.
want to call out this donation for Stereo 27. They've
thank you, Stereo.
donated $5. Thank
Oh,
you.
thank you, Stereo. Oh, that's great.
And they've just laid a comment here saying, "Hi there, Strider. Love the stream and the cause. Wanted to ask, what do you think about Transformers?"
If you're talking about the TV show, unfortunately I haven't seen it. There was something asked earlier. Sorry. I can tell you about the movie though. I can rant about how much I dislike it. I saw the Transformers Age of Extinction movie years ago, and to this day, I'm horrified at what I watched. It was such a horrible performance. If it was Nin and me, we would have walked right out of there. But I sat through 3.5 of the longest, most miserable, most exhausting, flickery, slow motion bullcrap, samey over and over again, crappy action CG garbage I have yet to ever, to this day, I've just seen nothing like it that is just depressingly terrible as Transformers Age of Extinction. I just, it was nothing. It was just on the screen constantly and nothing. How can so much CG just mean so little? It was just, oh my goodness, I did not like that movie. So yeah, well at least that's what I like to think about the Transformers movies. I heard the Bumblebee one was improvement. I gotta say that.
I enjoyed the
I gotta
Bumblebee
interrupt
movie.
for a sec, sorry darling.
Yeah.
This is the most memed part of Sonic in Sonic the Hedgehog history. You know what he's talking about?
No, what?
He's talking about abuse.
Oh, okay.
And, you know, to be fair, respect to Sonic for discussing this issue and doing it, saying, he basically says, if someone tries to touch you and you don't want them to, say no, get out of there, talk to someone you trust, and that's really cool they do that. The fact they did that in 1995, that takes boldness, and it really wasn't as discussed a thing back then, and yeah, I hope I don't trigger anyone by mentioning that, but it's been memed so many times.
Yeah.
Even I have said that's no good
Yeah.
many times, because, but no, honestly, as much as it's memed, respects the hell out of Sonic for even discussing it, because many shows wouldn't have been that bold, but they know it's an important issue.
We've got a super chat here from Cameron at $1.99 again.
Thank you, Cameron.
What would you do worst NES games with James Rolfe?
Oh yeah, but let's see. La di da. Yay. Yay.
Yay.
Oh yeah, AVGN is lovely. I'd happily work with him, but I don't think he'd give my emails a second thought. Doug I've been watching for years and has acknowledged me in the past. I've known Doug for probably about 6-7 years. Oh, longer than that. So I've known, God, it's probably been like 8 years. Long time. To this day, same email, same discussion. We both use the same stuff. To this day, you know, he uses the same messaging. Like, it's funny, I feel a bit trapped in time like him sometimes, in terms of us using the old same engines and that sort of thing. But no, I work with Doug a lot, not a lot, but I always work very easily with him now. And I don't know, I haven't really ever talked with James, and it's kind of hard to break the mold and reach out to someone. And at the same time, I don't know, I feel like he's too busy as is. And like, I don't know, he's never really reached out to me in any way. And when I've done shout outs to Doug, he's sort of reached out to me in a small way. Like, he approached me when he wanted to talk about the SpongeBob movie, and I was really flattered by that. So yeah, sometimes it's a matter of breaking the mold, and like, I don't know. I just don't know, I don't watch as much of James's stuff as I do of Doug's, so... But James, at the same time, my favourite review from James is probably, AVGN is probably Super Pitfall. I don't know why, I just love that review. Who am I? If you thought you were Pitfall Gary, you'd be, I don't know, it's very funny. He didn't start acting like an air-hole until, Super Pitfall. Anyway. But yeah, no, I'd happily work with James. Seems like a lovely guy too.
Yeah. We've got a question from iShy who's asked, can you share your more modern thoughts on Backyardigans?
I just haven't watched enough of the show. Basically, it's, I believe, a Nickelodeon kids show. I just haven't watched enough of it. I haven't seen the more modern version, if there is a newer modern version, if that's what you mean. But my opinion hasn't changed much. I still think it's a really good kids show. It incorporates sing-alongs well, and not in a too annoying way. I think the settings are very... Originally, I'll tell you one time, I was trying to put together the most controversial or the darkest Nick Jr. shows. And I tried with a Backyardigans episode, and I think what I got was an episode set in a volcano or something. And even then, it was such a stretch. I was like, I can't make this list. It was like when I tried to make Darkest Elmo's World episodes. I did it, but it was such a freaking joke. You remember that one?
Yeah. It was kind of around the time when we first started dating that you...
I think it was.
Yeah, that you did that. About 5 years ago.
Yeah, I remember you commenting on how creepy the teeth looked.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a super chat from Chimera Star.
Chimera Star, was it?
Yeah, at
Thank
$5, and they've said been watching the show since 2017. Glad to see the channel is still doing well. Thank you so much.
So good to still be here. Thank you so much for the donation.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'll just go get the book. All right.
Now I've seen in the chat multiple times people are asking why you stopped liking South Park. I just thought we'd clear that up again.
How do I put it? What's your thought? You start on it, love. What do you think of, for example, the pandemic special? Do you remember much of it?
Yeah, I remember the pandemic special. I don't know, like I did see a comment come up as well just in the chat there that the show got quite political, and I have to say that with that, especially with the pandemic special, yes, it did get quite political, and
there's surprisingly little to say, I thought, because but at the same time I don't have a problem with a show being political. It's a matter of when I guess I just didn't like some of them. I didn't like as well how obnoxiously aggressive they were to people. I realized as I got older, they're attacking a lot of people here. They legitimately said, I remember, to one couple, you murdered your son, and they found in a DNA test later, no they didn't. Oops. I guess we shouldn't have said that person murdered this. They're so happily able to attack people personally. And the older I got, the more I'm like, you can't take that stuff back. You could ruin a person's life doing that, or because you're, we attack everyone equally. No, they don't. They are very, very anti-abortion. They attack abortion all the time. They literally put like giant fetuses in their games. They are really against that. They are anti-immigration quite often. They've shown that in an episode. They've got a lot of extremely Republican views. They're extremely transphobic. That Mr. Garrison's Fancy Movie was my first exposure to transgenderism back in the 2000s. And that had an effect. That had a real effect on me. I've known so many things which I've learnt more about as I've gotten older, or met real people who are affected by this stuff, and said, wow, South Park really misinformed me on that. So yeah, I just don't like what the show does and how it attacks people and how it personally, and people's description is like, oh, I've heard people say you're a wuss now or something like that. I'm just like, maybe I just think about people now. I don't think I've suddenly become less of a person because I've gotten older and I think about what I say to people now. I don't know. I liked it as a teenager, but then I got older. And if you still like it, that's great. There's still some really funny skits I still think about to this day. I still think Wendy and Butters are really good characters. I still think they're really fun. But a lot of the characters I don't like because you can say, yeah, Cartman's treated as a bad guy, but he's given a lot of screen time, and his opinion is given a lot of screen time. I know there's one episode where he legitimately ruined a girl's life he was dating, and there was no real recovery from that. That woman her life was ruined because he basically did abuse. This is the problem. This is why I don't like to talk about South Park, is because everything I have everything I have to say about it is just sad. What a freaking bummer. And this is why I don't talk about it, and this is why I have nothing good to say about it. Even in the pandemic special, they have the same old shtick as well, that oh look, everyone is reacting to something. How dare you take a stance? You're an idiot if you take a stance on something. So that's why I kind of have that opinion, because they also discourage people from taking a stance on things. Saying, oh, like the Douche and Turd episode. I've watched the whole series, or at least up to season 18, 15, and like whenever someone takes a stance on something, you're an idiot for taking a stance, I'll say. I just think that's so hurtful, particularly in 2025, where it's considered like sometimes stupid to vote or something because they're all the same to people, and they're partially responsible for pushing that with episodes like Douche and Turd. And not everyone votes in American politics. So yes, I got political just talking about this because I have an opinion on things and I respect you and want to talk about it. So yeah, that's my thoughts on South Park. I'm sorry it's a bit of a downer, but I think the show has done a lot of harm to America and the world. And that's why I don't want to give it airtime. Is that fair, darling?
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know, and you're welcome, as I always say, to have a differing opinion on that. I asked my community, for example, recently, within the last year or so, if you still like South Park. About 30% said they don't really watch it anymore, 40%, but a good 50% said they still really like it. So good for you, as long as you're not hurting anyone and the messages aren't, making you less of a kind person, then that's great. It's got some really clever writing, and I can't deny that South Park had an effect on me and so many others in popular culture. And that's the thing, that's why it's a very mixed opinion. Because I can't deny it had an effect. Yeah.
Just want to mention some super chats here from one from Bird for $10.
Oh wow, thank you, bro.
And they've just basically said, I'm donating to One Up Chimera Star because I'm petty and evil. I just had to mention that because I thought that was hilarious.
Oh, that's great.
There was another one somewhere here. Cameron B also did $1.99. I personally still like the Stick of Truth game.
Oh, that's still a really fun game. And I will say that, is both games, I played both of them. I was actually reached out by Sony to advertise them, as you might remember if you watched my channel in the past, and really fun games. I love in the second one, I get to have basically my ideal team, which is basically just Wendy and Butters. That's my ideal team, because they're the two characters I really like. So, and really good RPG mechanics, and I like the fact that you can get overpowered. I've often thought of replaying those games because I had such a fun time with them, but I wish I wasn't so mixed on South Park nowadays, because it kind of gets in the way of my enjoyment a little bit. But yeah, can't deny that. They did a great job with those games.
So I just want to shout out to Monique Starr, who has donated $20. Thank you so much, Monique.
So much, thank you, Monique. But we just appreciate you being here. You've already donated so much, and thank you though for your encouragement. We love you, Monique.
We do, we love you. Monique's also said, when and if you reach the 1 million subscriber mark, do you have any plans for that milestone?
It's never going to happen, unfortunately. My channel is nearly halved in views, and at this point, maybe by the time I'm 75, if I'm still producing, but people probably won't care by that point. If I can't even keep a channel together for 10 years, I really doubt I'll be here in 35 years. But so yeah, unfortunately, when people do ask that, at the rate I'm getting subscribers, some months at this point I'm actually losing subscribers per month. So it's unlikely I'll ever reach that point. If so, probably not till I'm about 75. So I would have loved that golden plaque. Potentially, if I did start making shorts again, I could potentially reach the 1 million subscriber mark, but this is the problem. Subscribers mean so little nowadays. I feel like I've failed as a creator when I have 710,000 subscribers, and we probably have a couple of hundred people here, if that, and which is wonderful, and I'm very appreciative of those people. But I feel like I've failed in my recent videos when I can't reach that, say, 100,000 people watching, most of which aren't even subscribers. So yeah, subscribers kind of bum me out nowadays. But not because people will subscribe or anything like that, just because what they represent to me is that I've failed as a creator to entertain or to interest people. I don't really blame YouTube algorithm, I just blame me. I think I'm the one at fault for not making an interesting enough video. You know, so it's, yeah, again, a very mixed bag on subscribers. I probably will never reach 1 million subscribers, but thank you. I would probably put up a community post and say thank you so much.
Yeah. We've got a donation of $5 from Danielle Mercedes.
Well, that cheers me right up.
Yeah,
Oh, hey,
it does.
Danielle.
Yeah, Danielle.
Oh, I was just talking to Danielle this morning.
Yeah. And she's just put a comment in dancing for the AFSP. So good work with your dancing, Danielle.
Yeah, she actually recommended to us. Once I just get my other juggling ball.
He's dropping his balls.
Yeah. Danielle recommended. No, it hasn't happened since the youth choir. Danielle was actually recommending to us trying a. You know how we like to do the waltz? She was recommending. I can't remember the Irish waltz or something like that, but it's a faster version. And I was watching it earlier today before I came over. Danielle's a patron, by the way. Thank you very much as well, Danielle, for hosting this and basically letting Nin and I keep doing it. But yeah, no, she was recommending we try that dance, and I was looking at it. It's a bit like the foxtrot and waltz, but much faster. Oh, good work with your dancing, Danielle.
Yeah. We've also got another super chat here for $3 from Batberry Jelly.
Thank you, Batberry.
Yeah, and they've asked, do you like David Bowie? And what's your favourite song? Yeah.
Dance Magic from... I always have that song humming in my head from... what was that Muppet movie with the Crystal? I think it was called The Crystal or something. But that was a really fun song that I still remember to this day. And I remember apparently he's an actual singer who's done a lot of actual albums and band stuff, but I just know him for the Dark Crystal. So that's the song I like.
We've also had a question pop up a fair few times. Again, it's gotten lost in the chat, but if you're there, just let me know if it was you. People asking if we've seen Wicked, and yes, we have.
Yeah.
We have. What did you think of it, darling?
I really enjoyed it. I was really impressed by the two actors who played the Wicked Witch of the West and the White Witch, was it? The White Queen.
Yeah, so that was Ariana Grande.
And I was really impressed because I think it's interesting with a lot of singers that you don't always see them perform and acting as well as they sing, or they're hiding behind auto-tune. I personally feel Katy Perry, as much as she's a lovely person, her live singing isn't quite to the standard of her songs, and I felt Lady Gaga didn't quite give the same kind of acting. She did probably better than I did do easily, but wasn't quite as good a singer as she was an actor in The Simpsons. But I was really impressed with Ariana Grande. And just what a great, memorable performance she gave.
Oh, I know.
I just remembered that character so well. Everyone just gave it 110%. And it's interesting seeing that conversion people are making from seeing theatre in the theatres to actually seeing these really high-budget theater movies in the cinema. And on the big screen, because it's such a huge performance, it kind of gets across what you can't quite get across if we were watching it at home on TV, when you have that wide screen and all the people dancing and all the huge performances. Yeah, I had tons of good stuff to say, and I really loved getting. I literally said to Nin, what was it? Oh, it's Elsa. When she came on top, it was really good.
I remember that. Yeah, when she came out.
What do you think of Wicked Beautiful?
Oh, I thought it was fantastic. Like it was one of those movies that I didn't really know whether or not I was going to like, and the simple reason is because when I was growing up as a kid, I watched The Wizard of Oz on repeat so many times. I knew every single word to that movie, inside out, back to front, everything. When I sat down to watch it as an adult, I was cringing so much, and I actually turned it off because it got to the point where I was just like, oh god, I can't watch this anymore. This is hurting my ears, my brain, my everything. So it just got to the point where, I sat there and I pondered over Wicked for a very, very long time, whether or not I wanted to go and see it.
Yeah.
And I just don't regret making the decision to drag Josh there on New Year's Eve, and we went and watched it. And I just really enjoyed it. I sat there, I had this big grin on my face the entire time.
Yeah.
I feel like the production of that entire movie was just ridiculously good. The actors just did it justice. I think there was only one person that kind of sing-talked, and if there's only one person that was sing-talking, you're doing all right.
Actually, that's true. There's only one sing-talker, ironically at the early stage. And I was like, oh. And that's kind of what the point we were still saying. We don't know what's it, because originally we said, okay, you didn't really like Wizard of Oz anymore. If this isn't great, we can just walk out like we always do. But we loved it. We easily stayed for the whole thing.
Yeah, and I would go watch it again, to be honest.
Oh yeah, we kind of want to take our mum.
Yeah. So I personally really enjoyed it. I think that that was probably up there with one of my favourite movies that we've seen at the cinema together.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, that and Twister.
Yeah.
Really good. Actually, we saw some good movies in 2024.
We did.
We didn't see many, but the ones we saw were really good. I guess we chose carefully. It's funny, in 2023 or 2022, we saw some real stinkers. So like the Tom and Jerry movie and Old, that horrible one.
Old was terrible.
Oh, that was so bad. I can't get as much joy from that director as Doug does.
I can't. Yeah.
Can't do
anyway,
it.
Can't do it. Can't do it. Just want to shout out a super chat. Kiwi Planner has done their first one on a super live stream, $5. So
Kiwi Planner, was it?
Kiwi Planner, yeah.
Thank you, Kiwi.
So they've donated New Zealand $5.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll give you some bubbles for that.
Greetings from Australia, New Zealand.
Yeah. They've just basically said, thanks for the reply to my comment about how I felt really bad for Harvey Breaks yesterday, Strider. I've been watching you for nearly 9 years and it made my day. That is fantastic. I'll let you take over.
Oh, that's fine now. Oh no, I really agree with you on Harvey Beaks as well. 1 second. I still think, oh, what a shame, because I remember them in particular, the group that made it wasn't really treated with a lot of respect by Nick, and I still think that show is very... Harvey's so autistic, he really is. Particularly looking back, I was like, oh, such autistic things to do. And, again, quite early autistic representation. I was talking about that show back in 2015, 14, long freaking time ago, so, like freaking 10 years ago, so, yeah, totally agree with you on that one.
We also got a donation on the other part.
Oh, AFSP?
Yeah, so,
awesome.
No. Katie and Dalton donated.
Yeah, they're our patrons.
So donated $10, and they've said, always love watching your videos, and Dalton says hi. So
hey,
hi Dalton, how are you?
I like to
Here's
still
some bubbles.
yeah, No, Katie said once that Dalton really likes hearing his name read out, so
Yeah.
I still like to read them out on Patreon.
Yeah.
No, it's good to hear from you. Thank you. You hosted this by being my patron. Thank you so much for letting me take the time to host this. Yeah, this was an odd Sonic episode because basically they have a slow ray, and it's such an odd experience to see Sonic not moving like at the speed of sound, like super fast everywhere. He becomes basically like a sloth. I still can't remember it. But again, you get a lot of creative stuff in this show. Never really know what to expect with it.
Danielle's just asked.
Hey Daniel.
She's just asked when the second half of the Wicked one comes out in November, will we watch it? And absolutely we will.
Yeah. So there's a second half. That's true. They did leave on a bit of a cliffhanger.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
I got to point out though what I was saying to you throughout the movie. I'm melting. And throughout the whole movie, I'm thinking this super powerful, incredibly intelligent, and thoughtful witch is basically destroyed by putting some water over her. And it's also really tragic to see. I think I love the depth they added just by having the White Witch come in and sort of seem to react so little to seeing the Wicked Witch basically having a small amount of liquid poured on her by Dorothy and just being killed. And she just sort of reacts so little. And the celebrations are so tragic at the start because of that. So I love that sort of complicated look at it. Because they were clearly good friends by the end. Very cute.
Yeah.
So this episode is actually what taught me about gambling. That basically if you gamble you can lose everything more likely than not. And that most people who are going to get you to gamble, like at us, are not really expecting you to win. They just know it's a good way to lose money. So this was actually the very first Sonic episode I saw. I still remember Sonic first speaking here. It takes a second for him to sort of start chatting, but I was like, oh, and this is Sonic. Thus, a legend was born to me. But yeah, basically he has to shut down the casinos, and these sheep. Ironically, I understand now why these Sonic characters are sheep. Is because they're the ones losing everything. They're sheep following the trend of gambling away all their savings, and this is why all of them, they're sheep at this point, but soon you'll see they're in barrels and stuff because they've lost the shirt off their back, or the wool off their back. I beat you, Lewis. Now get off into the bus with the other losers.
How many kilometres are you at?
We are at 17 and a half. What do we got there?
We were at 15 before, so we're 17.5.
Yeah. But of course, Sonic comes in and he knows how to fix them up.
We just got a little question here from Churro. They've asked, what's your favourite type of TV trope that everyone hates?
TV trope everyone hates. I'm going to have to side with Doug on this one, that the misunderstanding is... Have I talked to you about this one, Doug?
No, I don't think so.
So, we see it in Shrek, for example, where they just lose a little bit of conversation. Fiona misses out, or Shrek misses out on a bit of conversation with Fiona, so she thinks that... Shrek thinks Fiona doesn't like him because he's ugly. And because of that, we get this huge misunderstanding. And Fiona then thinks Shrek doesn't like her because she has this secret. And it's this stupid-ass misunderstanding. And you find this in A Bug's Life as well. The liar reveal. It's the most stupid trope. And we still get it to this day occasionally. Normally it's shortened now because everyone knows it's stupid. But through the 90s and the 2000s, and particularly... Oh, it's the worst trope in the world. By the way, I want to be really good at... I've always wanted to be really good at like this hands game.
Yeah.
Because I see Sonic follow it perfectly, and I'll just be like, oh, how does he do it? And I'll be like, I want to be that good at this. Clearly, by running fast, you can also be really good at this. So yeah, that's what I thought of that.
Got a question from Crazy Chick. They were asking
Crazy?
if you had a symbol for a tattoo, what would you get?
One, I never get a tattoo.
Yeah.
I looked at the Kyrgyz video actually on it recently. Basically, what it does is it puts such a huge amount of chemicals invading inside your skin that your body, and nothing against people who get tattoos. I know they're very popular nowadays, but I personally wouldn't, because even just looking at the science of it, it tends to invade a person's body, and your immune system will build around it to try and cover it, basically to help your body. But yeah, I never really felt the need. I guess, I don't know, what would I put on there? The only thing I've thought of that like I would possibly put on there is a rainbow symbol, just to show that everyone is welcome, because that's something I always believe, and I'm never going to not believe, that everyone who isn't hurting anyone should be welcome. There's absolutely no reason not to. Never has struck my logic that it shouldn't be that way. So, but again, I wouldn't get a tattoo to my skin, or a fake tattoo. Just put on a temporary one and just put it on if you've really got to show that to someone. You know? Or wear a shirt. You know, I've seen some beautiful shirts of that sort of thing, of everyone welcome, and you know, maybe you have a day where you don't feel like portraying that to everyone. Is it? You know, I'm very old-fashioned that way, and you know, I don't say my opinion is right. I just say that's what me as a 35-year-old feels like. I don't really want that on my skin. But you know, more power to anyone who does. They're not hurting anyone. What do you think, Del?
Oh,
What would you get a tattoo of?
I don't know. Personally, I don't think I would get a tattoo, but I think if I was going to get one, it would have to be something that had a lot of meaning to me.
Yeah.
I would probably get something to do with my cats, to be honest.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because they've been there, you know, for me through a lot of really
Worst
horrible
times,
times,
yeah.
and you know that I consider them my emotional support animals. And even just last night when I was having a bit of a sad time, I just, you know, held my cat, and I was able to just sort of regulate myself so much easier than if I hadn't had my cat on my lap. So to me, having, you know, something that means something, if I was going to brand my skin with anything, it would be with something that meant something to me. So I'd probably get something that was like a custom design that had some meaning to do with my cats. I don't quite know what that would look like, but that's kind of what it would be if it was me getting a tattoo.
Of course, Del. Yeah, no, absolutely. Your cat grounds you and just loves your life. Totally get it, aren't you, boy?
Yeah.
You're sitting with your hand over like that.
Yeah, he's tired.
All that lying around all day has made him tired.
Oh yeah, you know, he's been busy. We do have a super chat that I'll just shout out from Chowmander again.
Hey, Charmander, good
Yeah,
to
for
see ya.
$2, and they
thank
basically just said in their comment, "Do you want to play Fortnite?" Do you play Fortnite, Dylan?
I have never
You've
played
never
it.
played Fortnite?
Never played it in my life. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, I've got nothing against it. I actually think it's pretty cool, and I love that it's not like super violent, and it's super creative. You've got different ways characters can kind of attack each other, and sort of different capture games and that sort of thing. I think it brings a lot of creativity. It's just more something, you know, our nieces and nephews would play, rather than something that sort of I get into. I don't know, you ever played it? Mention in the comments if you played it yourself.
I certainly haven't played it.
Have you seen your nephew play it?
I think I've seen it being played.
I've seen a lot of Roblox being played, and I do have an account on there.
Yeah.
I once even tried to make a Roblox game, but didn't work out very well. Kind of bad programming. There's a lot of programming language to learn, and it's a case where I just didn't have the time. I really wanted to learn it, really wanted to make it, but I just couldn't quite pick up the programming language. But to this day, I still really want to make a Roblox game. Just a basic one, and just kind of have a little world
You
I can
tried
have.
at one point, didn't you?
I did. Were you around when I did?
Yeah. Because I remember that you engaged somebody to help you.
Yeah. I hired
Kind
someone.
of turned out to be a little bit
And they
bad,
just kept
so-
asking for more and more money, even if there was just a tiny piece of code to change. And I was just like, no, this is not a responsible way to spend money, even if it's my personal cash. No, it was rough.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, and like here Sonic is basically rigging the slot machines so they always win.
I'll just do a shout out to Adam Campbell, who's donated $20.
Oh, thank you, Adam. Oh, that's great towards the link. Really appreciate that.
Adam's also said, "Hey Phantom, I've been a fan of your channel for several years. Have you thought about doing a video about some of the best indie games in this decade?"
Gee, there's so many. We're in a new indie world. Like, there's so much to choose from when it comes to indie games. Like, compared to when I grew up. Because back in the day, we had Click and Play in the 2000s, which was basically, that's what Five Nights at Freddy's and the original Sonic Roboblast. I made Sonic fan games. I made a game called Sonic Fun Zone. I know it's a little off tangent, but game creators have always been there, but they're so easy to use now. You got stuff like Unity, which real legitimate huge games with real quality can be made, that can be sold on Steam Greenlight. I do like the indie game scene, but I also think that it's so bloated now that it's hard for a person to keep someone's attention. When Nin and I were younger, we basically had a few games and that was it. You basically had what you had, and if you didn't like it, then too bad, you don't play anything. Now you can just say, well, I've got 1,000 other games in my Steam library that I can try. What do I do? What do I play? So I think it's a very different scene to when I grew up, but I love the amount of creativity that comes out. But if you're just trying to make a game just because you've got something to express, which is the best reason to make a game, then I love that people have that option now. It was interesting, I was talking to my brother about game making in the indie scene last night, and he was basically saying that the problem is that it takes so much time. So if you've got responsibilities and a job and that sort of thing, he mentioned a couple of indie developers that remortgaged their house in order to basically have the time over a few months, even 6 months, to make their dream game. It meant that much to them. And I thought, it's frustrating that people have to make that huge a financial sacrifice and gamble just to make their dream, but at the same time, that kind of passion is the reason you should make a game. So, you know, it's a mixed feel, but I love to see that anyone can just make their dream happen. It's a bit like the video making scene. Now, if you or I want to express something, we can just talk about it on YouTube. And even if only a few hundred people are watching, at least we have that feedback and we have somewhere we can talk about this stuff. We have a potential audience, you know? Like even you have considered doing videos on your channel about your favorite plane crash investigations or something.
Yeah, if I ever had time for it, yeah.
Well, that's it. You're a busy gal. You support work and such.
Yeah.
Good question.
Kelly Drops has asked, how do you feel about Gumball Season 7 and the upcoming Powerpuff Girls and Foster's Home reboots?
That was a long question. You speak up, darling.
How do you feel about Gumball Season 7 and the upcoming Powerpuff Girls and Foster's Home reboots?
This will be interesting. This will be the second time they're rebooting Powerpuff Girls. I'm really fascinated to see how much they change. Craig McCracken has actually worked on a cartoon recently with his wife Lauren Faust on Netflix, I think it was, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see that. I really liked Gumball. I'm still a big fan of Gumball. So I think seeing that getting another season, it's well wanted, and it's bringing a little bit of a breath of creativity into Cartoon Network. Though I've always been much more pro Cartoon Network in terms of creativity than Nickelodeon. I think they bring out a lot of really interesting material. I tend to like their games better. Yeah, I'll definitely tune in. I'll be very curious what streaming service that's available on. I'll have to catch up a bit on Gumball, because Nin and I I caught her up on a bit of Gumball, thank you darling, recently, and she really enjoyed it too. So, yeah, a lot to say about that show. Basically, Sonic's tracking down the sleaze bag who ripped off everyone here. Because they've captured Tails. If anything happens to Tails, you're sunk. Love the attitude on this, on Jaleel White's Sonic. He's got a little bit of an advantage over Sonic right now because he's got Tails captured. Tails, you're sunk. Basically got Sonic in a race to see, but if he loses the race, he saves the Mobiums. If he wins the race, he saves Tails. So, you know.
Here we go. Cameron B has done a super chat, and he wants to know what your thoughts are on Bob's Burgers movie.
I remember we actually saw this together.
We did.
We went into theatre to see this one because I will say I unfortunately didn't like it as much as the main series. It felt like there was this need to put songs into it. All the songs felt so ridiculously forced, and it didn't feel that much bigger than a regular Bob's Burgers episode. I don't know, what did you think of it, Del? Do you remember much of it?
Sorry, I'm just eating
Oh,
something.
sorry, Del. I'll keep talking while you're eating. But yeah, I was a little underwhelmed, and I love Bob's Burgers, as you might have seen if you've watched my recent video on Worst and Best Modern Cartoons, 2020's version. That's still basically my favorite show. Whenever Nin and I sit down after a long day, what do I put on? Bob's Burgers. But yeah, no, I was very underwhelmed by it, and the songs felt so... I don't love Bob's Burgers songs. I feel like the credits songs they do are really good. Like, and they tend to constrain them to a, like, 20 seconds, if that. And I think that's really good. But, yeah, it felt very forced. But, honestly, I just love to see the show getting some love from a movie audience as well. I don't think there'll be another one, but Bob's Burgers has always felt very niche. Even on the rare occasions I've tried to discuss it, it hasn't got a lot of love. So I tend to think it has a very big niche audience, you know. And it was interesting, there was so much I wanted to say about Bob's Burgers in the Modern Cartoons video, but we were almost at an hour. So I was running short on time, and I was like, if people haven't tuned out by now, they're probably going to tune out soon. So I kind of wanted to just wrap it up at that point. Yeah, I love Bob's Burgers, and one thing I wanted to discuss, I'd actually voiced it all, but I left it out of the video. I should list the Patron video. Anyway, is that my dad actually watched an episode of Simpsons and Family Guy and Bob's Burgers with me. Watched them back to back. And he found Family Guy had some funny moments, was really boring. Mostly, he found, or awkward. I personally really enjoy modern Family Guy, mostly. And he found Simpsons kind of boring, the recent episodes, but Bob's Burgers he legitimately enjoyed. And I remember him saying to me, like, oh, the characters are more interesting. He was really quite surprised how good it was. So I thought the fact that he, as, you know, a layman who hasn't seen much of the shows, sort of recognized that, I found that very interesting. You know what I mean? That's what I found anyway. So, yeah, big fan. Basically, Sonic here is recognizing there's not much he can do. He's got to let this slow B rounder win, unless he can find Tails, which fortunately he can, because Grounder just told him where Tails is. I love the animation there where he's legitimately so fast on the trail. The trail is spinning out of control off the path because of how fast he is. Really good job to the voice acting team here. Boo!
Here's a fun question.
Yeah.
It's from Subby.
Sunny?
Subby?
Yeah.
As in Subway sandwich?
Oh, Subby, yeah.
They're asking, how many times did you get into fights with your siblings?
Oh, all the time. Oh, there was blood blood was drawn. Not literally most of the time, but no, my head was smashed into a pole once, so we fell into each other one time back when I used the trampoline all the time, and Raz and I would jump on it and knocked into each other once. I fell off the sides once. And if you have a sibling, particularly two brothers, you learn a little bit. It's going to sound like an odd thing to say, but you learn how to fight. a little bit. You learn how to tussle with people because you're going to be pinned down. You're going to be whacked a bit. You know, you're going to learn how to take a punch or two. And my brother and I actually learned to do Zhenchuan karate together when we were younger. So that was actually what sort of started me doing kung fu eventually. So yeah, no, I definitely fought with my sibling plenty because we were very similar people. But you know, it happens, particularly with siblings. And this is the only time you're going to see Robotnik. Mm-hmm. Oh god, we see him in a corset, and this is like the most flesh we ever see from Robotnik, and I'm perfectly happy to never see this much flesh from Robotnik again. It's got his own little Egypt sculpture here.
Got a little donation from Stereo27
thank you,
for
Stereo.
$3. I'll just
Thanks,
give you
Stereo.
some bubbles for that. Their comment is, if Sega Paramount gave you free reign to do whatever you wanted for the next Sonic movie, which Sonic character would you introduce and why?
Amy. There's way too many guy characters. There needs to be more ladies in there. It's a freaking sausage fest. I don't know why the hell don't we have Amy in there? Like, Amy is trying to get representation over these years, and Japan has very reluctantly said, okay, maybe not all the super... How freaking sexist is that? All the super characters can only be guys. What the hell? So I'm so glad we've got Super Amy now and that sort of thing, but it's Amy, and Amy's tons of fun. She has a new reiteration every time. It took us so long to get away from Amy just being a stereotypical girl character who is in love with Sonic, and that's her defining character trait. And Britain was on top of this for years. Like, they had a really interesting Amy. And she was kind of improved a little bit in the Archie comics, but yeah, it took Japan forever to get on top of that. No, I really will hope that... I'm almost certain we will get another Sonic movie. The fact that it all outsold Mufasa is going to send a lot of messages to whoever Paramount or whoever is making them. And I can't wait to see Sonic get even more attention. How are we in a world where Sonic has become a huge thing through a live-action movie? How crazy is that? And it's opened the floodgates for video game movies. And it's like, wait, if we actually make these relatively decent, not amazing, but decent, you know, we can make a lot of money. That was, yeah, but I'd love, long story short, short story long, I'd love to see Amy. Be great. I actually really like Rouge too. I think Rouge was in Sonic 3. I think she was in the new movie, so I'm not going to say, oh, we didn't have Rouge. Because if they did have Rouge, that's great. Because I'd love to see more ladies in the Sonic movies. Amy, or what's that one they have in IDW? They've got Blaze the cat. Blaze is so freaking cool. Bring her in from another dimension. Blaze is awesome. No, I'd love to see that. This is the thing, I do get passionate about Sonic. I freaking love Sonic. Freaking show Sonic every element, but it's just whatever the movies are doing, it's just not my Sonic, you know. So
yeah,
this was a Sonic I grew up with. This was him. This is Sonic as a kid to me. What we're seeing right here. This was Sonic as a kid. And, you know, 30 years later, I'm like, oh, Sonic's not a kid anymore.
What distance are you at, Darwin?
I am at 19.3 kilometers. 3 hours and 50 minutes.
I'm going to put it at 19.5 just because.
Okay, I'm going to have a quick drink. Out of curiosity,
yeah.
How many people we got? Like 100 people?
Oh, I don't know. How do we know that? Do you want to have a look? I'll jump up there.
Yeah, I'll take a quick look. Thanks, Doc. Let's do some bubbles just because. Whee! All right. Josh is behind the counter now, and we've got my lovely lady Nin jumping into the treadie. We're at about 19.5 kilometers. Oh, got an L there. That's weird. Hello. Love the bubbles. Thanks, Kiwi. Oh, I love this episode because I talked about channel pop with this, and basically he said, like, this is basically discussing censorship 20 years earlier, where Robotnik doesn't like something that someone put about him in one of the comic books. So he locks up the guy. And I was like, holy cow, I can't believe they're covering this now that I look back on it. And even before then, though, it was actually my favorite Sonic episode purely because, actually, I did put it in worst and best Sonic episodes because it has one of the most epic sort of jailbreaks I've ever seen with Sonic breaking out of this giant domain. It's very cool. 12.1 freedom units. Gotta go fast. Hey, Sibling says, hey, it's currently 11:25 p.m. here. Happy Saturday or Sunday, depending where you live. What's your favorite version of Sonic? IDW Sonic. Pingers, yes, this is Pingers Robotnik, Mr. Cupcake. You are correct. How you doing up there, beautiful?
Doing good.
You look very pretty.
Oh, thank you. So do you.
Wow. Okay, and... Oh wow, we've got 110 concurrent viewers. That's great. Thank you very much. Hold on a sec. All right. Undertale fan says, I have a cartoon recommendation for you. Centaur World came out in 2021. And I highly recommend it. It's a musical series with 2 seasons. Oh, okay. Centaur World. Yeah, it's only about 5 p.m. It's about 2 p.m. in New Zealand. 2:30. It's about 5:30 in NZ, New Zealand. Oh, and it's 11:20. Yeah, I thought it'd be a bit later. I figured we'd finish around 1 a.m. in America around that time. That's why I wanted to start a bit earlier. Oh yeah, I heard today in news TikTok got banned apparently.
Yeah, there's been a lot of comments in the chat,
Has it? Yeah.
which I was going to mention before. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, I won't go into the political details as I don't know that much about it, but what do you think of the idea of TikTok being banned? Do you think that's a good thing for kids, a bad thing for kids? Obviously, you've probably got a complicated. What do you think?
Look, honestly, I don't know.
Do you like TikTok?
I don't know if I can have an opinion on TikTok because I personally don't use it and I don't go on there. I think that when I was doing a bit of script writing for the channel, yeah, I did, sort of find a bit of footage and stuff for the channel on TikTok, so it was very handy for that.
Yeah.
But for me personally, because I don't generally have a lot of time for a lot of social media anyway, I just never wanted to get involved with it, so I don't really have much of an opinion on TikTok myself. I can definitely see the value in it for certain reasons, but
Yeah.
I don't know, to me it's just another form of social media that
Yeah, just another
I just
form
don't
of-
have time for. But yeah, what do you think about it, sweetie?
Well, I think that from my little experience on it, I've basically put some of my shorts up there, but I didn't put up my biggest short that got 22 million views fast enough, and someone else put it up and got a couple of million views off it, and I couldn't do anything about it. I couldn't say, hey, this is mine. I just had to deal with it. There is no way to police anything on TikTok, and no one is paid. The amount people earn on TikTok doesn't increase with the increase in traffic on TikTok. It's quite a greedy system in terms of the creator of TikTok. Hey, Bob. So I've got mixed feelings on it. I feel like creators aren't treated very fairly there. There's no real avenue for a person to, and this is speaking from a creator point of view. Hey, Bob, you want to say hi? You hear Shadow? You got something to say? Say hi.
Hey, Papa.
He's gone camera shy, but Starling. Anyway, so yeah, I don't mind seeing it gone. I don't think it's going to do any good. If someone wants to be on TikTok, I'm sure they'll use a. Yeah, I know. I'm sure they'll find a way. I think they just use a VPN or whatever. It's never really stopped us. I don't know how effective it'll be. But I don't think it'll do any harm to... Alright, Shabsy, what is it? I don't think it'll do any harm to... a lot of harm to kids, but if kids can't contact their friends because they don't have TikTok, I'd be very sad about that, you know? I feel like... to put it from a very vague point of view, I feel like kids have it hard enough as is. I don't feel like taking another method of social media away from them is going to make their lives any better. I feel like life is tough enough as is for them. I feel that I struggle for kids nowadays. I grew up in the 90s, and growing up in the 2020s is tough. So, yeah, I don't have a strong opinion on it. I wouldn't personally ban it. I don't think that's the right approach, but I think a lot more educated, intelligent people than me who have a much better opinion, at least I hope experts are the ones who've decided on this, not just politicians listening to angry parents. I don't know the full detail of it, though. Hey, Dal. Thanks for doing the walk. How much are you up to in distance?
We're about to hit 20 kilometers.
Alrighty. Well, we'll put that at 20 kilometers then. 20 of 25. We've done so well. Whatever. I made Nin angry. Yeah. Rah, 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 rah. Oh, now I'm just feeling a bit silly about this. Now, no. Yeah, like we have these options where we can basically make her look happy and grumbly and angry. 648 guys towards our goal of American Foundation Suicide Prevention. Thank you so much to everyone who's contributed. Really appreciate it. I'm going to press the... Yep, there we go.
Button.
Let's see if we get any donations. So anyway, what's happening here is basically they're trying to track down... I used a lot of footage of this actually in the Sandcastle video when we were talking about laws. Pop was editing this segment, and basically I gave him this Sandcastle footage. I was like, we've got to work this in. Because it's all about sandcastles being illegal. You're making an origin story of Dark Nin, says Turner YouTube System the Second. Well, thank you very much. What do you think of that? A Dark Nin doll.
It'll be interesting to see.
She gonna get gothic makeup and, you know, go all dark on us?
Be the Dark Nin to your Dark Strider?
Yeah.
Hey?
We'll go out on Halloween together.
Yeah, go out on Halloween and be Dark
treat.
Strider, Dark Nin double. No one will know who we are, but, you know.
No. No one will know who we are.
We'll know.
I suppose we could take a selfie.
Yeah, take a selfie, put it on social media.
Yes, Tomato Fan ANZNTP. I do like Super Tato. Darling, if I just use the toilet quickly, then I'll take over for you.
Go for it, Dylan.
Yeah, Super Tato's awesome.
Who does?
Super Tato. You know
Super Tato.
Only saw earlier.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what do we got here? A robot's vomiting. What the hell? I think that my video here is not synced to the one that you guys are seeing right now, but like, yeah, a robot was just vomiting, which was really weird. Yeah. But no, thanks for everyone for tuning in today. It's been great, you know, just to be a part of this again, and you know, Josh and I are just really quite thrilled that we could do this with you and just, you know, raise some money for such a great cause. You know, like, it's fantastic to be a part of it and have the opportunity to go out on a limb on the channel and do something like this. You know, it's just fantastic feeling to just be a bit philanthropist and just enjoy it, you know. That, and we get to watch stupid Sonic and stupid Sesame Street and everything like that, commentate on that back to you guys. But yeah, there is no way that I'm anywhere near as good as ad-libbing as Josh is. Here, I'll try and do some juggling. Whoa! Whoa! What?
What did you do?
I'm trying to juggle. I do these ones. I can do the really basic two.
That's alright.
I'll let you do the juggling. I'll give the expert the go.
You step off, I'll take that for you. You got it. Alright. And let's knock down these final 5k, eh? We are at 4 hours, my friends. Robotnik shows Sonic to his prison. Hell of a fortress. I still think this is pretty epic. Sonic, old bud, you're in trouble. Ian's just taking a toilet break. Let's see. What can I add to the conversation lately? Yeah, so he's given him a huge fortress here, like he has to escape from, and what's impressive is just how many traps he's put in place, and the way, once again, Sonic can't use any violence to get out of this situation, so he uses purely, as he says, his supersonic intelligence, which again, I think is really cool that they're teaching this to kids. It's like, what tactics can you use? Look at this thing, it looks legitimately dangerous. Whoop, I lost it. Possibly good. Alright, this watch is a little bit slippy there, darling.
Yeah.
Because of all the bubbles.
Someone say bubbles?
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Oh. Well, I've gotten much better at juggling.
Yeah.
The coolest color on the planet, Robotnik. Oh. So yeah, basically, his only problem in his plan is he's left Scratch and Grounder in charge of watching Sonic. Why? And this is where the censorship part comes in. Basically, he's getting the cartoonist to redraw the Sonic, the comics with Robotnik looking really cool, rather than really. So he's getting them to rewrite the comics under threat of duress, rather than the artist's original interpretation, which is something I never even realized as a child, so I still think that's really cool. And this sort of episode is just overlooked. I mean, I could do a discussion on something like this, I think there's a lot to say, but I don't know, I don't think it'd get much interest. Besides, censorship isn't really a topic I wanted to cover right now. I kind of want to give viewers something a little more fun and silly and pleasant right now. There's enough going on in the world right now.
Yeah.
Did this for little old me, Humpty. So basically, he's trying to bring over Scratch and Grounder to lure them over. And watch what he does here, because the traps look for anything that looks like Sonic. So what can he do? Says clearly you want to see the comic.
Just got a donation from Ryan Beating.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, so he donated $20 and he's left us a comment saying, "Hey Strider, I just want to say that I love your old videos and they got me through some tough times. You were one of the biggest influences on me years ago and I just wanted to spread some love for your channel."
Oh, that's so much appreciated, Ryan. You know, I'm just, and I'm so glad if in the past I could help you through something, you know, whether it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or some of my new stuff can be an interest to you. That's what matters, is I'm here for you and you can find some joy from what I do. You know? It's my honor. Thank you.
Got a question from the siblings. They've asked, "What's your favourite animal?" They said that theirs is a snow leopard.
Oh, snow leopard is a fun choice. I'm gonna say a bear or a kangaroo or a rabbit or a deer. I think all those are really cool animals. Well, your favorite would be cats.
I love anything that's cat. Big cats, you know, I love the big cats. I'd love
White tiger.
Love to say I want to see a tiger, lion. Lions are cool. I love cheetahs. I think they're fantastic. I don't know. Like if I was an animal, or if I could be an animal, it would be a cat of some sort.
Oh yeah, she's already part cat just in the way she acts. We went to the zoo a couple of years ago, and I just remember when we went to the tiger the tiger place, just how much Nina was just absolutely enamored by this white tiger. She's like just all over. Like, oh, unfortunately behind a strong glass wall, and it was astonishing whenever we see our cat jump. It always reminds me the way the tiger jumps. It was really incredible. And Nina and I were recently discussing how what would your special animal be on Harry Potter? What do you call it again?
Sorry, the
Spectre, your patrolist charm.
yeah, it'd be some sort of a cat, I would say.
And I think mine would be a bear or a kangaroo. I think
more of a kangaroo to you, darling.
Yeah.
Down and leap everywhere.
Well, that's it. And I think probably a kangaroo or something like that. But I think your patrolist charm. I don't know, for some reason I always zoom in on that. It's like, what would your patrolist charm be? Patronus, I should say. Good fun.
Yeah. We got a super chat from Super Putty Productions for $1 there.
Hey, Super Putty.
Didn't leave a
thank you very
comment, but
much.
thank you very much. That's
Thanks,
very
Super
much
Putty.
appreciated.
Yeah.
Just give you a little bit of a bubble there, because bubbles.
Yeah, bubbles.
Got to do the bubbles.
We're going to have to be careful not to slip.
Yeah.
So this is basically the big jailbreak where Sonic's trying to get out of the prison, and I can still consider this really epic. Just like wherever he goes, there's crap falling on him, and just trying to get out continually. He's hitting all the traps, just ruining the place, and getting the robot completely just exhausted. See? He's destroying the AI.
As you do, because why not, right?
As you do. Sonic made it happen.
Have you ever heard of Soup Potato, darling? I've got a lot of commenters
Soup
coming
Potato-
in for Soup Potato, and they kind of want you to watch it. And
So we can watch. Do you guys want to put on Peppa Pig?
they want to watch Soup Potato.
You
with
bet.
I'll come up onto the thing so that you can.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll set that up. All right. Soup Potato coming up.
Soup Potato. It kind of sounds like Super Ted or something. Do you remember Super Ted?
Super Ted.
One of the most ridiculous children's shows that I remember.
Oh yeah, Super Ted.
I just remember, a bit of nostalgia here with Super Ted. I don't know if anyone's going to remember it, but in the 90s, when I was growing up, my dad, was he used to do all the cooking and washing up because Mum was usually at work by that point in time. And whenever Super Ted come on in the afternoon, he was usually washing the dishes. And I just remember him, racing from the kitchen into the rumpus room and sitting on the coffee table with tea towel still in hand, just because Super Ted had come on. He come in just to watch Super Ted with us, and it was just hilarious every single day to watch him run into the living room just to watch that. It was hilarious.
Super Ted.
Super Ted. All right, I'll get it.
You know what I remember, which is a really stupid detail to remember, but of course my brain remembers this, is Bulk was one of the villains, and one time he discovers the magic word and becomes Super Bulk.
Yeah.
And I remember Super Bulk, and the episode finishes on that. He's Super Bulk now. The end. Just like, I love that finish. Can you put captions on, darling, for the viewers?
There we go.
Oh, that's right. This is the episode where we're seeing Soup Potato the movie, with the somehow even more simplistic, terrible animation than we started with. Because when we go down one level, if Soup Potato started watching a show, it would just be tiny stick figures.
Oh God.
Isn't it fine animation, darling?
Oh, I think that I want to, just like let my eyes run away or something because they hurt.
A lot of commenters mentioned that the super potato looks delicious.
The sweet potato looks delicious. Really?
You want some boiled potato? Potato with margarine? And I love this extra detail that Super Potato is actually legitimately there in live action. And again, I imagine he's not really expensive because he's just a giant potato. Giant talking potato. An astonishment to science.
Oh, we've got a question here. Have you seen any Broadway musicals? Have you ever seen a Broadway musical, Don?
Yeah, I saw The Hobbit when I was just a kid.
There you go.
I guess my problem I had with Broadway musicals when I was younger is that they took too long to get to the point, even when I was a kid. My Sega Master System short time span, my short attention span, just couldn't stand them. I was just like, this is so, like, kind of needed that constant, and I couldn't understand in my autistic brain why they sung everything. I would think, even in Wicked to some degree, when we got a little bit of singing randomly about, oh, hooray, I've done this and that, I'm just like, why are you doing that? Ma'am, sir or ma'am, this is a very strange thing for you to do in the middle of Times Square. Just randomly start singing. And there is that little part of my over-logical brain that goes, why are you doing that? That makes no sense. You should not do that. But it's cool with, helicopters and, rabbits in helicopters and giant potatoes. Like, that makes perfect sense. But people singing in the middle of Town Square, no.
No, never.
Super Potato reminds me of Tom Kenny in that he sort of goes to every get-together, every sort of situation where he's wanted and just bends over backwards to do everything he can to be there for the kids. And, I respect that the hell out of Super Potato. He's a stupid character, but, he just embraces that. I like SpongeBob. SpongeBob wasn't always stupid. Mid-season SpongeBob is very stupid.
Bacon and potatoes, I agree.
Bacon and potatoes, eh?
Yeah.
My favorite, whenever I see this, I tend to think of potatoes like that you put in the oven and then you put some margarine in the center. Did you ever do that?
What's that, sorry?
You get a potato, you bake it in the oven, and then you open it up in the middle and put some margarine on top.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of cheese or herbs.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a super chat.
Oh, we did too. Joshua, I don't think it's a super chat.
Oh, isn't it?
It's a gifted
Oh.
memberships.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah.
We had that last time, and I thought, oh wow, did that many people become members? It was really wonderful. But that's fantastic. Thank you. Who gifted the memberships?
So they're actually talking about Super Potato from Seabees. Do you know what that is, darling?
Oh, I've never seen it. Sorry, you got me back on Peppa Pig. Oh, this is actually funny because Super Potato is trapped in his car, and they basically try to get the actor to. Oh, actually, no, this is really funny because the real Super Potato shows up to help the actor. Goodness, how did we get this situation?
Hey?
Oh, we've got Super Potato and the other vegetables dancing in the middle of the supermarket. How did we get here?
I don't know.
Oh, it's fruit day. Now it all makes sense.
Oh, here's a question. Do you paint? If so, what paint do you prefer? Oil paint or acrylic paint? And this is from Call Me Asig. So
You paint?
I don't think Strider paints, but I don't think he really has just for fun kind of thing. So yeah, that's just a little hobby that I do. I also do some colouring in when I feel like it. I also like to do little bead art kind of things. So those ones that you sort of have a little sticky sort of picture that you put the little beads and stuff on. That's kind of what I do. Just when I need a bit of downtime away from work and everything else that I do. Hey?
Bit of mindfulness.
Yeah, a bit of mindfulness. Yeah, that's kind of my my jam. So Oh well, once I've got a few bits and pieces, Max, I'll post them on some social media.
Yeah.
Just
Use
so
your
that
Blue
you can
Sky
see it.
Twitter.
Yeah, I'll do it on Blue Sky. So if you want to follow me, just go on to Nin Strider.
I follow her, so you can find it through me.
You'll be able to find it through Phantom Strider. So I'll post it up there once I've got a few bits and pieces so that you can see it. Yeah.
I find it interesting, got to say, how painting has become a little more mainstream now that painting by numbers is a thing. And I find that very interesting because my grandmother used to paint by numbers as well.
Yeah.
And it's a very mindful thing where you just paint those, and you see some surprisingly good pictures just by painting by numbers. And I still see your paint by numbers pictures, and I'm like, how does this look so good?
Yeah.
I couldn't keep in the lines that well. But yeah, I love seeing the incorporation of that, and it's kind of bringing painting back into being a regular hobby for many people. And I love seeing that.
Do you use MS Paint, darling? You probably have.
Oh
haven't you?
yeah, all the time. The quickest way to get a file from HIEC, I think it is, to JPEG, because Premiere, my editing program, doesn't always accept all the formats. One of the quickest ways to get it into JPEG format, which everything accepts, is through Paint, Microsoft Paint. So I use it all the time. And back in the day, Paint's just always there. It's still a good little tool if you need to do a very slight touch-up. When it comes to thumbnails and stuff, though, or custom boo stuff, I use Photoshop. You know, eventually, it maybe Adobe gets too unaffordable for me to use, but for the time being, it's something I still like to use because I'm very used to it. Yeah.
We've got a question here from Lewis Miguel. They're asking, what is your favourite horror movie? Do you watch many horrors, darling?
I just don't watch many. I'm trying to think. What's one I really enjoyed? Shaun of the Dead was probably one of the last ones I really watched, but even then I felt the tonal shift was a bit too rough. It started off very funny, still had some good gore, but around the point that he had to kill his parents, I was like, yeah, this isn't fun anymore. And then the tone kind of shifted back, and I guess it's tough to do a really good zombie movie or a zombie movie with any stakes without increasing the stakes a bit. But yeah, I don't know, horrors are very mixed. Rest in peace, David Lynch, by the way. He recently passed away. Speaking of horror, David Lynch made some really fascinating horrors, and to this day, I think he's a master of the uncanny valley. And just creating something, I've told you about the uncanny, right?
Yeah.
When something looks interesting, but, or like, slightly off. It's not quite real.
Yeah.
Like, a lot like what we're seeing in AI art at the moment. There's something not quite right when you see those pictures. Yeah.
Yeah. We've got Nostalgic Punk Craver asking, do you like punk rock?
Punk rock? You know the kind of rock I like?
What's that?
I like the rock you're hearing in the background right now from Sonic Adventure.
Yeah.
That's like the closest to rock I really get into. Like, I don't know, I do still really like video game music. A lot of my running list when I'm out in the mountains is just sort of Sonic Adventure music, Sonic Adventure 2, a bit of Sonic Unleashed in there, and I don't know, I'm not really into rock specifically though. When I listen to music, you think of our playlist, it's generally sort of a lot of more gentle stuff from the 90s very often, where it's still got passionate, but I don't like Duff Duff. Whoever created Duff Duff needs to be punched in the nuts. That's the most violent thing I'll ever say.
Yeah.
Because like I really don't like Duff Duff. Like we would have been fine in the 90s if Duff Duff never came to be a thing. Like we were fine without our Duff Duff.
Yeah.
It just means the people outside the club can't hear your music as much. Big whoop. Do they really need to hear your music? Does the entire city need to hear your music?
Not really?
Not really? Like, what are you trying to prove? It's like the person who puts on loud music, like, takes the muffler off their their bike just so they can make a noise. I just don't get it. Sorry.
You're all good. We've got a donation from Stephen
Thank
for
you,
$20. Thank you,
Oh,
Stephen.
thank you. That's really helpful towards the cause. Thank you.
Yay!
Yay! Yay!
Yay!
Oh, yeah.
Adam GR has asked, do you have a favourite anime series?
That takes me back. Nowadays, I mainly tune in for the Studio Ghibli stuff. You and I went to see Earwig and the Witch recently, and that other one, actually. Ironically, I actually found a little more... Oh, no. I'm trying to think which I preferred. People are really harsh on Earwig and the Witch. I didn't think it was that bad, at least it was CG. And it was kind of nice seeing something from Miyazaki's son. I thought he gave his own unique movie. What's up, Bob?
Oh, he's on the...
Oh, yeah, right, gotcha. I don't know, yeah, I like Dragon Ball GT. That's the one I started my channel on, basically. Oh, Full Metal Panic was technically the one I started my channel on. That's the first fan dub you can find on my channel back in 2007. I actually had a few more at the time. I was watching Full Metal Alchemist as well, the original. So I really like those two. But yeah, I was actually recently watching Full Metal Panic Invisible Victory, the recent series, 2019. Still a really quality show. I watched all those though. I actually really want to do a fan dub with Nin. I literally got, basically as a follow-up to my fan dub from 17 years ago. That basically is, has a little bit later in the series. And I don't know, I just thought I can have Nin playing Chidori, and me playing Sosuke in that one little scene. There's this one scene in the new one where they're holding hands, and I thought that's so cute. It's the first time Chidori and Sosuke ever hold hands, and I was like, oh, that's so nice. Thought we could fan dub that one too. I'll show you sometime, we've got a minute. Yeah, because a couple of people were sort of giving me likes on stuff for reaching 17 years on YouTube, so I figured, yeah, maybe. Oh, we are at 22.2 kilometers long.
Good. So we've got a few people asking what your thoughts are on Atomic Betty.
What was it called?
Atomic Betty.
Atomic Betty, what is that? You could look it up.
Not sure what Atomic Betty is.
Let's take a look.
Gonna have a look for us.
Atomic Betty. Let's see the theme song and see if it gets my live stream copyrighted. This must be quite a new series based on the animation. Oh no, wait, no. This actually goes quite a way back. 2000s? Because I vaguely remember Atomic Betty. Had a few people ask about that, have we?
Yeah.
What an unusual thing to ask about. A random series? It's not unusual. I'm sorry, I haven't seen it, but it actually quite reminds me in animation-wise of Powerpuff Girls. So, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to see it. Hey, Bob, you got a lot to say, haven't you? All right. Sorry, I interrupted juggling.
Oh, you're all good. Oh yeah, you can hear the cat doing his meows.
It's too bad he doesn't come over. It'd be good fun. Yeah, we're just at about 22 and a half, so we're nearly at our 25 kilometers.
Yeah. Got Padma Shri Ray, sorry, I'm terrible with names, asking about Tintin. Do you have any thoughts on Tintin?
I used to watch the comics. I used to read the comics when I was a kid. It was nice because it got me into reading it. It reminds me of sort of similar to Asterix. Between Tintin and Asterix, you ever read Asterix? Basically a Gaul. He was like this little Gaulish fella from Sweden, I think. Basically kind of like a Viking, but they had these little magic potions which would let them beat up the Romans and that sort of thing, and Caesar. Very cool, but Tintin as well got me into basically just reading more. It was approachable because there was little pictures and little speech bubbles, It was basically comics for kids and about mysteries and all sorts of stuff, and Tintin was very cool. So yeah, I really enjoyed the comics growing up.
Got a really cool question here from Adam GR. What would be an example of a good Australian animation?
Well, I think you know one, Bluey.
Bluey, yeah. That's
made.
what's literally came to mind for me too.
Literally made in our city. I'm trying to think if there's ever any others off the top of my head that were Just lift him up, Dal. He'll live with being lifted up for a sec.
That's what I'm trying to get him to do. Just wanna
Show off shadow.
There we go.
Isn't he cute? We almost never hold him, we just sort of let him sort of go about, and if he wants to jump up, he can.
Lewis Miguel wants to know if you like the Rugrats movie.
You know, it was basically what got me out of Nickelodeon. I hate to say it, but it was so awkward, so babyish, and so kind of awkward for me that it was at a point where I actually started to go, I don't like these. I'm done with Rugrats. But you know what was partially is that Rugrats changed for a lot of people once Dill came in.
Yeah.
Because Dill was... Did you remember a bit of that?
Yeah, I remember Dill, who was the most annoying little thing.
I legitimately think I disliked, the idea of having siblings more, or just babies in general, because of Dill, because he was always screaming and mine, 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 mine. It was just the worst. Like he made, I just did not like Dill. I actually liked Rugrats all grown up a bit more because I got to see Dill with some freaking personality beyond being a baby.
Yeah.
Like there was just no personality to him. He was just annoying all the time. And basically this 2-year-old, 3-year-old Tommy just had to deal with it because you're a brother now. Who cares what you think? You've got to deal with this. It was just awful. And but I actually enjoyed the remake far more. In terms of that, I actually got far more interested in what they did with the remake. Again, I don't think it looked good, but it was interesting to see what they did with it. They chopping up and making a salad on your one too. Actually timed this quite well.
You ever heard of Sally Bollywood?
Sally Bollywood?
Yeah.
Is that an Indian cartoon?
No, apparently it's an Australian cartoon, and we just had someone asking what your thoughts are on it, if you've heard about it.
I remember Dirt Girl well.
Yeah.
I apologise, I haven't seen it.
No. What about Ramshackle?
Ramshackle?
Yeah.
Oh, I feel so this is the problem. I'm still known as like the cartoon guy, but I don't know cartoons as much anymore. I don't know the new stuff as much anymore. Let's see, Ramshackle. What's it look like? Oh wow, that looks really good.
Is that Ramshackle?
Yeah, the Ramshackle pilot. It looks a lot like Has Been Hotel. Yeah, so obviously it's an indie cartoon based in Australia, but it certainly shows that Has Been Hotel really inspired something because it's got that same animation style. Seems to have 2 female leads based on what I can see there. Oh dear. This is what happens when I accidentally click the other video. What's up?
Oh, nothing. I'm just laughing at you. We do have a donation of $10 from Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron. They left a comment. Hi, Strider. My friends and I love your videos. Keep up the good work, and thanks for doing this for a good cause.
Thanks you for the donation, Aaron. Really appreciate you.
Some bubbles.
Definitely feeling my my low blood sugar at 23 kilometers. Can you update it to 23, darling?
Yeah. We're getting there, guys. 23.
Yeah. Nearly at the 25 mark. Doing well.
Got 2 more kilometers to go.
Yeah. Whoa. You were right about the air conditioning, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
It wasn't too low. It wasn't too high.
Final stretch. Hi, Strider, you're awesome. Yeah, he is.
Oh, thanks. No, I'm not.
Yeah.
What was the person?
Kool-Aid Man.
Oh, thanks, Kool-Aid man. Appreciate
Yeah.
it. Thanks for showing up and say hi.
You see a lot of you guys are getting tired, so yeah,
Don't feel obligated to stay on if you do need to go. I know it's
Yeah.
quite late in America. We're going to stay here either way and finish the get to 25 kilometers and say thank you. Because if you have just shown up or anything like that, thank you so much. Yeah, and for being here with us and making it more fun for us and
Yeah.
getting through it and trying to do something fun for a good, something good for a good cause. And watching
Got,
Unbearable Peppa Pig. Let's skip ahead, darling. It's freaking baby episode, yeah.
Where are we skipping to?
Jump to 24:45. Around that. They're making vegetable soup. Much better. All right. I managed to juggle for a lot of it. Not
Yeah, you
all
did.
of it, but a lot of it. Yeah. How you feeling?
Carl Green's asking, do you like Captain Underpants?
Oh yeah. I watched a bit of Captain Underpants while I was doing the banned books video, where basically, yeah, I found that it was a very innovative series. Like I think the CG really works really well. Where we've seen a lot of the mid-2000s CG, which just looked too clayish. I think a good example of that was Jimmy Neutron, where I never quite clicked with the clayish rubbery animation style, but it was just right. I think that was a Netflix exclusive. And no, very approachable, really liked it. Excuse me. What's up, beautiful?
Oh, just you. Just dropping your balls.
Dropping it over and over again. But you just pick them up again and you keep going.
Summer P is asking, do you plan on seeing Dog Man? You ever heard of Dog Man?
Tell us about it in the comments.
So it's a movie apparently.
Yeah?
Yeah. Never.
Dog Man.
We haven't heard of it. I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah.
What have we been
Apparently
watching
it's an
lately?
upcoming movie.
Dog Man.
Yeah.
I mean, we like dogs, okay. We like golden Labradors. We like big dogs. Small dogs, I'm fine without.
Have you seen? Oh no. Don't worry about it.
All good. They're doing some vegetable maintenance here in Peppa Pig, teaching them how to compost, basically. Doing good.
So what do we got going on down there with the pig?
What's up?
Just have a look at the Peppa Pig.
Did you want to put the playlist on again and see if we could find any other good?
Yeah. Do you wanna
Yeah.
bring it back up?
Okay. Yeah, I don't blame you. Just jump off Peppa Pig. Let's jump on the playlist.
Because the birds that ate my lettuces are very stupid. Your friends have
Gonna see my playlist. Oh, wait, here it is. Livestream playlist. Now jump ahead. How we doing on there? Anyone still awake? And how you feeling? How you feeling, beautiful?
Oh yeah.
Keeping okay?
How are you feeling?
I'm doing okay. A bit sweaty and tired.
Bit sweaty and tired?
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. We've both, done a good amount of walking today.
Nearly 5 hours. We're doing well.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Can't complain.
So this is the one where should be the next one. There we go. That'll do. That'll be a fun one.
Yeah.
It's a gorilla.
It's a gorilla.
Hang on, Flavin. Let's get a drink, beautiful.
For precise application all in one for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Why did I think this was DHMIS? I have no idea what that is. This is Rude Lad. Yeah, no, they've got a bit more edgy. You're hearing the word stupid in Peppa Pig. Oh no, they've used that word before. It looks a bit stupid.
It looks a bit stupid.
Go from there and I'll just pull up Playflip. Pull up the playlist. Just you know. Oh, this is a really funny one. It's a good choice. Here you go, Wolf.
I guess that means you're gonna watch it.
Hold on, doll.
Got my puppy doll here.
Whoa. Yeah, I had it going a bit faster.
You're all good. Oh, so you got Bert and Ernie.
Yeah.
What's happening in this one? Oh yeah, you're doing that one.
What would he possibly need a flashlight for if he's taking a bath?
I know, right?
Or an umbrella?
I used to love Sesame Street as a kid too. Like I actually watched it
Yep.
pretty much right up until I went to high school because I was so intrigued by it, and I think Play School's an Australian thing, but I used to watch that as well.
Oh yeah, that's an Australian thing. They've still got that going. They actually have the
I
chases
believe
on
they
there.
do, yeah.
It was really cool. Some of the actors they have on there now. Some really good Australian actors do play school now. But no, I agree. I was there watching. In my teen years, I watched a lot of Blues Clues that had just come on. You would have been probably 17 or so, and that was coming on. But no, I really like that. But Sesame Street, I watched a lot as a
Me too.
as a kid. I think it was there for most people. And what is astonishing to me with this is I showed this one to Mum the other day,
Yeah.
where he's just basically all taking all this crap. Like, why does he need a bowling ball?
Why does
What
he
do
need
you
a
go-
bowling ball in the bath? Like,
You know
seriously.
he'll find a way to use it, but oh, we got a donation doll.
Yeah, and we've also got a super chat, which I'll just read out first,
Yeah, sure.
from Batberry Jelly for $5.
Oh, thank you.
Things you've said about autism over the years have been very encouraging, sorry, and have made me feel more comfortable about myself. Thanks, Strider and Nin. Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're most welcome.
I'm gonna heart that one. Batberry Jelly. I'm gonna give them a bit of bubbles for that. Yeah. Whee, bubbles!
Yeah.
Bubbles! We'll go to the donation page. We're just over $700 on the
Oh my
donations
goodness, we've
now,
done
which
great.
is awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this one's an anonymous donation for $10. So thank you so much
Oh,
for that.
thank you so
We'll give you
much.
some more bubbles.
Oh, that really does
Some
motivate us.
skips.
Motivates me in the
Skips.
final kilometre and a half.
Yeah, so we're down to the wire now. So we're sort of getting to the end of this live stream.
Yeah.
I might even just pop the numbers back up.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely.
So yeah, if you are feeling lonely or need to talk to somebody, these helplines are available at any time. The 988 helpline is available 24/7 and is free and confidential.
Can you just make sure the microphone there is facing you?
Yeah, it is.
There we go.
And for anyone in America, the
Yep.
988lifeline.org is a crisis hotline that's available for text and chat options as well.
Yeah.
The Trevor Project is also available for the LGBTQIA plus community,
Yep.
as we've covered before. A trained counsellor will be there if you call the 678-678, sorry. And by calling also 1-866-488-7386.
And if you just feel like texting someone,
Yeah.
there's also options description there. I've tried out the link service there. And what was the name of the final service stuff?
Help Guide.
Help Guide. I found that
yeah.
really helpful. And even in Australia, I was able to find a helpline service. So yeah, really good services.
Yeah. So we'll just pop you back over to the stream. See Strider doing his thing.
My thing.
Doing his thing.
This is a really interesting one, this Sesame Street episode part they're showing here. Basically, Elmo's in space.
I think we've got the wrong thing here, darling,
Oh,
because
no.
this one's got an ad, like a real ad.
Oh, that's okay. We'll see the... I'll wait for yours to catch up. Should be them in space.
Yeah, Space Lab.
Oh, it's awesome. So you can see there, is that Molly? I think Molly is in space, and Elmo comes along and says, well, what use can I do in space? Can I be a farmer? What can I do to help? And she points out, I don't know what practical lesson this was to the kids anyway. It's like, there's no practical thing or a regular job can do in space. You don't need to be a baker, you don't need to be a farmer, you don't need to be a truck delivery guy. You'll see here. Like, you don't need a policeman in, maybe you do. You don't need a policeman in space or that sort of thing. Looks more like a naval officer, to be fair.
We just got another donation for $25 from an anonymous donor. Thank you so much. More bubbles. Bubbles.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, and who was that from?
Anonymous.
Oh, thank you so much, Anonymous. I appreciate that.
I love Elmo. I don't know. Elmo's my favourite character, I reckon.
Yeah, he's generally the favourite. If you go on to like type in just Sesame Street in the playlist, Elmo's always the front showing his Ironically, what we did at our wedding.
Because why not, right?
Why not? We are just at 24 kilometres now, darling.
Yeah, 24? Oh, yeah. Getting there, 24 kilometres.
Lucky last day.
24 kilometres.
So you can see here Elmo's trying to be a farmer. I was like, oh, well, it'll be helpful as a farmer. He's like, yeah, you don't have atmosphere in space. You can't grow plants. Maybe I guess if you had hydroponics. Oh, no, wait, now he's farm. What was he before? No, wait, now he's a milkman. He's offering to milk the cows. Or at least take care of the cows, I don't know. But fortunately, Molly is wrong. He does have a use here. Because there is a cow in space. See, there he is.
What's your favourite Netflix original series, darling? That's a question from Call Me Ace.
I remember Castlevania was really good. The thing about Netflix original series, I'm going to say probably Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
It's the one I've been engaged in the most and watched the most. But I will say by the final series, it's definitely time to end the series at the point they were at. Because it's kind of like they're doing the same shtick of like, oh, he said something behind my back. Yeah, we're going to get him. And like, they're hiding secrets. It gets very kind of gossipy and it's really engaging. And I think the characters and actors who came back did such a good job. But I kind of think it's run its course at this point. Really good karate drama. I love karate. I love kung fu. I love the characters that came in. But yeah, it's definitely run its course. I feel like they're starting to repeat a lot of the same shtick. But to be fair, I think they are ending the series at this point. But, you know, 5-6 seasons in, they've done a fantastic job. One of the best, at least the most engaging Netflix original series I've ever seen.
We've also got a question that's come up a few times. What are your thoughts on Umbrella Academy and who's your favourite character?
Umbrella Academy?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I haven't seen it.
Another one you
myself.
don't know? Yeah. I've not seen that one either, sorry.
This is why I don't do cartoons anymore.
Oh,
So
here you go, darling. What's your most and least favourite season of SpongeBob?
Oh, okay, that's a good one. I can, like, I don't know if it's a good. I can answer it. I can answer that. Season 1 I rewatched recently. I'm not going to say that's my favorite. I'm going to say actually probably season 11 or 12. I got so many laughs out of season 12. I think it's season 11. Yeah, season 11, where it's got like SpongeBob dressing up in like the sneaky detective hat and kind of the Squid Noir design where they're playing the Olympic Games, where it's all about them playing it wrong. So Squidward watches them hurt themselves. It's freaking hilarious. And I found you had the perfect balance of early SpongeBob and late SpongeBob, where it's got the humor. SpongeBob is developed as a character enough where they know who SpongeBob is, and yeah, I think at the same time the jokes are still very clever. There's still definitely some awkward episodes, as you saw in like you might have seen in worst to best latest SpongeBob episodes. Definitely are still some bad episodes, very mediocre episodes, but for the most part, I think new seasons are really solid. Season 6, around the time we were getting stuff like Squid Baby and that sort of thing, I was like, yeah, this is, isn't really working, and we got a lot of, that's where a lot of the bad stuff, it's a bit like Family Guy. Season 11 to 12, or was it season 9 to 8, was where we got a really bad, awkward stuff. And the same thing for SpongeBob, where mid-season was just a really bad patch, but they recovered from it, you know? And I think nowadays what SpongeBob gives us is, quality stuff. I actually really enjoy doing latest SpongeBob episodes, worst to best. Just skip ahead one, love. I've seen the sandwich one. Oh yeah, this one's from Bert and Ernie. So this one actually I was talking to you about earlier, where basically Bert is locked out of the house. Ernie's basically locked in there. And it's like, oh, I can't come out. And Bert is basically going through his head saying, what could be going on? What could be happening? And he's assuming all this stuff. And eventually getting angry. At first he's like, oh, what if he's hurt and doesn't want to talk? What if he's really upset?
Yeah.
And he's really sad. And he just keeps assuming different things.
Yeah. It's one of those things, isn't it, where you just sort of like go over things in your head way too much and you think to yourself, oh, what's going on? Why aren't they answering? Why this? Why that? It's a very anxious thing to do, isn't it?
Even texting this happens as well, I think. And I love that they kind of discuss this with kids in a very understandable way, where what we go through in our heads is very different to generally to what happens in reality. And a lot of the time people don't even really think about you that much. You're thinking about all of it, but it might not have anything to do with you when you think you did something wrong or something like that. He's very worried now.
Got a lot of questions asking about what your favourite sort of Nickelodeon movies and TV shows are. We'll just cover it all.
Gee, no, wait, that's Powerpuff Girls. That was Cartoon Network. I'm gonna say probably the original SpongeBob movie. Oh no, the third one I quite actually enjoyed. The fourth one was fourth one I found mediocre. Was it a fourth one? Anyway, jeez. Definitely not the Rugrats movies. My least favorite was probably Rugrats and the Wild Thornberrys. That was so bad. Why did I even see that? What, did I see that on a dare or something? And I remember we had free tickets. My friend David and I were about 14 or so in Sydney, and you won't care. I mentioned it. And we basically saw it on a dare. And I wasn't at the point where I was walking out of movies yet, but jeepers, that movie was okay to walk out on. It was so bad. Off the top of my head, I can't think of my absolute favorite. I'm sure there's one I could think of there, but very low blood sugar at the moment, so can't think of one off the top of my head. Definitely ones I don't like, though.
Yeah.
Rugrats movie and Wild Thornberrys Rugrats were so bad. So bad. I actually think I have discussed that one in one of the worst Nickelodeon movies one, I think. So basically, Bert, are you up to that part where they throw a party for him?
Party for him, yeah.
Which is definitely the ideal outcome to what's actually going on in the apartment. I don't think I've ever had a surprise party. To be fair, I'm autistic. I probably wouldn't like the surprise. It's a gorilla. Got to have gorilla interruptions.
Yeah. We've had a lot of questions, people asking you if you've played Worms Armageddon or if you know it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Ben and I grew up with Worms Armageddon. I was a big fan. It's definitely one of the last examples I can think of hot seat turn competitive gameplay, where basically you're both in the same place, you both take over the seat. It's a bit like Monopoly, except you blow each other up with bazookas.
No,
it was very... Ben and I, to this day, still get fiercely competitive when we play that game. I think turn-taking hasn't aged as well. I don't think most people want to wait their turn nowadays. But yeah, no, I found that it could be a very frustrating game, but I also really enjoyed it. Ben and I basically... Worms Armageddon was our childhood. Worms World Party... People forget about Worms World Party. It's like the upgraded version. But for some reason, everyone sort of remembers Worms Armageddon. It's probably because it had this real nuclear theme, had good mission set as well. But I tend to go back to Worms World Party. Always kind of remind me of lemmings. Little people you're sending to their doom. So yeah, I definitely really enjoyed Worms Armageddon growing up. 24.7, darling.
Oh, we're nearly there, guys. We're nearly there.
Hit. Done about 4 hours and 51 minutes.
Yeah. Was it 24.7?
24.8.
24.8? Oh, we've got 200 meters left.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Gonna try and not drop them in the last 200 meters.
Just throw this one at you. Have you ever seen the Hanna-Barbera version of Charlotte's Web?
Oh yeah, yeah. Ben and I grew up with that one, and when we were growing up in the 90s, I think I talked about this one years ago. I think I can't remember what I was covering, but it has something to do with Hanna-Barbera. And what I found most fascinating about that cartoon, as well as the fact that it was quite dark and quite confronting for kids, is the fact that we actually see a pig middle-aged. What a middle-aged pig looks like. Wilbur basically gets into his middle age, and he's got all these wrinkles and stuff, and I thought, what an odd thing. We see him from childhood through to middle age. And it's very interesting to see just how much depth they put into that cartoon growing up. It never sat perfectly with me, because I really struggled at that stage with Charlotte dying and with Wilbur taking the eggs. One, because he's basically taking spider eggs. He takes like a whole bunch of spider eggs in his mouth to basically protect, which sounds disgusting, but you ever see Charlotte's Web?
Yeah.
Oh, you did? So you know what I'm talking about then.
Yeah.
So did you see the original cartoon?
I believe I did, yeah. I don't think I saw the Hanna-Barbera version, but I certainly saw, like, classic.
I think you're thinking of the Hanna-Barbera version,
Oh,
Darren.
look, honestly, I wouldn't have a clue.
But anyway, like, yeah, absolute classic cartoon, but definitely had some awkward moments that haven't aged as well in terms of, like, the singing and the dancing, and I still remember that small... Do you remember Affair is Affair? Whatever, Smorgasbord?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
No, I definitely prefer the original cartoon. The movie was fine, absolutely nothing wrong with it that I could see. But yeah, no, the relationship they had with Fern, Wilbur had with Fern, and just how that's kept in strength and how that changes over time as she meets someone she cares about, as she grows and changes. Just really beautiful. But very intense for a 6-year-old, which is when I had it. I'm just making it 25.1 just to account for all the times I've dropped the freaking balls. Just to try and get it a little bit closer.
What are you at, sorry, Alan?
25.0. We'll make it 25.1 just to account for
all the droppage.
All the droppage. Oh, nearly there.
Nearly there, definitely, guys. Nearly there.
Nearly. Oh.
All right, I'm gonna throw this one at you because it's been asked a few times. What do you think is the worst Sonic show?
Sonic Underground, easily. It's so dull. Sonic Underground is the absolute worst. It's so dull. Every time I watch it, I can't remember a thing. Done. We're done.
Yeah, we're done.
25 kilometers.
I'm gonna come up there and say g'day.
What we'll do is yay!
Celebrate. What a performance, you know?
Oh, what a great performance we got, and thank you so much for all the help, helping towards the cause, and in a difficult time, and just being here as well, like during a difficult time, and giving us some company during this. I think we can pause Mr. Blue there.
Mr. Blue guy.
Mr. Blue. Though getting a wig from Grover is very funny. But thank you to my wife for being part of this and for helping me on her day off. She took the time to be here. Really appreciate her, and thank you to if you donated, and even if you didn't, just being here.
Yeah, it's more than enough, trust us. Just logging on and saying g'day is it's a thrill to us to have you here, really.
I've donated or done these streams a couple of times. This is basically the main stream I give to because I know they're a really good cause and they use the money really well. So I always like to try and donate to these to this community, and particularly during difficult times, you know, because suicide is still such a big
It is.
issue in America and so many other countries. So yeah, so glad we could help towards this cause. And what will happen is I will add up the amounts that's been given in super chats, and I will see how we do, and maybe we might even reach our goal. Who knows? But
So just from the donation in the description alone, we've raised $733.77. So that's fantastic towards the goal.
yeah,
I would probably hazard a guess we'd be getting close to the actual goal.
probably pretty close to
Yeah.
the final goal of 1,000. So we're really grateful for everyone who's helped
Yeah.
with that. Yeah, but
So thank you everyone for
and
just
yeah.
being part of it.
And if you do want to talk to someone, as we said in
Yeah.
the description, we've got links there if you do want to talk to anyone. And with that, thank you again and for being here, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
I'll just get the stream button. Stream end.